As soon as Charlie heard the voice, he turned to locate its origin. He spotted a young man in a white linen suit, paired with black cloth shoes, approaching the stall. The young man's wrists were adorned with an array of bracelets, and on his face sat a pair of antique gold-rimmed glasses, featuring 2 round black lenses. These glasses resembled those worn by children during the Qing dynasty in China. Trailing behind him were 4 to 5 bodyguards. In stark contrast to the young man, these bodyguards exuded a fierce and intimidating presence, compelling those nearby to quickly move aside to avoid any potential trouble. "Oh, it's Mr. Quinton." The stall owner's eyes widened in recognition, a beaming smile spreading across his face. As if a tap had been turned on, he began to shower the young man with flattery. "Mr. Quinton, why didn't you inform me beforehand of your visit? I would have come out to greet you." "Enough with the nonsense. I'm just here to browse Antique Street today," the young man replied, waving his hand dismissively. He walked up to Charlie, eyeing the pebble in his hand, then looked up and said, "Zachary, please wrap up that pebble for me. I'm buying it. It would make a perfect paperweight for my father's desk." The stall owner hesitated, glancing at Charlie, before continuing. "Mr. Quinton, I'm afraid this is quite unfortunate, but this gentleman has already purchased the pebble. It really doesn't hold any significance, it has merely served as a paperweight. I've set aside some much finer antiques for you. Why would you want that worthless pebble? You deserve something far more fitting for your status." From this interaction, Charlie learned the stall owner's name was Zachary, and he clearly had a close relationship with the young man. Charlie was also quite impressed by Zachary's smooth-talking skills. He could weave stories effortlessly without a moment's hesitation. Zachary quickly grabbed a jade horse made from hardened plastic and held it out to the young man. "Mr. Quinton, this jade horse belonged to one of the late imperial concubines in the palace. Just look at the clarity of the jade, it's undeniably high quality. I don't need to elaborate further. Since we're such good friends, I'll let you have it for the same price you paid for the Celadon cups yesterday. Just $9,000. Jacob was taken aback to learn that the young man had purchased the same fake Celadon cups as he had. The stall owner had already exploited him by selling them for $300, while Mr. Quinton had actually paid $9,000. Stop the nonsense and finalize it already. Mr. Quinton's patience was wearing thin. He kicked Zachary in the leg and arrogantly declared, "The only thing I want today is that pebble. Sell it to me for $20,000. Zachary was stunned by the offer of $20,000. He quickly turned to Charlie and asked, "Brother, would you mind if I sold the pebble to Mr. Quinton instead?" Charlie frowned and replied coldly, "I've already purchased this pebble, and I have no intention of giving it up." "Who's asking you to give it up? You haven't even paid for it yet. That pebble belongs to whoever pays for it." Mr. Quinton interjected impatiently, pulling a thick wad of cash from his wallet and waving it in front of Zachary. "Here, take this. It's definitely more than $20,000. You can keep the change." Zachary's eyes lit up at the sight of the cash. He quickly took the money from Mr. Quinton and turned to Charlie with a smile. "Brother, I have a better offer for you. I can sell you a paperweight that was used by a king in the past. It's definitely a superior choice." Charlie smiled and responded, "Zachary, you know you can't break the rules of trade, right? I bought this pebble first, and I'm not interested in giving it up." With no other options, Zachary felt helpless, recognizing that Charlie was unwilling to part with the pebble. According to the rules of antique trade, an item belonged to the first customer the seller was serving if that customer expressed intent to purchase. If Zachary broke that rule, he would jeopardize his ability to continue operating on Antique Street. Resigned, Zachary turned to Mr. Quinton and lowered his head, saying, "Mr. Quinton, it appears we're at an impasse regarding the pebble. After all, it's just a trivial paperweight. Why don't I show you something better from my collection at home?" Before he could finish, Mr. Quinton kicked Zachary in the waist and cursed at him. "When have you ever acted so ethically? I've bought so many antiques from you, yet you're abandoning me for some poor man?" Mr. Quinton glared at Charlie, clearly trying to intimidate him into surrendering the pebble, believing Charlie's modest attire indicated a lack of wealth or influence. In stark contrast, Mr. Quinton was a man of privilege, born into a renowned second-generation wealthy family. From the moment he entered the world, he had never known financial hardship. Zachary found himself in a difficult position. He didn't wish to offend Mr. Quinton, yet he was equally reluctant to compromise the principles governing antique trading. He kept glancing at Charlie, hoping he would reconsider. Charlie recognized Zachary's silent plea, but he remained unfazed, responding with a calm, "No." Zachary, feeling utterly helpless, sat down on the ground, grunting in anticipation of another kick from Mr. Quinton. "Look at how pathetic you are," Mr. Quinton shouted, glaring at Zachary. He then turned his attention to Charlie, boasting, "You purchased this pebble for $300? I'll give you $30,000 if you hand it over." The crowd gasped collectively upon hearing Mr. Quinton's offer, their gazes shifting to Charlie, filled with envy. He had bought the pebble for a mere $300, and just like that, its value had soared by a staggering 100 times in mere minutes. This was undoubtedly a lucrative transaction for Charlie. It was evident to everyone that the stall owner had likely gathered the pebble from a river or beach, as similar pebbles were abundant in those locations. Jacob felt a rush of excitement at Mr. Quinton's proposition. If Charlie sold the pebble, it would not only yield a profit for him but also help offset the losses Jacob had incurred with the stall owner the previous day. However, Charlie simply lifted his head and smiled at Mr. Quinton, stating, "As I mentioned earlier, I'm not selling this pebble. Even if you offer me $300,000, I still won't part with it." "You?" Mr. Quinton's expression darkened, fury flashing in his eyes. The onlookers buzzed with chatter, speculating whether Charlie's refusal was an intentional humiliation directed at Mr. Quinton. "You lowlife. Are you challenging me?" Mr. Quinton sneered at Charlie. "Do you honestly believe there's anything on Antique Street that I can't afford? Today, if I don't get what I want, no one will." With that, Mr. Quinton signaled for his bodyguards to step in. In an instant, the bodyguards rushed forward, encircling Charlie. The crowd watched in shock, while Jacob stood frozen in disbelief. The Quinton family? They wielded even more power and wealth than the White family. No wonder Mr. Quinton had casually spent $9,000 on a pair of fake Celadon cups. To him, it was pocket change. The authenticity of the antique didn't matter. He bought what he pleased simply because he could. Meanwhile, the bodyguards closed in on Charlie menacingly. Concerned that the situation might spiral out of control, Jacob glanced at Charlie, silently urging him to give the pebble to Mr. Quinton. Yet, Charlie remained undeterred, staring down the bodyguards and asserting, "I stand firm in my decision. I will not sell this pebble. Whatever you do, it's not for sale. What belongs to me is mine. No one, not even God, can take it from me. I'll show you that I can take it." Mr. Quinton retorted haughtily. "Let me make something clear, I am God. You are just a nobody who has made a grave mistake. Are you tired of living?" When the crowd caught sight of the smug look on Mr. Quinton's face, they collectively held their breath, certain that Charlie was about to be defeated in this encounter. In contrast, Charlie maintained his composure, smiling as he asked, "This can't be your first time in the antique trade. Do you know what the most crucial aspect of this industry is?" Mr. Quinton shot Charlie a frosty glare and replied, "What do you mean?" Charlie chuckled before responding, "It's definitely the rules of antique trading." Raising his voice slightly, Charlie continued, "In the antique business, it's always first come, first served. I arrived first, and I was the first to purchase this pebble. Therefore, it rightfully belongs to me. Even if you were to kneel and beg for it, I wouldn't part with it. To do so would mean allowing you to disregard the rules. Who would want to continue business with you on Antique Street if you break the rules to get your way? Mr. Quinton, you would find yourself barred from Antique Street." Mr. Quinton was momentarily speechless, anger flashing across his features. He was aware that this rule existed in the antique trade, and despite considering himself knowledgeable, he was clearly trying to flout it. If word of this incident got out, others would hesitate to do business with him, fearing they might offend their own customers. Mr. Quinton never anticipated that Charlie could leave him at a loss for words with just a few statements. Frustrated, he glared at Charlie, battling the urge to lash out physically. Ultimately, he suppressed his anger, gritting his teeth as he said, "Did you really think I was interested in that pebble? I was only trying to put you in your place. You need to understand that not everyone is suited for the antique trade. Since you clearly come from a poor background, you'd be better off going home and tending to your garden instead of interfering with the market value of these antiques." With that, Mr. Quinton rolled up his sleeves and gestured toward Charlie. "Open your eyes. Look at this. I bought this jade bracelet for $1,500,000 not long ago. Have you ever seen such a beautiful and rare piece of jade?" The jade bracelet on Mr. Quinton's arm sparkled brilliantly in the sunlight, capturing the crowd's attention as they gazed in awe. Zachary chimed in, "Wow! What an exquisite piece of jade." "Of course," Mr. Quinton replied with an air of superiority, clearly pleased with the audience's reaction. He then shot a disdainful glance at Charlie, lowering his collar to reveal a gourd-shaped pendant hanging from a necklace around his neck. "Why don't you take a look at this as well?" This chalcedony pendant was passed down from an emperor to his son during the Sui dynasty. 88 high-ranking monks even consecrated it by reciting scriptures for 108 days, and it's worth at least $3 million. Upon hearing the pendant's estimated value, the crowd leaned in for a closer look. Meanwhile, Zachary rubbed his nose in excitement, seemingly entranced by the chalcedony pendant. Mr. Quinton twirled the pendant in his fingers, sneering at Charlie. "If you're just a poor man who can't even afford decent clothes, you really shouldn't be trying to dabble in antiques. It's laughable." His tone dripped with sarcasm, causing the crowd to cast sideways glances at Charlie. Indeed, Charlie didn't appear wealthy at all, dressed in a simple white t-shirt, jeans, and sneakers, resembling an everyday working young man. Conversely, Mr. Quinton, though looking casual, wore an outfit that was undoubtedly expensive, each piece tailored and collectively worth a small fortune. Charlie regarded Mr. Quinton with a smirk, viewing him as more of a caricature than a true adversary, just a rich young man eager to flaunt his wealth. With a smile, Charlie remarked, "You must be quite wealthy, huh? But while your jade bracelet is indeed striking, it's unfortunately a fake." Mr. Quinton blinked in surprise before bellowing, "You're out of your mind. How could my jade bracelet be a fake? If you don't believe me, ask the other antique shop owners around here." Charlie shrugged, continuing, "If you're affluent enough to invest in antiques, you should at least be knowledgeable about the items you buy instead of purchasing fakes. Right now, you're just a blind man wandering through the antique world, pretending to understand it when you clearly don't." Mr. Quinton fumed with irritation. Charlie was openly mocking him and suggesting he was ignorant. He retorted sternly, "If my jade bracelet is genuine, you'll kneel and apologize to me. How does that sound?" "All right, fine," Charlie responded right away, his demeanor completely relaxed. "I can only say you're quite remarkable for genuinely believing that artificial stone is actually jade." Mr. Quinton's irritation grew, and his face turned a shade of red as Charlie's words struck a nerve. He pivoted to face the large group of onlookers surrounding them. "Mr. Zeke, Mr. Lionel, I need both of you to appraise this bracelet and confirm whether it's authentic," he demanded. The two men he addressed exchanged uneasy glances, feeling the weight of the situation. The task of determining the authenticity of an antique often puts one in a precarious position, regardless of the findings. "Mr. Quinton, we're not experts in antique appraisal," they replied hesitantly. "We can't discern the difference." Mr. Quinton's anger flared at their response. "Stop feeding me these ridiculous excuses. I expect an honest appraisal of the bracelet. Whether it's genuine jade or not, I assure you, I won't cause any trouble. But if you mislead me and an expert later proves otherwise, you'll regret it." "Please don't be upset, Mr. Quinton," both men said, stepping forward in alarm. No one who operated a stall on Antique Street dared to cross Mr. Quinton. Reluctantly, the two antique dealers approached the jade bracelet for closer inspection. After a few tense minutes, one of the men stammered, "Mr. Quinton, what this gentleman said is accurate. Your jade bracelet, the jade bracelet." The man, visibly shaken, quickly added, "Your bracelet is indeed made from artificial stone, not genuine jade." Hearing this, Mr. Quinton's face shifted to a sickly green before flushing with rage. It felt like a public humiliation, akin to a slap in the face. He swallowed hard, striving to maintain his composure. Charlie then chimed in with a smile, "Do you believe me now? I can't believe you spent $1,500,000 on an artificial stone bracelet. Mr. Quinton, you really are quite wealthy." "I misjudged this time," Mr. Quinton replied through clenched teeth. "It's just $1,500,000, do you think I can't handle a small loss? Even if my jade bracelet is a fake, the chalcedony gourd pendant is definitely real." Mr. Quinton held firm in his belief about the chalcedony gourd pendant because he had already engaged an expert who confirmed it was an authentic antique from the Sui dynasty. Charlie scoffed. "I'm afraid no one else could be as foolish as you. Who else would carry such a cursed item and still consider it a treasure?" Charlie continued, "You're lucky you haven't faced any dire consequences yet, keeping such a cursed object so close to you every day." Mr. Quinton's expression shifted dramatically. Having learned a lesson earlier, he was now uncertain if Charlie's words held any truth. He could only stare at him and ask, "Why do you say that?" Mr. Quinton was confident as he retorted, "Isn't this chalcedony gourd pendant a gift from the emperor to his son for his coming-of-age ceremony? Anyone who invests in jade knows that the gourd shape symbolizes good fortune. You really are just a poor man who knows nothing." As Charlie observed Mr. Quinton's arrogance, he couldn't help but sneer and shake his head in disbelief. "You really can't tell the difference between a gourd and a jade plug? Haven't you ever heard of the 9 orifices or the jade plugs used in ancient burial practices? What are you talking about with jade plugs and corpses?" Mr. Quinton replied, his face a mask of confusion. Charlie sighed, exasperated. "You're hopeless." He shook his head again before adding, "Have you never heard of the 9-aperture jade? What's this 9-aperture jade you speak of?" Mr. Quinton stared blankly at Charlie, completely lost. Despite his passion for collecting antiques, Mr. Quinton had never bothered to learn about them. He simply purchased whatever was deemed valuable and then boasted about his collection. "You're such a fool," Charlie mocked him. The 9-aperture jade refers to 9 jade plugs used to seal the 9 orifices of a deceased person. The first 7 orifices are located in the ears, nose, mouth, and eyes, while the last 2 are the genital and excretory openings. "Dead people!" Mr. Quinton exclaimed, his mouth agape in shock. He glanced at the chalcedony pendant hanging around his neck, panic washing over him. Suddenly, he was overcome with goosebumps. Could this chalcedony pendant have come from a corpse? Charlie continued his taunts. "Clearly, you have no idea what I'm talking about. That chalcedony pendant you're so fond of is actually a jade plug meant to seal the excretory hole of a dead person. I can't believe you've been wearing it around your neck. Doesn't it smell?" Mr. Quinton was at a loss for words, staring at the chalcedony gourd pendant in his hand. Nausea washed over him as he fought the urge to vomit. This was a jade plug that had been used on a dead body. And he had proudly worn it as if it were a treasured piece for 3 years. To make matters worse, he often placed the jade in his mouth, relishing it as if it were a precious gem. Wasn't he essentially tasting the excretory opening of a corpse? "Oh!" Unable to contain himself any longer, Mr. Quinton doubled over and started to vomit. Onlookers who had gathered to witness the spectacle now cast scornful glances in his direction. Some were openly mocking him, questioning how someone could be so foolish as to spend a fortune on such a dreadful item. Not letting up, Charlie continued, "Furthermore, that jade piece you wear has absorbed the qi from the corpse for a long time, rendering it no longer auspicious or lucky. In fact, it now harbors a very malevolent aura. If you keep it on, you might not survive the year." As soon as he finished speaking, the crowd instinctively took a few steps back, fearful of the jade's sinister aura contaminating them. Zachary, who had been standing next to Mr. Quinton, quickly moved to the other side of the stall. Though a swindler himself, he recognized that Charlie's claims were not without merit. Meanwhile, Mr. Quinton was visibly shaken, staring blankly at Charlie. Charlie's expression was cold and indifferent as he scoffed. "Has this year been particularly disastrous for you? Have you found yourself in any bloody incidents or car accidents?" Mr. Quinton focused on Charlie, his mind racing through the past year's events. Indeed, it had been a harrowing year. He had been in a severe car accident at the beginning of the year. If not for his sturdy Hummer, he would have likely perished that day. His driver had been killed instantly in the crash, while Mr. Quinton himself suffered broken ribs and spent over half a month in the hospital before he could return home. Now, cold sweat began to bead on his forehead. Without hesitation, he yanked the chalcedony pendant from his neck and hurled it to the ground. The crowd quickly backed away, eager to avoid any contact with the pendant. Charlie sneered, observing the horrified expression on Mr. Quinton's face. If he hadn't intervened today, Mr. Quinton would likely have met his end within a year. "Who are you?" Mr. Quinton gritted his teeth, glaring at Charlie. This stranger seemed to know far too much about him. Was he an enemy sent to torment him? "I'm someone you can't afford to offend." Charlie responded with a chilly tone before turning away to leave. Seeing Charlie attempt to walk away, Mr. Quinton assumed he was trying to flee. He immediately shouted, "Stop him! Who gave this kid the nerve to act like this? Someone must be supporting him. I can't afford to offend you. Ha ha ha. In all of Oris Hill, there's no one I can't afford to offend. Tie him up and break his legs. I want to find out who has the guts to challenge the Quinton family." Mr. Quinton suspected that Charlie was sent by one of his business rivals to provoke him, especially since Charlie seemed to know about the car accident he had at the beginning of the year. The bodyguard sprang into action, rushing towards Charlie without hesitation. Meanwhile, two other bodyguards approached Jacob and grabbed him roughly. Jacob was terrified. He never imagined that merely stepping out to buy antiques would lead to such chaos. As soon as the bodyguard seized Jacob, Charlie's demeanor shifted dramatically. He swiftly kicked the burly man in front of him and dashed over to Jacob's side. Without a moment's hesitation, he landed a punch on the bodyguard's face. Bam! The bodyguard who had been holding Jacob stumbled back and fell to the ground, blood streaming from his nose as he instinctively covered his face. Another bodyguard brandished an electric baton, shouting aggressively at Charlie. "Ah!" Jacob screamed in fear at the sight of the baton. "Run, Charlie!" Before Jacob could finish his sentence, Charlie swiftly dodged the electric baton and took down the bodyguard in no time, pinning his hands behind his back. Bam! The bodyguard with the baton hit the ground hard, wincing in pain as Charlie kept him restrained. Jacob stood in stunned silence, struggling to recognize the young man before him. Was this really his son-in-law? Had he always been such a skilled fighter? Charlie bent down, picking up the electric baton from the ground, and asked, "Is there anyone else who wishes to challenge me?" The crowd fell silent, their eyes fixed on Charlie in awe. Zachary was equally astonished, never expecting Charlie to possess such fighting skills. "Brother, you're incredible." Zachary felt grateful he hadn't provoked Charlie earlier, otherwise, he could have been the one lying on the ground with injuries. Once he regained his composure, Jacob turned to Charlie, astonished. "Charlie, where did you learn to fight?" "Well," Charlie smiled casually. "Dad, I often find myself bored at home while Claire is at work. I usually watch TV, and there's a wrestling program on every morning. I picked it up from there." In truth, Charlie had been adept at fighting since childhood and had extensive skills in boxing and wrestling, given that he came from a lineage of professional wrestlers. However, he couldn't reveal the full truth to his father-in-law, as he needed to keep his true identity under wraps. What surprised Charlie was how much stronger he felt. His combat skills seemed to have amplified significantly. This must be the influence of the apocalyptic book. Moreover, Charlie could sense the Reiki from the pebble he had purchased earlier flowing into his body, enhancing his overall physical condition. The crowd erupted in cheers, utterly impressed by Charlie's skills. He was such a formidable fighter that one would assume he had received professional training, not just learned from a TV show. "You learned to fight by watching a television program?" Zachary exclaimed, eyes wide in disbelief. He hurried over to Charlie, asking, "Brother, which channel or show did you watch? I want to learn to fight too." Charlie glanced at Zachary and replied curtly, "The sports channel, quack." The crowd was firmly behind Charlie, all eager to head home and check out the sports channel without delay. Mr. Quinton's face was a picture of horror at that moment, and after a brief silence, he finally seemed to regain his composure. This was utterly humiliating. The bodyguards he had hired, investing a significant amount of money into their recruitment, were all seasoned fighters meant to ensure his safety. Who would have thought? Who would have expected a young boy, seemingly out of nowhere, to take down all these professional fighters just by watching a television program? Mr. Quinton was not a fighter himself, and he was unaware of Charlie's true skills. However, his bodyguards were not oblivious. They instantly recognized his expertise the moment he engaged with them. Despite Charlie's humility, his moves were deceptively lethal, requiring no effort at all. He was not an opponent they could easily overcome. As a result, the bodyguards refrained from advancing. Instead, they regarded Charlie with a mix of curiosity and intrigue. On the sidelines, Jacob, who had no knowledge of fighting, simply assumed that Charlie was lucky and perhaps a bit stronger than the bodyguards. Jacob remained unaware that Charlie's techniques were remarkably professional and refined. With a smile directed at Mr. Quinton, Charlie asked, "So, are you coming to confront me yourself? Don't you dare come any closer." Mr. Quinton, feeling utterly intimidated, began to sweat profusely and instinctively took a few steps backward. Noticing his fear, Charlie took a step forward, closing the distance. Mr. Quinton's eyes widened in terror as he continued to retreat. If Charlie were to throw him down like one of his bodyguards earlier, he would surely find himself in the hospital for weeks. Just then, a black BMW turned the corner and parked nearby. A driver exited the car and opened the door for its owner. Mr. Quinton's face lit up upon seeing who had arrived in the black BMW. "Sister! Someone is bullying me and threatening to beat me up. Please come to my rescue." Charlie looked up to see the crowd parting for a woman clad in form-fitting black sportswear as she approached them. Her attire accentuated her physique, and she possessed a fierce, commanding presence. "That's Adam Quinton's sister." "Aurora Quinton," someone in the crowd exclaimed, causing a stir among the onlookers. Adam called out once more, "Sister, this young boy is threatening me. Please help me teach him a lesson." As Aurora neared them, she surveyed the bodyguards sprawled on the ground before fixing Charlie with a piercing glare. "Did you take them down?" Charlie replied coolly, "And if I did? What's it to you?" Aurora scoffed, "I demand that you apologize to my brother right now." "What if I choose not to?" "Then I will make you apologize, even if I have to beat you to it." Before she could finish her statement, Aurora had already launched a kick aimed at Charlie's face. Charlie was taken aback. Her fighting skill exceeded that of the previous bodyguards he had battled. Her kick was swift and powerful, clearly indicating her proficiency as a fighter. Adam observed the scene with confidence, declaring, "My sister is definitely going to take you down." Having trained for years, his sister was not just skilled but a formidable opponent. Few could defeat her in combat. However, Adam's confidence quickly morphed into shock as he witnessed the unfolding events. Too weak. Charlie felt a surge of anger and swiftly sidestepped, dodging Aurora's kick. In retaliation, he lifted his leg and landed a kick squarely on her backside, sending her crashing to the ground. Adam stood there, his jaw nearly hitting the floor as he processed what had just happened. How is this even possible?" he muttered, bewildered. Aurora was mortified. Since she began fighting, she'd never felt so humiliated, and the location of Charlie's kick only added to her embarrassment. Fuming, Aurora picked herself up and readied herself to charge at Charlie, determined to make him pay for what he had done. "Aurora, stop right there. Do not disrespect Mr. Wade." Suddenly, a middle-aged man rushed over, grabbing Aurora by the arm. Aurora, still flustered, shouted, "Dad! Let go! I'm going to make him pay. How dare he kick me? My backside is hurting because of him." "Enough!" The man snapped at Aurora, his glare fierce. He then approached Charlie with a deferential demeanor. After taking a deep breath, he spoke respectfully, "Mr. Wade, it's good to see you again. I apologize for my daughter and son's behavior. I will ensure they apologize to you and reflect on their actions when we get home." Aurora and Adam exchanged shocked glances, unable to comprehend why their father was being so submissive to this young man. Charlie recognized the man immediately. He had met him while accompanying Jasmine to appraise her antique. His name was Graeme Quinton. "Mr. Quinton, it sounds like your children need some proper discipline," Charlie replied, nodding in acknowledgement. Graeme nodded vigorously, shooting a sharp look at both Aurora and Adam. "Come here and apologize to Mr. Wade right now," he commanded. "I will not apologize to that jerk. He kicked me," Aurora retorted, her face flushed with anger. Graeme was losing his patience quickly. "I want you to apologize to him. Now." Seeing her father's temper flare, Aurora felt defeated. She bit her lip and mumbled, "I'm sorry." Meanwhile, Adam was fuming. "Father, this kid humiliated me and even kicked Aurora. Why should we apologize? You should be teaching him a lesson for us. If you can't handle it, I'll find someone who can." Slap! Graham's patience snapped, and he slapped Adam across the face without hesitation. "You idiot! Get on your knees and apologize to Mr. Wade." Adam was stunned, unable to believe his father would strike him in front of so many witnesses. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth as he instinctively covered his face, horrified at how things had spiraled out of control. But kneeling before someone in public? Wouldn't that tarnish the reputation of the Quinton family? How could he possibly hold his head high in Oris Hill again? Grinding his teeth, Graeme pressed on, "You fool. If it weren't for Mr. Wade revealing the true nature of that chalcedony pendant you've treated like a treasure, it could have cost you your life. It might have even brought ruin to the entire Quinton family." He continued, "I've been wondering why our family has faced so much bad luck lately. It turns out it's all because of you. You brought this misfortune upon us with that pendant. Think about how your grandfather would react if he knew." Realizing how serious the situation was, Adam knelt before Charlie, fear evident in his eyes. "I can't hear your apology," Graeme shouted. Yes, I'm sorry," Adam stammered, trembling in fear. Graeme turned to Charlie, speaking with respect. "Mr. Wade, is there anything else I can do to make amends? Will you accept their apology?" Charlie replied promptly, "It's fine. Since he's already on his knees asking for forgiveness, I'll let it slide this time." With a sigh of relief, Graeme asked, "Mr. Wade, I have one more question. Since Adam has discarded the chalcedony pendant, can the Quinton family avoid further misfortune?" Charlie smirked at Graham's question. "Did you honestly think it would be that simple? That jade plug was powerful. It wasn't just affecting Adam. In my honest opinion, the Quinton family is on a path to ruin within a year." Graeme was taken aback by Charlie's statement. His entire family faced ruin. Was he truly expected to pay such a steep price? Graeme felt his face drain of color as he sighed, "I've never committed any wrongs in my life. I strive to do good and assist those in need every single day. So how did I find myself in this predicament?" Charlie smiled before inquiring, "Is that why you were so eager to buy that piece of topaz earlier?" Graeme nodded, acknowledging that he had explored various options, yet nothing had worked until he crossed paths with Charlie. Initially, he had thought Charlie was simply an antique appraiser and hadn't given him much thought. However, today, Charlie had unexpectedly identified the root of their troubles without hesitation. Graeme realized that Charlie was far from an ordinary individual. He might very well be their last hope, and the future of the Quinton family rested in his hands. In desperation, Graeme clasped his hands together and implored Charlie, "Mr. Wade, I beg you to help my family." As soon as he finished speaking, he quickly instructed his assistant, who promptly left to carry out the orders. Charlie offered a faint smile and replied, "Mr. Quinton, I believe you should handle your family matters independently." He had no ties to the Quinton family. Graeme was merely someone he had met once before. Moreover, Adam had already wronged him due to the incident with the pebble. Even though Aurora was quite striking and possessed an impressive figure, she had a fiercely impulsive nature. Besides, her attractiveness meant nothing to him. She wasn't his wife, nor would they share a bed. Therefore, Charlie saw no reason to assist the Quinton family. Yet, Graeme was unwilling to let this golden opportunity to save his family slip away. He bowed deeply before Charlie, saying, "Mr. Wade, I am pleading with you. Please tell me how I can save my family." Graeme showed utmost respect towards Charlie, bowing at a full 90-degree angle. Still, Charlie remained unmoved. Seeing Charlie's indifference, Graeme's heart sank, and he immediately knelt on the ground. Without hesitation, Aurora knelt beside her father. As she knelt before Charlie, she spoke earnestly, "Mr. Wade, I realize I was reckless earlier. I apologize if I offended you in any way. The future of the Quinton family is in your hands. Please help us." Afterward, Aurora turned to Adam, who appeared utterly stunned. She slapped him across the face and scolded, "Adam! This is all you're doing. You brought that strange and malevolent thing into our lives. You even offended Mr. Wade, the only one who can assist us. Kneel before Mr. Wade and beg for his forgiveness and mercy right now." Adam was filled with fear and at a loss for words. He never imagined that the chalcedony pendant he owned would be the source of all the disaster and misfortune plaguing the Quinton family over the past year. He couldn't shift the blame onto anyone else. Furthermore, he had offended Charlie, who now seemed to be their only chance at salvation. Adam feared what his grandfather and relatives would do to him if they discovered the truth. In desperation, Adam knelt and trembled as he pleaded, "Mr. Wade, I was wrong. Please forgive me and show mercy to my family. I didn't recognize right from wrong. I'm begging you to help the Quinton family escape this looming misfortune." With that, Adam knocked his head against the ground, continuing to plead with Charlie. At that moment, Graeme's assistant returned, holding a gift box. Graeme accepted the box from his assistant and presented it to Charlie with great respect. "Mr. Wade, this is the finest jade bracelet from Emerald Court, valued at over $6 million. Please accept this gift as a token of my gratitude." Charlie glanced at the gift box in Graeme's hands. Inside was a beautifully crafted jade bracelet, crystal clear in appearance. The onlookers gasped at the sight of the jade bracelet, knowing it was the most expensive one in Emerald Court, worth at least $6 million. Yet here was Graeme, instructing his assistant to procure it as a gift for Charlie, even going so far as to plead for Charlie to accept it. It was clear that Graeme held Charlie in high regard. But who exactly was Charlie? Charlie's father-in-law was left utterly perplexed. It was the first time he had ever faced such an unforeseen circumstance in his life. Charlie examined the jade bracelet but hesitated to accept it right away. After a quick glance at it, he turned to Graeme with a smile and asked, "Mr. Quinton, what makes you so confident that I can resolve this issue for you?" Graeme responded earnestly, "If Mr. Wade can't find a solution, then no one else in the world will be able to help." Charlie couldn't help but smile. Graeme was correct. He indeed had a way to address the problem and steer the Quinton family away from disaster. This was because he had previously read about this malevolent spirit in the apocalyptic book, and the method for resolving it was clear and straightforward. Charlie casually picked up the jade bracelet and studied it closely. Upon inspection, he noted how remarkably clear and transparent the jade was. It would undoubtedly look breathtaking on his wife Claire's wrist. As for Graeme, truth be told, he wasn't a bad person. His only mistake was his failure to adequately guide his family's descendants. Considering that Graeme was pleading for his assistance, Charlie felt it wouldn't hurt to help him out. Therefore, Charlie said, "Since you're asking so earnestly, I'll do you the favor and assist." With that, he accepted the jade bracelet from Graeme. Graeme was overjoyed when he saw Charlie take the bracelet. He quickly bowed again, expressing his gratitude. "Mr. Wade, thank you immensely for helping us out of this predicament. The Quinton family has a strong reputation in Oris Hill, and if you ever need anything in the future, please reach out. I will do my utmost to assist you." The crowd was taken aback by this unexpected turn of events. There was hope for the Quinton family. Charlie pondered for a moment before responding, "All right then. I will assist you this time." Graeme excitedly shook Charlie's hand, saying, "Yes, please, Mr. Wade. Thank you." Charlie then requested a piece of yellow talisman and some cinnabar from the owner of the antique stall next door. After drawing a few symbols on the yellow paper, he handed it to Graeme. Place this talisman on the jade plug and take it home. Be sure to burn incense daily. After 7 to 49 days, the evil spirit will be entirely expelled from the jade plug. During this period, your family should adopt a vegetarian diet and avoid harming any living creatures. Remember to shower every day and ensure that you burn incense without fail. Mr. Wade, I truly appreciate your guidance. I will certainly follow your instructions. Graeme accepted the talisman from Charlie with immense gratitude. He carefully placed it on the jade plug and wrapped it in a yellow paper bag. As soon as he secured the talisman on the jade plug, Graeme felt an incredible lightness throughout his body. He instantly felt revitalized and knew that Charlie's method was effective. He was elated. It was such incredible fortune that he had crossed paths with Charlie that day, otherwise, the Quinton family would have faced utter ruin. Meanwhile, Zachary watched Charlie with admiration and awe. As Graeme began to pack up, Zachary rushed over to Charlie, a sly grin on his face. Big brother, could you do me a favor? Can you tell me how I can find a beautiful wife? Charlie frowned at Zachary's question. Shaking his head, he replied, if you genuinely want to attract a beautiful wife, the first step is to consider getting plastic surgery. Aurora, standing nearby, couldn't help but chuckle. Zachary was indeed quite unattractive, making it highly unlikely for any girl to fall for him. In contrast, Charlie was undeniably handsome. With a warm smile, Graeme addressed Mr. Wade respectfully, saying, Mr. Wade, we will always remember your generosity toward the Quinton family. I apologize for the short notice, but I would like to invite you to the Quinton family mansion for dinner tomorrow. It would be my honor to host a banquet in your honor as a personal thank you for your kindness. Charlie shook his head, responding indifferently, I appreciate the invitation, but I have plans for tomorrow. He added, the only reason I helped you today is that I recognize the good you've done for others. Otherwise, I wouldn't have intervened. Do you understand? Graeme was momentarily taken aback but then laughed and nodded. I understand. Mr. Wade, should you ever need assistance in the future, please don't hesitate to reach out. The Quinton family will always welcome you. Promptly, Graeme pulled out a gold-plated business card, inscribed with his personal contact details. Without glancing at the card, Charlie took it and turned to lead his father-in-law out of the venue. Graeme watched them depart, then turned to Adam with a stern look. From now on, if you encounter Mr. Wade in Oris Hill, you must bow and greet him respectfully. I don't want any more trouble. Adam replied defensively, I didn't realize I'd offend someone like him on this street. Aurora's expression was icy as she watched Charlie leave, her teeth clenched. Despite her respect for his skills and knowledge, she couldn't shake off the humiliation of being kicked. For someone as proud as she was, such an affront was simply unforgivable. Graeme sighed, attempting to reassure her. Aurora, please don't seek revenge on Mr. Wade. Our family needs his help to navigate this difficult situation. Do you really think it will work? Adam muttered quietly. Graeme shot him a disapproving glare. If you keep talking like that, I swear I'll break your legs. Adam fell silent, not wanting to provoke his father further. Aurora, too, stomped her foot in frustration, saying, I know, Dad. I won't provoke him. But the more she thought about it, the angrier and more uneasy she felt. What a pity, Graeme sighed, shaking his head. Aurora turned to him, curious. What do you think is a pity? Graeme glanced at her and replied, it's a shame that Mr. Wade is already married. Otherwise, I think you two would make a wonderful couple. Aurora's face flushed with embarrassment and annoyance. Dad, what are you saying? On their way home, Jacob was still in shock. He couldn't believe the head of the Quinton family had treated his son-in-law, who seemed like a nobody, with such respect. Charlie, was anything you told Mr. Quinton true? Jacob couldn't help but ask, feeling confused. It seemed his son-in-law was becoming more duplicitous by the day. Charlie chuckled, responding, well, half of it was true, and the other half might be a stretch. Isn't it more intriguing to keep some mystery? Jacob was taken aback by Charlie's response and scolded him immediately. Oh my God, what have you done? I can't believe you would lie to the Quinton family. You even accepted that lavish jade bracelet. Do you have any idea what they could do to us if they found out? Charlie shrugged, replying, what's the worst that could happen? I can always return the bracelet. What can they do, kill me? Jacob sighed, feeling helpless. Although he was worried, he realized the Quinton family probably wouldn't take extreme action against them. Perhaps Charlie's gamble would indeed help the family. They had no choice but to take that risk. Once home, Charlie retreated to his bedroom and took out the peace and wealth pebble he had acquired from Zachary. Suddenly, he felt a wave of energy coursing through him, bringing warmth, but also a strong discomfort in his chest and stomach. Before long, he began to sweat profusely, expelling dark impurities from his body. Once that passed, Charlie felt his body gradually relaxing. After some time, Charlie experienced a sudden surge of energy coursing through his body, invigorating all his senses, bones, and blood. It was Reiki. Upon examining the stone once more, Charlie noticed that it appeared to be absorbing all the spiritual energy, rendering it indistinguishable from an ordinary, lifeless stone. He attempted to use the cultivation method outlined in the apocalyptic book, but he found that he could no longer extract the Reiki from the stone. Feeling disheartened, he returned the stone to his pocket. Deep down, he sensed that the stone held great significance, yet he had no means to investigate it further. It seemed he needed to refine his skills before he could work with the stone again. Hastily, he decided to take a bath, as he felt sticky from the excessive sweating. By the time he finished, it was already past 5 p.m. when Claire called him. On the phone, Claire informed Charlie that she was currently in a meeting with the Grand group discussing project details. Due to the road space rationing restrictions, she hadn't driven that day and asked if Charlie could pick her up at the Grand group in her father's BMW 530. Charlie readily agreed to help his wife. He requested the car key from Jacob and drove directly to the Grand group. As soon as he arrived at the company's main entrance, he took out his phone to call Claire. However, she didn't pick up. Instead, she sent him a quick text, Charlie, I'm still in the meeting with the project team. Please wait for me downstairs for a bit. Thank you. Alright, I'll wait for you downstairs, Charlie replied, stepping out of the car to smoke while he waited. At that moment, Doris, the vice chairman of the Grand group, called him, asking, Mr. Wade, are you at the company? Curious, Charlie replied, how do you know? I'm in my office, and I saw your car. Charlie instinctively looked up and smiled, asking, is there something you'd like to discuss with me? Yes, actually. Since your wife is still in a meeting and it may take some time, I'd like to know if you have a moment. I want to update you on the company's recent developments. Charlie considered her words. He realized he hadn't been involved with the company recently. As the chairman, it was important for him to stay informed about the company's affairs, so he replied. Sure, I'll come up right away. Please head directly to your office, I'll meet you there. Okay. After ending the call, Charlie walked into the building, took the elevator, and headed straight to the chairman's office on the top floor. As he stepped out of the elevator and made his way toward his office, a door suddenly swung open behind him. It was Laureen, who was on her way to the restroom when she unexpectedly encountered a familiar figure just outside her office. She didn't initially recognize Charlie but sensed that he bore a striking resemblance to the mysterious man from the video. Could he be the chairman she had longed to meet? Had he finally arrived at the office? Laureen felt a rush of excitement. After all, her primary reason for coming to Oris Hill and the Grand group was to connect with the enigmatic chairman and, ideally, become his companion. If she succeeded, she could elevate the entire Thomas family to new heights. This mission was not only crucial for her family but also a source of sustenance for her ambitions. However, Laureen was feeling frustrated. Despite working there for several days, she hadn't yet laid eyes on the chairman. How could she advance if she hadn't even met the man? So when she finally caught a glimpse of him, her joy was palpable. Determined, she quickly jogged after him, eager to catch up and introduce herself. Charlie heard the faint sound of footsteps rustling behind him. Glancing at the glass window with the edge of his vision, he realized that Laureen was tailing him. Oh no! If Laureen caught sight of him here, she would likely assume he was the chairman of the Emgrand group. Even worse, she might piece things together and discover that he was the young master of the Wade family. This could lead to serious trouble. As Laureen closed in, Charlie quickened his pace, slipped into the chairman's office, and swiftly locked the door behind him. Laureen was taken aback by his sudden burst of speed. By the time she decided to pursue him, he was already safely inside the office. Letting out a sigh of frustration, she murmured to herself, "That's strange, why do I feel like the chairman is deliberately avoiding me?" Refusing to give up on the opportunity, she took a deep breath, knocked on the door, and announced, "Hello, Mr. Chairman, I'm Laureen Thomas, the new administrative director. I'd like to report on our department's progress." Charlie intentionally lowered his voice and replied, "Have you reported to Miss Young? The company policy prohibits employees from bypassing their direct superior, you know." "I'm sorry, I forgot." Laureen felt slightly rattled by his authoritative tone, thinking, is the chairman upset that I went over Doris's head, or does he simply not want to see me at all? Not daring to linger in front of Charlie's office any longer, she turned and left sheepishly. Once Laureen's footsteps faded away, Charlie let out a sigh of relief. That was a close call, she almost caught him. He considered his situation. He needed to be at the company from time to time, and with Laureen's office on the same floor, the likelihood of running into her again was high. Just then, Doris walked into his office. Charlie quickly said to her, "Doris, I need your assistance with something." Doris nodded, "Of course. What do you need?" "Please relocate Laureen Thomas to a different position." After a brief pause, he inquired, "What roles in our company don't require constant office attendance?" "Sales or commercial affairs," Doris replied. "Both of these positions typically involve going out for business and don't require being in the office all the time." "Perfect," Charlie nodded. "Then let's move her to be the sales director." "No problem at all. I'll arrange that as soon as I get back to my office," Doris assured him. Next, Doris shared updates on the company's recent developments with Charlie. The new 6-star hotel project had officially kicked off, located at the base of Dispensing Hill, boasting stunning views and an exclusive atmosphere. Once completed, this hotel would be the first of its kind in Oris Hill, symbolizing luxury and elegance. The project was progressing smoothly, with construction expected to wrap up in 2 years, allowing operations to commence in 2.5 years. At that point, the hotel would become a significant revenue source for the Emgrand Group. Charlie instructed Doris, "If my wife is performing well on the project and has some extra time, assign her a few side projects." "Absolutely, I'll make sure of that." Glancing at his watch, Charlie noted that his wife would be finishing her meeting soon, so he said, "Please call Laureen to your office now, it'll be the perfect opportunity for me to leave." Doris nodded and headed back to her office to call Laureen. Laureen rushed to Doris's office as soon as she got the call. Meanwhile, Charlie seized the opportunity and hurried downstairs. Upon reaching his car, he spotted Claire exiting the building, looking tired and worn out. She expressed her frustration, saying, "I have too much on my plate, 24 hours just aren't enough." With a heavy heart, Charlie suggested, "Why not delegate some tasks to others? Or perhaps consider not doing everything?" "No way," Claire replied firmly. "I was just appointed as the director, and I need to show my dedication to solidify my position. If I don't work hard, my cousin will jump at the chance to undermine me." The thought of Harold, with his repugnant demeanor, annoyed Claire greatly. He always seemed to act against her interests and undermine her efforts. As they made their way home, Claire closed her eyes to catch a moment of rest, while Charlie drove attentively, ensuring not to disturb her. In Doris's office, Laureen received surprising news from Doris regarding a new appointment that left her feeling a bit bewildered. Having only recently been made the administrative director, she was now being transferred to the sales department. Why was this happening? Doris explained, "I believe you have immense talent that's being wasted in administration. After reviewing your resume, your background in business management and marketing makes sales a much better fit for you." Sales and marketing are crucial for our company's success. If you excel in this new role, it could lead to great opportunities for you. Doris was being sincere. The sales department indeed held greater significance than administration. It was the revenue-generating powerhouse of the company, while administration dealt with more mundane tasks. Lorraine didn't dwell on the implications for long. If she could excel in sales and contribute positively to the company's profits, perhaps the chairman would take notice of her efforts. This was exciting news for her. As soon as she left Doris's office, brimming with joy, she called her close friend Claire. When Claire answered, Lorraine exclaimed, "Claire, I'm the new sales director." "Really?" Claire perked up, clearly excited by the news. "That's fantastic. You've always belonged in sales. It was too limiting for you to be in administration. Now you'll have the chance to truly shine." "Yay!" Lorraine replied cheerfully. "Let's celebrate with dinner later. Invite Charlie too." In a tired voice, Claire said, "Honestly, we're almost home, and I'm completely drained today. Can we postpone the celebration?" Understanding Claire's busy schedule, Lorraine quickly responded, "Of course. You've been working so hard with all those meetings and overtime. Go home and relax. We'll celebrate once the project is on track." "Sounds good," Claire agreed. "Once this workload eases up, we'll definitely get together for some fun." Lorraine chuckled, "It's a deal." However, after ending the call, Lorraine felt a wave of disappointment wash over her. Living in Oris Hill, she didn't have many friends. Claire was her only confidant. Now, stepping into her new role as sales director and having a larger platform to showcase her skills, she felt a pang of loneliness knowing she had no one to celebrate with. Just as she let out a weary sigh, her phone rang unexpectedly. It was Harold. Lorraine hesitated to answer the call as she glanced at Harold's name flashing on her phone screen. She wasn't fond of Harold and could easily see through his shallow intentions. He was clearly trying to get close to her, aiming to win her heart. The mere thought of him annoyed her, prompting her to hang up immediately. Yet, Harold was persistent and didn't take her silence for an answer. After multiple attempts, Lorraine finally picked up the phone and answered coolly, "What's up, Harold?" On the other end, Harold quickly responded, "Lorraine, I just heard you've been appointed as the sales director. Is it true?" Lorraine was taken aback. "How did you find out so quickly?" Harold chuckled. "I have friends at Grand Group who told me about the official announcement, so I wanted to call and congratulate you." "Oh," Lorraine replied, "yes, I've been appointed as the sales director." "Congratulations!" Harold exclaimed with enthusiasm. "That's a position with a lot of power. You're so lucky." Lorraine responded flatly, "Thanks. You've been in Oris Hill for some time now, but we haven't seen each other often. I'm sorry about the unfortunate incident at Heaven Springs the other day. To make it up to you, I'd love to take you out to dinner tonight. It's a special occasion with your new role, and it deserves a celebration. What do you think?" Lorraine instinctively began to decline, "I might have to work overtime tonight. We should celebrate while it's still fresh. Otherwise, the excitement will fade by tomorrow. Besides, you don't have many friends in Oris Hill. How about I reserve a table just for the two of us? It'll be a quiet celebration. What do you say?" Lorraine felt a bit touched by his offer. Truthfully, she was eager to celebrate her accomplishment, but Claire was unavailable, and she couldn't think of anyone else to share the moment with. Harold's call, despite his insincere nature, became her second best option. Two people celebrating together felt better than being alone. Finally, she relented, saying, "All right, send me the address." "Great. I've reserved a table at Oris Bistro. Just mention my name when you arrive." Lorraine nodded. "Sounds good, I'll be there shortly." Lorraine left her office and took a taxi to Oris Bistro, one of the top restaurants in Oris Hill, though it didn't quite compare to Heaven Springs. As she arrived, she spotted Harold standing at the entrance, tall and poised. Dressed in a suit with a slick hairstyle, he tried to appear smart and sophisticated. However, the bandage on his arm was an unwelcome distraction that marred his polished look. Loreen, on the other hand, wore a casual t-shirt and jeans, exuding a youthful and vibrant energy. She caught the attention of everyone around her as she stepped out of the taxi. Harold grinned awkwardly and quickly approached Loreen, saying, "Hi. You look beautiful today. Let's head inside, our table is ready." "Thank you," Loreen replied with a polite smile. Once seated, their meal was promptly served. Harold ordered a bottle of fine red wine and then turned to Loreen, suggesting, "It's such a happy occasion, why don't we toast with some wine?" Loreen quickly shook her head, saying, "I think I'll pass. I'll just have some juice." "No way!" Harold exclaimed. He hoped to get Loreen tipsy, thinking it might create an opportunity for him, but her immediate refusal left him disappointed. Loreen apologized, "I'm really sorry, Harold. I'm not feeling well today, so I can't drink. Let's plan to have a drink together another time." Loreen had a strong intuition about what was going on in Harold's mind, and she felt the need to shield herself from any unwanted situations. As a result, she resolved not to drink with him that evening. Harold was disappointed when Loreen turned down his request for drinks, but he kept his feelings to himself and replied, "That's fine, let's just have juice instead." Loreen smiled and said, "I appreciate your understanding." At the same time, a seemingly charming young man at the neighboring table was captivated by Loreen. The moment he saw her enter the restaurant, he was drawn to her graceful demeanor and presence. "She's stunning and otherworldly, like a fairy who has just touched down on Earth," he thought, enchanted by Loreen's beauty. After watching their exchange for a while, he realized that Loreen and Harold were not in a romantic relationship, which prompted him to seize the opportunity to approach her. Summoning his courage, he stood up, walked over to their table, and said to Loreen, "Hello, I couldn't help but be mesmerized the moment you walked in. Would it be possible for me to have your number?" Loreen was taken aback by his unexpected advance. She hadn't anticipated someone would approach her like this during her night out. Meanwhile, Harold seethed with irritation. Who was this guy? Didn't he see Harold was trying to charm Loreen? How dare he interrupt them? Before Loreen could respond, Harold shot back, "Who do you think you are? What are you doing bothering us at our table?" The young man replied calmly, "I'm speaking to this lovely lady, so please mind your own business." He then turned back to Loreen. "Miss, I've noticed you for a while now. I didn't want to intrude on your meal, but I simply couldn't let this chance slip away. Please forgive my boldness." Harold was fuming. Where did this guy come from? How dare he try to win over Loreen? With a fierce glare, Harold warned, "I suggest you back off while I'm being polite. If you dare to speak to her again or even look our way, I'll make you regret it." The young man frowned, looking at Loreen, and asked, "Is he your boyfriend?" Loreen shook her head in response. The young man then turned back to Harold and said, "If you're not her boyfriend, what's the issue with me expressing my feelings?" Harold smirked. "I don't like you looking at her. Keep your eyes to yourself." The young man frowned once more. "Why are you acting so arrogant? Do you really think you're something special? Listen, I'm from the Wilson family, so I suggest you leave us alone if you want to avoid trouble." Loreen felt a wave of annoyance wash over her. First, she was put off by the young man's forthrightness with his confession. Secondly, she found Harold's arrogant demeanor equally repulsive. The young man shot Harold an irritated look and said coldly, "The Wilson family? You? Don't make me laugh. I warn you, stop pretending to be someone you're not, or you'll find it hard to leave this restaurant." Harold's anger boiled over, feeling like a bear with a thorn in its paw. He was now an easy target for anyone. He had already humiliated himself once when he asked Loreen out, and if he failed again, he'd lose any chance he had with her. In a fit of rage, he grabbed the wine bottle from the table and shouted, "Shut up, punk. You asked for this." In an instant, he smashed the bottle over the young man's head. With a loud crash, blood erupted from the young man's wound, spilling across the floor. The young man felt a wave of dizziness wash over him from the brutal impact, nearly collapsing onto the floor. The diners around them were taken aback by the unexpected uproar. With a fierce glare, Harold directed his fury at the young man, whose head was soaked in his own blood. "Get lost, or I'll break your leg," he sneered. The young man clutched his head and retorted, "All right, tough guy, just wait and see." With that, he dashed out of the restaurant. Harold smirked and spat, "What a loser. Who does he think he is to threaten me? I'm Harold Wilson, damn it." He then turned to Lorraine, wearing a self-satisfied expression. "You know, there are always these annoying pests wherever you go. Don't let him ruin our evening. Let's enjoy our dinner." Unfortunately, the unsettling incident had completely shattered Lorraine's celebratory mood. She simply nodded in silence. Throughout the meal, Harold attempted to uplift the atmosphere with conversation, but Lorraine remained uninterested. To her, Harold was merely an incompetent and reckless man. Even if he were the last man on Earth, he wouldn't make her list. Conversely, Harold believed that Lorraine would be charmed by his bravado after he dealt with that foolish young man. Instead, she appeared increasingly repulsed and disgusted by him. Feeling dejected, Harold noticed the annoyance etched on Lorraine's face. If she disliked men who resorted to violence, then he had truly shot himself in the foot by smashing the wine bottle over the young man's head, hadn't he? Throughout the meal, Harold's spirits sunk. After they finished dining, he suggested heading out for a second round to get better acquainted, but Lorraine frowned at him and replied, "It's getting late, I need to head home." "Thanks for dinner." A shadow of disappointment crossed Harold's face. "Let me escort you home, then." Lorraine shook her head firmly. "No, that's all right. I'll just grab a taxi." Her intent to distance herself from Harold was clear. Fury simmered within Harold, but he masked it with politeness. "At least let me see you off, so I know which car you get into." This time, Lorraine didn't object. She nodded and quietly walked out of the restaurant, with Harold quickly following her. He was irked by how the evening had unfolded. He had envisioned a romantic outing and a heartfelt confession to Lorraine, but that unfortunate young man had ruined everything. To make matters worse, he had likely left a negative impression on her too. It was just not his day. "If I ever come across that bastard again, I'll make him pay," Harold muttered under his breath. Meanwhile, Charlie had just finished dinner and was tidying up the dishes. Claire called out anxiously, "Charlie, I need that supplier quotation from my bag. Did you see it?" Charlie shook his head. "Nope, I haven't touched your bag since we got back." Claire paused, trying to recall where she had seen it, then slapped her forehead in realization. "Oh no, I think I left it in the meeting room. I need it for tomorrow morning. Can you drive me there to pick it up?" Charlie chuckled softly. "Look at you, you're exhausted. Just go rest, I'll get it for you." Claire smiled gratefully. "You're right, I am worn out." "Thanks, dear. The file number is GY20191101. "No problem, my dear." Charlie grabbed the car keys and stepped out the door. Meanwhile, Harold and Lorraine had exited the restaurant and were standing by the roadside. Lorraine was scanning for an empty taxi when suddenly, a group of muscular men burst out of 3 white vans parked nearby, charging towards them with an intimidating presence. The men obscured their faces with black cloths and brandished steel pipes, clearly seeking revenge. "Damn it!" Harold gasped in fear as he saw them approaching. The color drained from Lorraine's face as well. She realized these men were there because of the young man, and it looked like they were ready to strike. Sure enough, the young man with the bloody bandage on his head appeared and shouted, "Damn it, run!" As soon as he yelled, the group of men lunged towards Harold. "I'm from the Wilson family. Don't you dare touch me!" Harold felt panic and confusion take over, but he mustered a defiant shout. A burly man grinned mockingly as he lifted his steel pipe, preparing to strike. As Harold watched the steel pipe aimed directly at him, a wave of terror washed over him, so intense that he nearly lost control of himself. In a panic, he seized Lorraine's hand and thrust her forward towards the men, then sprinted to his car. He flung the door open, jumped inside, and sped away without a backward glance. Loreen cried out in alarm as she stumbled towards the men, her anger boiling over when she saw Harold fleeing like a coward. Damn it! Harold Wilson is such a wimp. After creating chaos, he had the audacity to use a woman as a shield in such a dire situation and escape on his own. He was the most despicable scoundrel she had ever encountered. The young man nearby cursed as he witnessed Harold's retreat. Damn that guy! He left her here and just ran. What a loser! Turning to Loreen, he sneered, "Hey, beauty, you better call that bastard back, or you'll be next." Loreen, panicking, replied, "He and I are just acquaintances. Please don't drag me into this." The young man gestured to his bandaged head, growling, "Look, I've got 16 stitches. I won't rest until I get my revenge. If he doesn't return for you, I'll take you home and we'll spend the night together as some sort of twisted compensation." Loreen gasped in horror. "What? You can't do that. It's illegal." "Illegal?" he barked. "Do you really think you can lecture me about the law? I am the law. Once I'm done with you, you'll learn what real justice looks like." A chill ran through Loreen as despair gripped her heart. I'll call him right now." With trembling hands, she pulled out her phone and dialed Harold's number. Meanwhile, Harold was behind the wheel, desperately trying to put as much distance as possible between himself and the men. His heart raced when he saw Loreen's name flash on his phone. Damn it! All he had been able to think about was escaping, abandoning Loreen in the process. She must have been furious with him now. What terrible luck! Initially, he had hoped to connect with her, leveraging her ties to the Thomas family to elevate his own status. But now, he had managed to offend her deeply. How could he even answer her call? He knew she was calling to ask him to come back, that was obvious to anyone. But would he survive if he returned? Those men looked menacing, brandishing their steel pipes. Even if they didn't kill him, a beating from them could leave him permanently injured. In the grand scheme, staying alive took precedence over any relationship. Thus, he chose to ignore her calls and kept driving. Loreen felt a wave of desperation and disappointment when her calls went unanswered. She pleaded with the young man, "I can give you money. Please let me go, this has nothing to do with me." The young man smirked maliciously. "I don't want your money. I want you." Fear coursed through Loreen, and she realized that if she didn't act quickly, this man would never let her go. Summoning her courage, she grit her teeth and kicked the young man between the legs when he wasn't looking. He hadn't anticipated her resistance. He howled in pain and loosened his grip on her, instinctively swinging a knife toward her. Loreen tried to flee, but a sharp pain shot through her thigh. She screamed and collapsed onto the ground. A dagger had pierced her leg, blood oozing from the gruesome wound. "You think you can escape from me?" the young man bellowed. Grabbing her by the hair, he sneered, "Congratulations, you've just set me off. My buddies and I will make sure to take good care of you tonight." Loreen's cheeks were soaked with tears of despair. She could see her own demise looming ahead. She knew this man wouldn't let her go, and the fear that her life could end in this moment consumed her. At a time like this, there seemed to be no one to rescue her from this nightmare. What she didn't notice was a black BMW drawing closer, where Charlie, the driver, frowned at the scene unfolding before him. Sharp, agonizing pain shot through Loreen's leg, sending waves of distress throughout her body. Overwhelmed with despair, tears streamed down her cheeks uncontrollably. A young man watched her, a sly grin spreading across his face as he took in her tear-streaked yet beautiful visage. He cleared his throat and barked, "Get her in the car." From the side, a voice rang out, "Mr. Westbrook, when will we get a chance to enjoy the sweet lady?" Coldly, the young man replied, "Once I'm finished with her, you can do as you please." Just as he reached out to grab her and pull her toward the car, a sudden scream pierced the air behind the men. "Arg!" Instantly, a chorus of painful screams erupted around them. Furious, the young man turned and yelled, "What's happening?" But before he could react, a powerful gust of wind rushed toward him. He barely had time to dodge when a searing pain struck his face. Blood sprayed before his eyes as his nose snapped with a sickening crack, and crimson liquid flowed from his nostrils. As if struck by a sledgehammer, he howled in agony, his body swaying before collapsing backward. On the ground, he caught sight of his men sprawled out like lifeless bodies, resembling a pack of dead dogs. Lorraine looked up in horror, her wide, sparkling eyes filled with shock. Before her stood a man in a black mask, his eyes sharp and cold, like daggers. Surprise and relief washed over Lorraine simultaneously. Who is he? Is he here to save me? Yes, he must be here to help. The young man lay on the floor, blood coating his face. The masked figure moved with astonishing speed, quickly subduing 4 of the attackers. The remaining men, momentarily stunned by the sudden ambush, soon snapped back to reality and charged at him, shouting for their comrades. Who are you? Lorraine asked, gazing up at him as if she were in the presence of a superhero. Instead of answering, the masked man swiftly scooped her up and dashed into the depths of an alley. Gasping for breath, Lorraine felt her heart racing in her chest, still reeling from the shock of the encounter. Behind them, the angry shouts of the burly men and the roar of motorcycles filled the night air, clearly in hot pursuit. The cool night breeze brushed against her face as the man sprinted away from the gang. Weak from blood loss and the panic of the situation, Lorraine could do little more than cling to him. Strangely, she sensed that the man's breath felt oddly familiar. Unbeknownst to her, the mysterious figure carrying her was none other than Charlie, her good friend's husband. As Charlie drove through the area, he noticed Lorraine surrounded by a group of thugs. Alarmed that she might be in danger, he quickly donned a mask and rushed to her rescue. Thanks to the transformation and enhancements from the Reiki of the White Stone, Charlie's abilities had significantly improved, boosting both his stamina and speed. He zigzagged through various alleys, expertly evading their pursuers until they were finally out of sight. After running a great distance with Lorraine in his arms, Charlie came to a halt in the heart of a park. As darkness settled in, the park became enveloped by dense foliage and bushes, providing an ideal hiding place should they be pursued further. Setting Lorraine down gently, Charlie frowned at the sight of her pants, soaked with blood. Despite her severe blood loss, Lorraine fought to remain conscious. Her face had turned pale, resembling a blank sheet of paper as she expressed her gratitude. "Thank you for saving me. May I ask, who are you?" Charlie stole a glance at Lorraine, holding back his thoughts. "You've always looked down on me. What's the use of revealing my true self? It will only complicate things for both of us." With that, he resolved to keep his identity a secret. His decision to rescue her was motivated by his beloved wife Claire, not because he harbored any special feelings for Lorraine. Lorraine, sensing his silence, recognized that Charlie was reluctant to disclose who he was. She decided against pressing him for answers. Despite this, Lorraine had a strong, independent nature and refused to rely on men under any circumstances. She felt both awkward and unsettled for not being able to express her gratitude for his assistance. As she opened her mouth to ask again, a rough, cold voice interrupted her thoughts. "Take off your pants." Lorraine's eyes widened in shock. She felt a wave of shame and agitation wash over her as she noticed the masked man's gaze sweeping over her body. She had thought she had escaped a dangerous situation, only to find herself ensnared in another. Looking around, she realized she was in a desolate place, and with his skills and strength, no one would hear her cries for help. In a state of desperation, Lorraine clenched her teeth and warned fiercely, "Don't even think about touching me. I refuse to be victimized by anyone. I would rather die than let you harm me." Charlie was taken aback by her fierce rejection. He softened his tone and pointed to her leg, saying, "The stab wound on your hamstring is dangerously close to the aorta. If it's not treated quickly, you could suffer severe damage. If I take you to the hospital before stopping the bleeding, you'll lose too much blood, and it will be too late. What do you think I should do?" Lorraine stared at him, astonished, her cheeks flushing a deep crimson. She had initially thought he intended to assault her, but... Charlie let out a quiet sigh as he observed Lorraine's bewildered expression. Clearing her throat, Lorraine asked hesitantly, "See, can you help me stop the bleeding?" Charlie nodded. Yes, I've studied traditional Chinese medicine and can apply acupuncture techniques to halt the bleeding and lessen the injury. Then you'll have enough time to get to the hospital for further treatment. Thank you, Lorraine replied softly, her face as red as a ripe tomato. She glanced at her wound, feeling conflicted and embarrassed. The injury was inconveniently located on her upper thigh, meaning she would have to remove her pants for him to treat it. But wouldn't that mean he would see her bare legs? Lorraine had been raised in the strict Thomas family, where she maintained a respectful distance from men, never allowing any physical contact. Moreover, the Thomas family's doctor was a renowned specialist abroad, and she doubted whether mere acupuncture could effectively stop the bleeding and treat her injury. After considering her options, Lorraine finally said, I appreciate your help, but please just take me to the hospital. I think I can manage. Charlie frowned in frustration, fully aware of her thought process. Lorraine likely believed her injury wasn't severe enough to warrant immediate treatment, unaware that the only reason she felt stable was due to the trace of Reiki he had discreetly infused into her body while carrying her. Otherwise, she would have already succumbed to the blood loss. In reality, Lorraine thought her injury was minor and attempted to stand. However, as soon as she moved, the wound opened up, and a torrent of blood gushed forth. Stars danced before her eyes, and darkness began to creep in. Her legs buckled beneath her, and she collapsed to the ground, her face turning as pale as snow. Charlie frowned and said, See? I warned you that if you moved again, you could lose your leg. Even if we get you to the hospital now, it's too late for treatment. You're losing too much blood and could go into hypovolemic shock before the ambulance arrives. So, it's either treatment or death, make your choice now. As Lorraine held her leg, she realized the man was not joking, blood seeped through her fingers. The thought of removing her pants in front of a stranger made her mind race. Faced with the dire choice between life and death, Lorraine hesitated for a moment but ultimately accepted the harsh reality. She was determined to survive, and the thought of becoming disabled terrified her. She glanced up at the masked man, her cheeks flushed a deep red, her heart racing, and her body shifting uncomfortably. Finally, in a soft voice, she murmured, Okay, thank you. Charlie acknowledged her agreement with a nod. He crouched down, seized her pants, and ripped them apart with force. Lorraine averted her gaze, taking a deep breath as her face burned with embarrassment and her heart raced almost out of control. Charlie remained calm, like a still lake. Noticing the stab wound on her left leg, he positioned his index and middle fingers together, targeting specific acupoints, and pressed down firmly. A wave of Reiki flowed from his fingers into her injury. His entire focus was on the wound, ignoring everything else. With remarkable speed, he worked on several acupoints, and gradually, the bleeding began to subside. Drawing on the medical techniques from the apocalyptic book, he could have fully healed Lorraine's injuries then and there, reconnecting her veins and tissues. However, he chose not to overwhelm her. Instead, he utilized his fingers as acupuncture needles to stop the bleeding and mend her damaged veins and muscles. She would only need to visit the hospital for minor wounds and could be discharged soon. Lorraine's heart raced nervously as the masked man tended to her injury. To her astonishment, after he applied pressure to her leg, the pain diminished, and the bleeding ceased, leaving her completely shocked. She had never anticipated that the Chinese medicine her family dismissed as ineffective could prove to be more efficient than Western treatments. All done, Charlie stated matter-of-factly as he stood up and turned away. Try standing up and see how it feels. Taking his advice, Lorraine attempted to rise and was genuinely taken aback to find that her leg had stopped bleeding. With a shy lift of her face, she said, Since you won't share your name, can I at least have the chance to repay your kindness? No thanks, Charlie replied firmly, wishing to keep his identity hidden. But you saved my life. If I can't thank you properly, I'll feel indebted forever, Lorraine insisted. She removed a necklace from around her neck and added, This necklace was a gift from my grandfather at my coming-of-age party. You saved me, and I want you to have it. In her palm rested a platinum chain adorned with a crystal-clear pink diamond pendant. Charlie was inclined to refuse her gift, but sensing a gentle Reiki emanating from the pink diamond, he reconsidered and accepted it. Next, he removed his jacket and wrapped it around her waist, saying, "I apologize for tearing your pants earlier. I've called the nearest hospital using your phone, and the ambulance should arrive shortly. You're safe now. I have other matters to attend to, so please excuse me." With that, Charlie turned and vanished into the thick underbrush without a backward glance. "Hey, wait," Lorene called out, but he was already out of her sight. Just then, she heard the siren of the ambulance echoing through the park. She glanced down at the jacket tied around her waist and then in the direction where the masked man had disappeared, feeling lost and bewildered. Suddenly, a thought struck her. The man had looked strangely familiar as he left. As she searched her memory for his image, it hit her: he resembled the chairman. Could he be the chairman of Grand Group? Lorene's heart raced. But without knowing his name or seeing his face clearly, how could she confirm her suspicion? At that moment, Lorene noticed a gray-white pebble lying where the man had squatted. It had the words, "Peace and Wealth," inscribed on it. Whose pebble is this? Did it belong to the masked man? Did he accidentally drop it? Lorene held the pebble close, as if it were a priceless diamond. If she never encountered him again, this stone would be the only memory he left behind. An ambulance transported Lorene to the hospital. After running several tests, the doctor was taken aback to discover that her injuries were not severe, unaware that Charlie had previously treated her wound. Given the stab wound on her leg, it could have either torn her hamstring or, worse, damaged her muscles and veins. However, apart from the surface injury, the veins and tendons were intact, almost as if they had been reconnected and were now stronger than ever. The doctor remarked, "Your wound will heal in a few days with proper rest. By the way, this is remarkable. Did you do something special for it?" Lorene thought of the mysterious masked man but replied, "No, I didn't do anything." The doctor exclaimed, "It's a miracle." He added, "Oh, and I've informed the police. They will be here shortly. You can tell them what happened." Lorene nodded gently. The police arrived quickly, taking the situation seriously since the altercation occurred downtown and involved weapons, with the victim being the top executive of Grand Group. One of the officers recognized Lorene as a guest of the Wilson family and promptly informed them about the incident. Meanwhile, at the Wilson family villa, members were debating their next steps. Harold shared the news of Lorene's incident but omitted that it was connected to him. Lady Wilson saw this as a prime opportunity for the family to intervene. They needed to find a way to reach Lorene and help her while simultaneously crafting a heroic narrative for Harold to win her heart. Upon hearing that Lorene was in the hospital, Lady Wilson felt disheartened. It would have been perfect if Harold had been there for the damsel in distress. She quickly urged, "Let's hurry to the hospital to check on her." Harold was feeling anxious and could only reluctantly accompany his family to the hospital. On their way, Harold mentally prepared a series of speeches, though he doubted if Lorene would believe him. Once they reached the hospital and saw Lorene, Harold feigned surprise as he approached her. "Lorene, are you okay? I was about to call my dad to bring a team to rescue you." "Rescue me?" Lorene's face flashed with irony. "You nearly killed me." Harold hurriedly clarified, "Lorene, please don't misunderstand. I was trying to divert their attention. They were after me, not you. I thought you wouldn't get hurt." Annoyed, Lorene turned her head away, unwilling to engage further. She had seen through him and wanted to keep her distance. Assuming Lorene had accepted his explanation, Harold noticed a man's jacket wrapped around her waist. He frowned and questioned, "Lorene, where are your pants? What did they do to you?" Lorene sighed in frustration, uninterested in discussing it. "It's none of your concern." Lady Wilson, now alert, glanced at Lorene and noticed the jacket. She stepped closer and asked, "Lorene, you can confide in me. Did they do something to you?" Lorene, maintaining a stoic expression, replied, "They stabbed me. Luckily, a young man passing by intervened. He helped treat my wound and gave me his jacket when mine was torn." "Why? Is there an issue?" "A young man?" Lady Wilson's eyes widened in surprise. A young man saved Lorene. This could jeopardize Harold's chances. Panic set in. Harold, with a tinge of envy, inquired, "How did he treat you? Did he remove your pants to help you?" Lorraine shot back with sarcasm, "Once again, it's none of your business." Harold felt as though he had been struck from behind, his mind consumed by jealousy. Although he hadn't even held Lorraine's hand yet, a mysterious stranger had appeared out of nowhere, stripped her of her clothing, and touched her bare skin. The nerve of that guy! Harold was oblivious to Lorraine's disappointment in him. He clenched his teeth, filled with envy, and growled, "I doubt that guy was there to help you. He just wanted to exploit you and harass you." As soon as Harold's words echoed in the room, everyone turned to look at Lorraine. Honestly, they all shared the same unspoken thought. A stunningly beautiful woman lying there without her pants in front of a strange man, allowing him to touch her under the guise of treatment. It was hard not to speculate about what might be going on beneath the surface. Lorraine was so furious that she trembled with rage. She felt utterly let down by Harold. Not only had he abandoned her in her time of need, but now he was publicly slandering her character. How shameless could he be? Lorraine fixed Harold with a piercing glare and said coldly, "Harold, the man who helped me didn't do anything wrong. I took off my own pants. It's none of your business." She continued, her voice filled with indignation, "But you, Harold Wilson. You are the cause of everything that happened tonight. It's because of you that they came looking for revenge. You ran away so quickly, leaving me all alone. I was stabbed, and now you have the audacity to accuse me? Are you even a man?" Harold was left speechless, choking on his embarrassment. Ignoring him, Lorraine climbed off the bed, left the hospital, hailed a taxi, and returned to her hotel. The members of the Wilson family were equally astonished. No one had anticipated the true sequence of events. It was Harold who had created the mess and abandoned Lorraine, leading to her being stabbed. Immediately after Lorraine departed, Lady Wilson slapped Harold across the face. He stood there, stunned by the sudden blow. Lady Wilson scolded him in disbelief, "What did I tell you repeatedly? Get on Lorraine Thomas's good side. Instead, you managed to do the opposite. You left her behind and ran away. How could she possibly still have feelings for you after such a betrayal? Grandma, I'm sorry, I didn't mean it." Harold suddenly recognized his error and regretted his actions deeply, rubbing his reddened face. He understood now that there was no future for him and Lorraine. When Charlie returned home, he chose not to share the events of the night with his wife. She remained completely unaware of what had happened to Lorraine. The reason was simple: Lady Wilson had always looked down on Claire and her family, which is why they didn't reside in the Wilson family villa and were out of the loop regarding family matters. The next morning, Claire received a call from Lady Wilson as soon as she woke up. The elderly woman instructed her, "Claire, visit Elite Vault Enterprise today and speak with their boss. See if we can procure the $10 million worth of building materials on credit. We'll settle the payment once we finalize our deal with Grand Group." Claire quickly replied, "Grandma, Elite Vault has established itself strongly in the industry, and they have a solid reputation. They don't typically accept credit." "I understand, but we're in a tough spot. The Wilson Group is facing financial issues, and obtaining a loan is challenging right now. We cannot afford to pay for the materials up front. Our only option is Elite Vault Enterprise." Lady Wilson sighed heavily and continued, "Claire, our family is struggling both internally and externally right now. Your cousin is utterly useless, and you are our only hope. Please, try to talk to Daniel Koch, the boss of Elite Vault. If he agrees, it will be a huge relief for us." Claire hesitated but eventually consented, "All right, Grandma, I'll do my best." "Excellent." Lady Wilson breathed a sigh of relief. "I knew you could handle this." Claire felt a bit down after hanging up the phone. Concerned, Charlie asked, "What's wrong?" Claire briefly explained Lady Wilson's request to Charlie. Charlie nodded thoughtfully and suggested, "Why not ask Grand Group to prepay $20 million for the project?" Claire gasped in disbelief, exclaiming, "How could I possibly do that? They're out of our league. It's an honor to work with them, we'd be looked down upon if we asked for payment before the project even begins." Internally, Charlie thought, your husband owns an grand group, how could anyone look down on you for requesting a mere $20 million? However, Claire was oblivious to his thoughts and remained unaware of what was going through his mind. After a sigh, she said, I think I should go talk to Mr. Koch. I'll come with you, Charlie offered. No, you can't, Claire replied, who brings their husband to meetings? That's just unprofessional. Then, she added, just stay at home. If you're really bored, go out. There's not much to do here anyway. Seeing her determination, Charlie chose to remain silent. He understood that Claire had always been an independent and committed businesswoman, eager to achieve success through her own efforts. He figured it wouldn't hurt to let her give it her best shot. If things didn't work out, he would always be there to support her discreetly. After breakfast, Claire scheduled a meeting with Daniel Koch and drove to Elite Vault Enterprise on her own. Elite Vault Enterprise is one of the largest building materials companies in Oris Hill and across the southern region. The company specializes in aluminum building materials and is a key supplier for major real estate projects. Daniel Koch came from humble beginnings but struck it rich when he married into a wealthy family. With the support of his wife and her family, he was able to launch and grow his business into a significant enterprise. He was also known locally as a henpecked husband. Despite his wife's less-than-attractive appearance, he had never been involved in any affairs or scandals, which earned him a solid reputation as a devoted husband. His business was situated on the outskirts of the city, occupying a vast factory that spanned thousands of acres. When Claire arrived at the office building, Daniel was already in the lobby, waiting for her. His face broke into a warm smile as soon as he spotted her. He approached Claire, extended his hand, and said, Hi, Miss Wilson. Welcome. I should have arranged for a car to pick you up, I apologize. Claire shook his hand politely, responding, Mr. Koch, it's my pleasure. She tried to retract her hand, but Daniel held onto it tightly, refusing to let go, and even tightened his grip further. After putting in some effort, Claire finally managed to free her hand from his grasp. She shot him a wary glance and said, Mr. Koch, you. Daniel sheepishly scratched his head and chuckled. I'm so sorry. I've heard so many rumors about how stunning Miss Wilson is. And I'm completely captivated now that I get to meet you in person. I didn't mean to frighten you, please forgive me. Claire felt a bit reassured by his candid admission and swift apology. Daniel gestured toward the office, smiling, Miss Wilson, let's head to my office. Daniel welcomed Claire into his office. As soon as the door clicked shut, a spark of desire flickered in his eyes. He quietly locked the door and gestured for Claire to take a seat on the sofa. Feeling a bit awkward and out of place, Claire settled down opposite him, her hands neatly folded on her thighs. Daniel broke the ice with a warm smile, Miss Wilson, what brings you here today? Claire managed a shy smile in return and replied, to be honest, Mr. Koch, our company is currently facing some cash flow issues. I was hoping you could consider allowing us to purchase the first batch of materials on credit. On credit, you say? Daniel's smile vanished, replaced by a serious frown. Miss Wilson, I believe you're aware of my company's policy. We don't allow credit payments or deliver materials before payment. It's always, pay first, then receive the goods. I understand, Claire said, her voice tinged with regret. Unfortunately, I'm in a tight spot at the moment. But rest assured, the project we're working on is a partnership with the Grand Group, the largest company in Oris Hill. They are reliable and won't default on their payment. Once we receive our payment, we'll pay you back immediately. Daniel chuckled lightly and said, True, you make a valid point, but you must realize it's not personal. Do you know why I established the no-credit policy, Miss Wilson? Claire shook her head, curious. Why is that? In the past, I was more lenient. I allowed customers to take the goods first and pay later, thinking it would help me expand my network and business. However, I ended up with over $300 million in unpaid credit accounts. Everyone promised to pay, but none followed through. What? That's a staggering amount. Claire's eyes widened in disbelief. To put it in perspective, the entire Wilson Group was worth just over $100 million, yet Daniel had debts totaling more than 300 million. Daniel shrugged, a hint of resignation in his voice. What can I say? My partners always promised, I'll pay you soon, but it never happened. He shook his head in frustration. As a result, I had no choice but to halt all credit collaborations. You can purchase goods here, I have everything you need, but you must pay up front. Claire felt a wave of disappointment wash over her. It seemed her request was turned down. However, she realized that it wouldn't be right to ask him to bend his principles. Standing up, she said, I apologize for bothering you today, Mr. Koch. I'll go back and discuss with my grandmother to see if we can gather the funds for your materials. Just as she began to leave, Daniel called out, Wait, Miss Wilson, don't rush off. He stood up and added, What I said applies to most partners, but you, Miss Wilson, are a different story. Claire looked at him, puzzled. What do you mean, Mr. Koch? Daniel's gaze turned intense as he looked at Claire. Honestly, she was stunning. Her beauty was breathtaking. After years of being around an old, nagging partner at home, the contrast was stark. Claire's exquisite features and alluring figure made her the ideal woman. Why wasn't she with someone like him? What did her unremarkable husband possess that he didn't? He had far more to offer than that loser. Thoughts of desire and longing surged within Daniel as he contemplated this. Reflecting on his monotonous and uninspiring life, he realized he had never indulged in an affair, let alone enjoyed the company of someone as stunning as Claire. Half of his existence had been spent with a woman he loathed, a relationship that left him feeling trapped. But today was different. Today was the day he would shatter the chains of his dreary fate. Yes. He craved a taste of Claire. He longed to be with the breathtaking beauty that captivated the hearts of all the men in the city. As his thoughts spiraled, he donned a smile and said, Miss Wilson, since you've made the effort to come here with a request, let's discuss it. I'm not as difficult as you might think. Claire quickly settled back into her seat, sensing an opportunity to turn the situation around. With enthusiasm, she asked, Mr. Koch, would you consider selling us your materials on credit? He responded vaguely, if it were anyone else, I would certainly refuse, but for you, Miss Wilson, it's a different matter. Claire eagerly interjected, our collaboration with Grand Group is very close to finalization. If you agree to a credit purchase, we'll pay you immediately once we receive the first batch of settlement from them. He nodded and replied, give me a moment, I'll prepare some tea for us. Rising to his feet, he retrieved a teapot from the cupboard. With his back to Claire, he added tea leaves to the pot while discreetly pulling out a box of sleeping pills from his pocket. These pills were prescribed by his doctor to combat his recent insomnia, just one could keep him asleep for an entire day. In a calculated move, he dropped 6 sleeping pills into the pot, mixing them with hot water. This way, each cup of tea would contain the equivalent of 1 pill, ensuring he could have his way with Claire. He envisioned starting with intimacy, then taking provocative photos and videos as leverage for blackmail in the future. If she ever contemplated contacting the authorities or revealing what happened, he could easily threaten her with those images, ruining her reputation permanently. He was confident that Claire would think twice before going to the police or telling anyone about the incident. At that point, he would be the puppet master in this twisted game. He could engage with her whenever he desired, and if she resisted his demands, he'd simply remind her of the evidence he held. This way, he would have the most exquisite partner at his disposal. It was going to be utterly thrilling. A wicked grin spread across his face as his imagination ran wild. After preparing the tea, he returned to the sofa. Pouring Claire a cup, he said, Miss Wilson, please relax. Let's enjoy some tea and discuss this further. Claire, feeling parched from their conversation, grabbed the teacup without hesitation and drank it down eagerly. Daniel watched in exhilaration as Claire emptied the cup. His gaze was intense as he admired her, taking in her slender legs, her hourglass figure, her stunning looks. She radiated an irresistible allure that made his heart race uncontrollably. Today felt like a stroke of luck. He could hardly contain himself at the thought of his hands caressing her beautiful form later on. Daniel was practically bouncing off the walls as he observed Claire drink the tea. All he needed to do now was wait for the sleeping pills to kick in. After finishing the tea, Claire quickly sensed that something was amiss. Her head felt as if it were spinning, she was extremely dizzy and her mind felt heavy. What was happening? She was taken aback as a troubling thought crossed her mind. Had Daniel drugged her? She quivered with shock and fear at the possibility. She tried to get up, but her legs felt weak. It became clear that escaping on her own was impossible. While she still had some clarity, she discreetly pulled out her phone, located Charlie's contact in her messaging app, and hit the record button. As her phone captured her voice, she addressed Daniel, saying, "Mr. Coke, I'm feeling a bit dizzy. Is there something wrong with the tea?" Daniel chuckled in response. "No, everything's fine. This tea is top-notch PG Tips Diamond, imported from England. It costs 15,000 per bag and is exceptionally smooth. Would you like another cup?" "No, thank you, Mr. Coke. I'm not feeling well and need to leave now," Claire replied hurriedly. A sly grin crept across Daniel's face. Though he had been seated across from her, he now moved closer, settling right beside her. Observing the anxious Claire, Daniel said, "Miss Wilson, you are renowned as the most beautiful woman in Oris Hill. Your reputation truly precedes you. It's a privilege to meet you today." As he leaned closer, Claire instinctively moved away and protested, "Mr. Coke, could you please keep your distance?" Daniel laughed, "Why, Miss Wilson? We're business partners, it wouldn't hurt to get to know each other better, would it?" He leaned in even closer. Claire wanted to retreat, but she was already at the edge of the sofa. She crouched down, attempting to make herself smaller to avoid his touch. Daniel continued to close the gap between them, his eyes traveling over her body with a flirtatious glint. His malicious intentions were becoming increasingly evident. As Claire struggled against the growing dizziness, her grip on her phone weakened, and the voice message was sent to Charlie. Meanwhile, Charlie was at home handling chores when he suddenly received the voice message. Instinctively, he pressed play, and his eyes widened with anger. What the hell? That scoundrel, Daniel Coke, was trying to prey on his wife. He had just signed his own death warrant. Charlie quickly scrolled through his contacts and called Isaac, his expression dark as a storm cloud. "Get everyone you can to Elite Vault Enterprise right now, I want it destroyed today." Isaac, sounding astonished, responded, "Boss, what's going on?" "Daniel Coke, the owner of Elite Vault, has significant influence. Their family has business ties with us. If we attack them without warning, it could destabilize our relationships with other minor families." Charlie snapped back, "That bastard wants to assault my wife. Are you really saying that taking them down is an overreaction?" "Ha!" Isaac was shocked, his jaw nearly dropping in disbelief. He had assumed it was a personal affront to Charlie, but never imagined that Daniel was targeting his wife. He deserved every bit of what was coming his way. Quickly, he assured, "Boss, I'll mobilize my team right away." "Good. I'm on my way too." "Boss, where are you?" "I'll arrange for a helicopter to pick you up, it'll be faster." Sometime later, a private civilian helicopter thundered through the sky. Inside were Isaac and 10 men dressed in black. Isaac wore a dark expression. That reckless fool dared to make a move on Mrs. Wade? This was Oris Hill. He had just sealed his own fate. The helicopter sped towards Claire's residence, quickly reaching its destination. Charlie dashed up to the rooftop, climbed into the helicopter, and urgently ordered, "Get to Elite Vault Enterprise right away." At Elite Vault Enterprise, Claire lay there, too weak to resist, as Daniel grinned with excitement and reached for her clothes. Suddenly, the door was kicked open with a loud bang. An unattractive woman with a fierce demeanor stormed into the room, followed by several large, muscular men. Upon seeing Daniel's hands on Claire's clothes, the woman screamed furiously, "Daniel Coke! How could you betray me?" Daniel was taken aback. What was this old, haggard woman doing here? How did she find out? Unbeknownst to Daniel, everyone around him, including the staff and bodyguard, had been bribed by his wife. She was aware of everything he did, keeping tabs on his every move. When she learned that Claire was meeting with Daniel, she immediately became suspicious. Claire was renowned for her beauty in Oris Hill, and due to her own unappealing looks, Daniel's wife despised beautiful women the most. She rushed over as soon as she learned Claire was present. Sure enough, upon arriving, she discovered her husband attempting to make advances on Claire Wilson. Daniel's heart raced with panic. He quickly exclaimed, "Dear, please, you have to listen to me. She seduced me." The old woman, observing Claire's flushed cheeks and disheveled state, turned a furious shade of red and growled, "You scoundrel! None of you will escape this today." She then commanded her bodyguards, "Seize them." The strong men moved in swiftly, restraining Daniel's arms and grabbing Claire, forcing her hands behind her back. The old woman stood before Daniel, delivering multiple slaps to his face while cursing, "You ungrateful wretch! We've treated you so well. Without us, you'd be living in a dump, scraping by. How dare you betray me?" With each slap, her fury intensified, causing her body to shake with rage. Daniel cried out in pain and shouted, "Dear, no. You're misunderstanding. It's not my fault. That Wilson B** TCH tried to seduce me." She paused, her expression cold, and demanded, "What is happening? Explain it to me clearly." Desperate, Daniel started, "This Claire Wilson, her family is facing financial trouble, so she wanted to buy $10 million in building materials on credit. We don't sell on credit, you know that, and I never allow such transactions." He then pointed angrily at Claire, "This shameless woman tried to seduce me when I turned her down. She said she would spend the night with me if I sold her the materials on credit." The woman narrowed her eyes and asked coldly, "So you wanted to spend the night with her?" "No," Daniel pleaded, tears streaming down his face. "I was confused, but nothing happened." Fuming with rage, the woman approached the bewildered Claire, yanked her hair, and slapped her hard across the face. "You be *TCH. How dare you try to seduce my husband? I'm going to end you today. Say goodbye to that *uddy face." Claire felt a stinging slap from the battle axe that sent her reeling, yet it brought her back to reality a bit. As she cupped her swollen face, Claire looked at the menacing woman and asked, "Who are you? What do you want?" The woman gritted her teeth in anger. "What do I want? I want to kill you, you little b** TCH. Turning to the bodyguard beside her, she commanded, "Where's the knife? Hand it over. I want to ruin this T's face." "Yes, miss," the bodyguard replied. He quickly produced a sharp knife, saying, "Miss, don't dirty your hands with her blood, let me take care of it." The woman slapped him hard and snatched the knife from his grip, shouting, "Shut up, you fool." The bodyguard fell to his knees, trembling. "Miss, I'm sorry. Please forgive me." "Move aside, idiot," she growled, stepping over him. With the knife firmly in hand, she turned her attention back to Claire, ready to pounce. Claire trembled in fear, her body shaking uncontrollably. She struggled against the strong men holding her down, but the drug coursing through her made her feel weak and helpless. Just then, a loud voice broke through the tension from the doorway. "Put down the bloody knife." The woman turned to see a young man rushing in, flanked by 10 men dressed in black. "Who the hell are you? How dare you interfere with my business? Do you even know who I am?" Charlie shot back with fierce determination, "I don't give a *CK who you are." He stepped forward and delivered a powerful kick right to the woman's stomach. Seeing Charlie, Claire burst into tears, sobbing, "Dear, help me." Recalling the techniques from the apocalyptic book, Charlie channeled Reiki into his fists and unleashed it towards the 2 bodyguards restraining his wife. Boom! In an instant, the 2 men were thrown back and crashed into the wall. With her captors gone, Claire stumbled to the floor, her legs giving way beneath her. Charlie rushed forward, catching her in his arms. His heart ached at the sight of the palm print on her bruised cheek. "Claire, don't worry. I'll make them pay for what they did to you." Claire cried out in despair, clinging to Charlie as she pleaded, "Please, take me home." Charlie comforted her, gently patting her back. "I promise, I'll get you home safely. No one will hurt you again." He then concentrated, gathering Reiki in his palm and infused it into Claire, helping her drift into a deep sleep. After laying her on the sofa, he turned to Isaac and instructed, "Protect my wife." Isaac nodded resolutely. "Don't worry, boss. My life is yours if anything happens to her while I'm on watch." Charlie then turned his glare back to the battle axe, who was clutching her stomach in pain. He grabbed her by the collar and delivered a punch to her face. "You slapped my wife, didn't you?" Blood trickled down her face as she screamed, "How dare you hit me? Do you know who I am? You're a dead man." She shouted to her bodyguards, "Kill him. Kill him. I'll give you $1 million if you take him out." The bodyguards, excited by the prospect of cash, rushed towards Charlie. Without flinching, he commanded his men, "Take them down. All of them." The men in black swiftly drew their dark pistols, aimed with precision, and fired. The bodyguards, caught off guard, never expected a gunfight. In a matter of moments, every shot found its mark, expertly aimed at the bodyguards' heads. Within seconds, all the bodyguards lay lifeless on the ground, their heads marked by bloody gunshot wounds. The woman stared in shock at the scene unfolding before her. Who are you people?" Charlie flashed a grin. "I'm Claire Wilson's husband." Daniel, standing frozen in disbelief, trembled as he stammered, You're the live-in son-in-law. But, how, why?" Charlie smirked wickedly. "What? Are you curious about how a supposedly lowly live-in son-in-law has such a powerful backing?" Daniel nodded, still in shock. The battle axe took a deep breath and blurted out, "Listen closely, you fool. My name is Sharon Fry. I'm part of the Fry family from Lancaster. Are you familiar with the Fry family? Our boss is none other than the Wade family from Eastcliff. No matter how tough you think you are, if you cross me, the Fry family will never let it slide. The Wade family will come after you." "Oh?" Charlie replied with a grin. "Pay attention, shrew. I am the son of the Wade family from Eastcliff. I am your boss. My name is Charlie Wade." "Ha!" Sharon's eyes widened in disbelief, nearly popping out of their sockets, and her jaw dropped in shock. She stared at Charlie as if he were a ghost. You are the young master of the Wade family? How is that possible? Why is the heir of the Wade family in a small place like Orris Hill?" Isaac stepped forward, raising his voice, "Sharon Fry. Mind your words. He is Charlie Wade, the young master of the Wade family." At last, Sharon recognized Isaac. Isaac Cameron. He was the spokesperson for the Wade family in Orris Hill. He was also the very person her father had been trying to befriend. But why was he here? Could it truly be that this young man was indeed the young master of the Wade family? Overwhelmed, the woman collapsed to her knees and pleaded desperately, young master, I'm so sorry. Please forgive me. If I had known she was your wife, I wouldn't have dared to touch her." Daniel was in such shock that he lost control, kneeling on the ground and crying out, "Young master, please forgive me." A flicker of darkness crossed Charlie's face. "Do you really think I would forgive you after what you did to my wife?" Turning to the men in black, he commanded, "Shoot that little birdie in the crotch." Bang! Without hesitation, a man in black raised his weapon and fired. In an instant, blood soaked Daniel's pants in the crotch area. His little birdie was finished. Charlie then ordered, "Break his spine. I want him paralyzed from the neck down for the rest of his life." Two muscular men in black stepped forward and delivered crushing blows to Daniel's lumbar spine. Snap! A sharp pain coursed through Daniel's body. But the agony lasted only a second. In the next moment, he felt nothing below his neck. His limbs were unresponsive. Quadriplegia? Did this mean he would be confined to bed for the rest of his life? He wouldn't even be able to turn in bed. He couldn't control his bowels anymore. Was this his fate? Was he now a living corpse? Daniel was consumed by frustration. He wanted to end his life right then and there, but even that was beyond his reach. One of the men in black turned to Charlie and asked, "Boss, what about the shrew?" With a grim expression, Charlie replied, "Same. Let them be a living dead couple." Sharon screamed in horror, grabbing her hair and pleading for mercy. But Charlie was resolute. There was only one outcome for those who dared to offend his soft spot: misery. No! Simply killing them would be too merciful. The best revenge was to ensure they lived in a hell of their own making for the rest of their lives. A sharp crack echoed through the air. Sharon's spine had also shattered. Another blow. Both Daniel and Sharon found themselves quadriplegics. There was no hope for recovery. Isaac stepped forward and spoke with respect. "Boss, the 300 excavators and bulldozers I ordered have arrived. Just say the word, and we'll reduce the entire elite vault enterprise to rubble." "Excellent." Charlie responded with a cold nod. "Instruct all workers to evacuate within 10 minutes. After that, bring this place down as if it never existed." Daniel and Sharon stared in disbelief. All their hard work, everything they had built, and this was the final outcome. They were finished, without a doubt. They felt like the living dead. Without any money, who would care for them? Charlie was unfazed. He ordered his men to activate the fire alarm, prompting an immediate evacuation of the factory. Carrying Claire, who was deeply asleep, Charlie instructed his men to assist Daniel and Sharon, who were unable to move. As they exited the office building, the factory was nearly empty. Workers rushed out in a panic, believing there was a fire. Outside, 300 excavators and bulldozers surrounded the factory. Thousands of workers, summoned by Isaac, helped guide everyone to safety. Standing in the square, Charlie addressed Daniel and Sharon, "I want you to witness how your hard work turns to ashes." Then, turning to Isaac, he commanded, "Let the excavators and bulldozers in. Demolish it." The ground trembled as the machines rolled into the factory area. The excavators moved with power, resembling a battalion of tanks as they crashed into the roof and walls, tearing the structure apart. The bulldozers followed, pushing debris aside and leveling the area completely. Daniel and Sharon watched in horror. This was everything they had built. Each workshop, every brick, every tile, every beam, these represented years of hard work. It felt as if the factory was their child. Now, they were forced to watch their creation being destroyed, a torment as painful as torture. At that moment, both of them wished to leave this world, all they desired was to escape. But that was not an option. Charlie had no intention of letting them die so easily. He wanted them to suffer for the rest of their lives. Casting a glance at the couple, he declared, "I'll spare your lives, but remember, if anyone dares to reveal my identity, I'll eliminate them and their entire family. Not even a pet will be spared. Do you understand?" They cried out in terror. "No, we won't dare to disobey you, young master. Please. We won't tell anyone about you." Charlie nodded. As he looked at the paralyzed couple and the ruins of Elite Vault Enterprise, a sense of relief washed over him. He commanded Isaac, "Bring the helicopter here, I want to take my wife home." Isaac nodded respectfully and added, "Boss, I think your wife has been drugged. Would you like me to take her to the hospital first, or should I arrange for a doctor to come to your home?" Charlie waved his hand. "No, just take us home." Once they arrived home, Claire remained unconscious. This was largely because Charlie hadn't extracted the Reiki from her body. Charlie gently laid Claire on the bed, carefully withdrawing the Reiki from her body. As if on cue, Claire slowly opened her eyes, stirring from her slumber. "Dear." The moment her gaze met Charlie's, Claire sprang up and enveloped him in an enthusiastic hug, tears welling up in her eyes. Charlie quickly reassured her, "It's all right, sweetheart. There's nothing to fear, we're home now. We're home." Claire lifted her head and scanned the room. To her surprise, they were indeed in their own space. Turning to Charlie, she asked curiously, "What did Daniel and his wife do to you?" "No, they didn't harm me," Charlie replied calmly. "Both he and his wife are now paralyzed. The entire elite vault is nothing but ruins and rubble. As the old saying goes, those who act unjustly are fated to face destruction." Claire was left in utter disbelief. "What? How could that happen? What went down?" Charlie smiled faintly. "I had a few friends assist in your rescue, and we uncovered the truth. The entire elite vault enterprise was poorly constructed. As we were leaving, one of their workshops exploded, leading to the catastrophic collapse of the factory. It's unfortunate you were asleep, otherwise, you would have witnessed the spectacular scene of the entire structure crumbling like a house of cards. It was straight out of a movie." Claire frowned, trying to grasp the enormity of what he was saying. They've operated for so many years, and it all came crashing down from just one workshop explosion. It's hard to believe. But it's true, Charlie nodded. And honestly, it's quite impressive. I think they got their just desserts for their wrongdoings. He then sent a text to Isaac. "Go to the media and inform them that the factories of Elite Vault Enterprise collapsed due to the chain reaction from a workshop explosion." Isaac replied almost instantly, "Got it, boss. Don't worry, the news will be out shortly." A few minutes later, while Claire was still trying to piece together the events leading up to her unconsciousness, her phone buzzed with a flurry of news notifications. She glanced at the headlines and was taken aback. All the articles read, "Tragedy strikes Oris Hill's Elite Vault Enterprise. A disastrous collapse of poorly constructed factories and workshops has occurred. Casualties are yet to be confirmed. Owners Daniel Koch and his wife are reported to be in critical condition and diagnosed as quadriplegic." Charlie looked at her and said, "See? I wasn't exaggerating, was I?" Finally convinced, Claire sighed, "Wow, karma really is **TCH. Then, a thought struck her. "Did the bad guys do anything to me while you were there?" Charlie shook his head. "No, your clothes were intact when I arrived. Daniel's wife intervened and stopped him from attacking you." 2 tears streamed down Claire's cheeks. "Charlie, I'm so sorry, I didn't mean for any of this." "Silly girl, there's no need to apologize. I won't hold it against you. It's my fault for not protecting you better and letting that scoundrel get so close to you." Warmth surged through Claire's heart as she wrapped her arms around Charlie, holding him tightly in silence. In that moment, she fully realized the depth of Charlie's feelings for her, and she felt a profound happiness and appreciation for his love and devotion. The news of the Elite Vault Enterprise's collapse sent shockwaves through Oris Hill, and everyone was buzzing about it. While the reports framed it as an accident, the public was skeptical, sensing a deeper story at play. Speculations ran rampant regarding who could possibly orchestrate such extensive destruction. No one could think of anyone in Oris Hill who possessed the means to pull it off. Who could it be? People began to connect the dots surrounding the mysterious occurrences in Oris Hill. They recalled the enigmatic ultra-wealthy figure who had gained attention online for his extravagant display at the Emerald Court with a fleet of Rolls-Royces and a massive purchase. The chairman of Emgrand Group, who had acquired the company and invested $2 billion in a luxurious 6-star hotel. The mysterious individual who reserved the Shangri-La Sky Garden for an exclusive 2-person wedding ceremony. And lastly, the powerful figure who had brought down Elite Vault Enterprise in a single morning. All signs pointed to one person, the elusive chairman of Emgrand Group. Who else possessed such power and capability? Amid all these extraordinary happenings, the true identity of the chairman became even more enigmatic and perplexing. Unexpectedly, the person most affected by the events at Elite Vault Enterprise was Lady Wilson. Facing the slow financial progress of the Wilson Group, she had hoped that Claire could convince Elite Vault Enterprise to extend credit for purchasing building materials. This would have alleviated their current financial struggles. Then, without warning, Elite Vault Enterprise vanished completely in a single afternoon. At this moment, Lady Wilson was deeply troubled by the capital fund dilemma. Her main concern was finding a way to secure the necessary funds for her company. Claire chose not to share the events of the previous day with her grandmother. After everything that had transpired, she decided to concentrate fully on her project with Grand Group, putting family matters aside, even if her grandmother pleaded for her attention. After a restful night, Claire woke up feeling refreshed and excited for work the next morning. Meanwhile, Charlie went to the market early in the day. Upon returning home, he found his father-in-law, Jacob, slumped on the sofa, sighing heavily. Concerned, he asked, "Dad, what's wrong? Did someone upset you again? Or did you get scammed on those antiques?" Jacob took a sip of jasmine tea and replied, visibly frustrated, "Ugh, don't even mention antique. It drives me crazy just thinking about it." "What happened?" Charlie asked, intrigued. "Did someone con you again?" "No. It's about the auction list for the treasure pavilion." Charlie was puzzled. "What's the treasure pavilion?" "It's a venue run by the Oris Hill Antique and Cultural Relic Association, where they frequently host auctions for rare and valuable cultural items. Every prominent family has a spot on the guest list," Jacob explained, a glimmer of interest lighting up his face. However, his expression soon fell as he lamented, "The Wilson family only received one invitation, and your grandma gave it to Harold. That fool doesn't know anything about antiques. Why send him to such an important event?" Charlie understood how much Jacob valued antiques, and it was clear how disappointing it was for him to miss this opportunity. Trying to lighten the mood, Charlie suggested, "Dad, if you really want to go, you could always buy an invitation from a scalper." Jacob waved his hand dismissively. "Absolutely not. The Moore family organizes the Treasure Pavilion auction, and they're the most influential family in Oris Hill. People would do anything to get an invitation, you can't just buy one." Charlie chuckled, realizing that the Moore family was behind the auction. He remembered Jasmine Moore, who had once asked him to verify some antiques for her. Getting an invitation from her would be straightforward. Charlie confidently said, "I know someone who's connected to the Moore family. It'll be easy to get a couple more invitations." Jacob shook his head in disbelief. "Really? What kind of friends do you have? Know someone from the Moore family?" "Ha!" Ignoring the skepticism, Charlie headed upstairs and called Jasmine. "Hello, Miss Moore, could I please get 2 invitation cards for the Treasure Pavilion auction?" Jasmine responded promptly, "Hi, Mr. Wade. Would 2 be enough? I can get you more if you need." "No, 2 will be fine. It's just me and my father-in-law." Jacob was a true antique enthusiast, while Claire and her mother had little interest in such matters. Bringing them along would only waste their time. Moreover, after the Antique Street incident, Charlie felt it was essential to accompany Jacob to prevent him from getting scammed again. He was also curious to see if there were any rare elixirs or treasures at the auction worth acquiring. This thought led him to recall the pebble inscribed with "Peace and Wealth." The pebble had vanished after he saved Laureen, and he suspected he had lost it during the rescue. He had searched for it afterward but to no avail. Fortunately, he had absorbed all the Reiki from the stone, or he would have regretted losing it immensely. Given that the auction items at the Treasure Pavilion were likely to be unique and valuable, he hoped to find something of worth there. By the time Claire returned home from work, Jacob was still sulking and looking completely defeated. Charlie understood that Jacob's mood was due to the auction invitation card. Just then, Jasmine called and said, "Hi, Mr. Wade. I'm sorry for the late notice. I was at Lancaster on business this afternoon, and now I'm waiting downstairs at your place. Could you please come down to collect the invitation card from me?" Charlie replied instantly, "Sure, I'll be right there." He rushed out the door and headed downstairs. Jasmine sat in her Rolls-Royce, waiting for Charlie. When she saw him, she quickly exited the car and handed him 2 invitation cards. Charlie expressed his gratitude and made his way back home. Once inside, Jacob was still brooding and visibly upset. Claire attempted to calm him down, saying, "Dad, please take a deep breath. Grandma gave the invitation card to Harold so he could meet some influential people in the business world and expand his social network." Jacob sighed heavily. "Ugh, your grandma has always favored Harold and his father. Ever since we were kids, she's looked down on me. This is so infuriating." Claire nodded in understanding. She was aware that her grandmother held a preference for her cousin and uncle over her own family. Initially, her grandma favored her uncle because she believed her father was weak and incapable. As a girl, Claire's grandma felt deprived of her right to inherit the family business, which led her to be more lenient with Harold. After Claire married Charlie, her family's status seemed to diminish significantly. At that moment, Charlie approached Jacob with 2 golden invitation cards in hand, saying, "Dad, look. I have the invitation card you've been dreaming about." "What?" Jacob sprang up from the sofa in shock, as if a spring had been placed under him. He grabbed the invitation from Charlie, eagerly opened it, and for a moment, he was so overwhelmed with excitement that he couldn't speak. Claire, who observed the scene, was equally astonished. She took the invitation card from her father and realized it was the authentic invitation from the treasure pavilion. "Wow, this is incredible. Charlie, you are truly an amazing son-in-law," Jacob exclaimed, his face glowing with excitement. He patted Charlie on the shoulder and added, "My daughter is so fortunate to have you as her husband." "Oh, it's just an invitation card. What's the big deal?" Elaine scoffed sarcastically. Jacob shot a glare at Elaine, clutching the invitation card tightly. "What do you know, you fool? This is an invitation from the treasure pavilion." Turning back to Charlie, he beamed, "Come on, sit down. Let's celebrate." He gestured to Claire, saying, "Go grab a bottle of fine whiskey from the cabinet. I want to enjoy a couple of drinks with my wonderful son-in-law tonight." Elaine glared at Charlie as she noticed her husband's happiness, choosing to eat her dinner in silence. Claire was thrilled for her father, but a bit skeptical as well. When she returned with the whiskey, she accidentally bumped Charlie's elbow as she sat down and asked, "Where did you get the invitation card, anyway?" Earlier that day at work, she had heard her father sulking and wanted to get him an invitation too, only to realize that the invitations from the treasure pavilion were limited to select families. How had Charlie managed to get one? Charlie smiled gently and replied, "I asked a friend for help. He had 2 invitations but didn't want to attend, so he gave one to me." "Really?" Claire frowned, still unconvinced. "How come I've never heard you mention a friend with such a prestigious background? What's his name?" Charlie answered casually, "His last name is Quinton. I helped him out once at Antique Street. Dad knows him." Jacob nodded in recognition. "Oh yes, that Quinton guy even gifted Charlie a jade bracelet worth 5 or 6 million. Upon hearing about a bracelet valued at $5 or $6 million, Elaine's eyes widened with excitement, glimmering with a hint of sparkle. "A bracelet? Where is it? Show it to me." Charlie felt a wave of caution wash over him. He replied evenly, "Mom, the bracelet is in my bedroom, but I intend to return it." "What? Return it?" Elaine frowned, clearly dismayed. "Are you out of your mind? Why would you want to give back such a magnificent gift? It's just a small favor. I don't think I deserve such an extravagant present." "Nonsense!" Elaine exclaimed. "Since it's already been given to you, just keep it. Where is the bracelet? If you don't want it, I'll take it." Charlie recognized the sly intentions of his mother-in-law. He genuinely wanted to give the bracelet to Claire but struggled to find the right words to justify it, so he set it aside for now. Little did he know, his father-in-law would casually mention it. It wasn't that Charlie was hesitant to part with the bracelet. He had nearly $10 billion in his account and could easily buy all the bracelets in the world. However, the core issue was that his mother-in-law lacked the grace to wear such expensive jewelry. She was better suited for more affordable accessories that matched her style. Yet, Elaine wasn't about to let such an opportunity slip away. Wearing a $6 million bracelet would be a tremendous source of pride for her. Therefore, she continued to pester Charlie, "Where is the bracelet? Come on, show me." Claire realized that if her mother got her hands on the bracelet, it would be nearly impossible to retrieve it. She interjected, "Mom, we really should hold on to it. We plan to return it in case we accidentally damage it. It wouldn't be right to return something in poor condition." "What? Are you actually considering returning it?" Elaine stood up abruptly, scolding loudly, have you lost your mind? Claire understood that her mother was on the verge of throwing a tantrum, so she stated firmly, Mom, please stop. I've already discussed this with Charlie, and our decision is final. As a mother, Elaine was well aware of Claire's stubborn nature. She knew she couldn't change her daughter's mind about returning the bracelet, yet she couldn't help but sigh, her eyes glistening with tears. It's bad enough having a son-in-law who's such a pushover, now my daughter won't even support me. This isn't fair. Claire sliced a piece of food from Elaine's plate and reassured her, that's enough, Mom. I'll get you a bracelet later. Yes. You promised, and you can't go back on your word. On the day of the auction, Charlie emerged from his room early in the morning to find Jacob anxiously waiting in the living room. As soon as he spotted Charlie, he greeted him with enthusiasm. Charlie, let's go. We can't be late. Jacob was buzzing with excitement at the thought of the auction, having barely slept. He had been waiting for Charlie since before dawn, eager to head out as soon as Charlie appeared. The Treasure Pavilion was an association for antiques and cultural relics, founded by a group of enthusiasts in Orris Hill. Their headquarters was a manor situated in a picturesque suburb of the city. Rumor had it that the association's president was a real estate tycoon from the province, a passionate collector of antiques. He invested $100 million to create the Treasure Pavilion, gathering a group of like-minded business magnates. When Charlie and Jacob arrived at the entrance of the Treasure Pavilion Manor, they parked in the designated area and stepped out of the car, taking in their surroundings with curiosity. The scenery was stunning and tranquil, exuding an air of luxury. All the cars parked outside were high-end vehicles, with the least extravagant being Porsches. In contrast, Charlie's BMW 5 Series stood out as an eyesore among the sea of luxury automobiles. Without hesitation, Jacob began walking toward the entrance. Jacob was over the moon with excitement. This was his first experience at such an upscale event, and he found himself glancing around in awe, though his nervousness caused him to move somewhat awkwardly. Clutching the invitation card tightly, he approached the entrance of the venue, his mind racing with worry that the invitation Charlie had secured might be a fake. To his relief, the security personnel scanned the card and confirmed its authenticity. The guard then turned to them with a respectful smile, saying, "Welcome. Please enjoy yourselves." Jacob let out a sigh of relief and stepped inside with Charlie. As soon as they entered, they spotted Harold, who was dressed as if he were headed to a beach party, strutting in with confidence. Upon noticing them, Harold's expression soured, a flash of surprise crossing his face. What are those two deadbeat losers doing here, he thought. The Wilson family had only one invitation, which he had in his possession. Were they trying to sneak in unnoticed? Recalling the hardships Charlie had caused him, a wave of anger surged within Harold. He marched over and snarled, "Charlie, how did you manage to get in here? Do you even know where you are?" Charlie grimaced at the sound of Harold's harsh voice ringing in his ears. Jacob, feeling a bit cheeky, smiled at Harold, saying, "Hey, Harold, fancy seeing you here." Harold not only despised Charlie but also looked down on Jacob, his uncle. He scowled and demanded, "What are you doing here? Do you have an invitation?" "Of course." Jacob replied, a bit too quickly. "You? How did you get it?" Harold pressed further. Charlie shot him an irritated glare and replied coolly, "Harold Wilson, where we got the invitation is none of your concern." Harold smirked condescendingly. "You two are just a couple of deadbeats. How could you possibly receive an invitation from the Moore family? It looks to me like you must have stolen it to get in here." "That's ridiculous," Charlie snapped, opting to ignore Harold further as he turned away. Harold's anger only intensified at Charlie's dismissive attitude. To Harold, Charlie was nothing more than a cowardly loser, akin to a servant in the Wilson family, an insignificant nobody. Now, seeing Charlie and Jacob at Treasure Pavilion felt like a personal insult and a humiliation. How could a lowly freeloader stand beside him? Harold glared at Charlie, his agitation growing. He pointed a finger at him and demanded, "Tell me how you got in here." Frustrated, Charlie turned to Jacob and said, "Dad, let's just ignore this idiot and move on." "Stop right there." Harold stepped forward, blocking their path, his arrogance palpable. "What's the rush? I caught you, didn't I? You must have done something disgraceful to get in here. You have no right to be in such a prestigious place. Show me your invitation." Charlie felt his own anger boiling over. While he had been trying to tolerate Harold's nonsense, he wasn't going to let himself be provoked any longer. With a cold stare, he replied, "You want to see my invitation? You're not worthy of it. Now, get lost." Harold's expression shifted from anger to shock as his face flushed a deep red. Charlie, usually a mild-mannered wimp, had the audacity to tell him to get lost. Seizing Charlie's arm, Harold warned, "If you don't explain yourself today, you're not getting away from me." Harold was quick, but Charlie was even quicker. He deftly evaded Harold's grasp, swiftly grabbing Harold's wrist, shaking it just enough to make a point, and sneered, "What's the matter? Is your hand all better now? Pain is easily forgotten when there's something to gain, huh?" Suddenly, Harold felt a surge of force coursing through him. He stumbled back 2 steps, a mix of rage and shock flooding his system. This so-called loser had some serious strength. Realizing he was outmatched by Charlie, Harold growled coldly, "You just wait here. I'll fetch the manager and have you thrown out." With that, Harold turned and shouted for the manager to come over. Moments later, a middle-aged man in a suit and polished leather shoes approached quickly, flanked by 2 security guards. Wearing a diplomatic smile, the man addressed Harold respectfully, saying, "Yes, Mr. Wilson, how may I assist you?" For privacy and security, the invitation cards did not display guests' names. Instead, they featured a series of exclusive passwords. Scanning the code with a specific app would reveal the identity of the attendees. Noticing Harold's luxurious suit, the manager inferred that he came from a prominent family, while Charlie's ordinary attire suggested otherwise. The manager smirked sheepishly as he addressed Charlie, "Sir, could you please show me your invitation card for verification?" Though his tone was polite, a hint of disdain flickered in his eyes. As the saying goes, don't judge a book by its cover, but the manager did just that. Based on Charlie's unremarkable clothing, he concluded that Charlie couldn't possibly be a distinguished guest at the Treasure Pavilion. Anger and annoyance bubbled up in Charlie at the manager's contemptuous gaze, and he retorted coldly, "What if I choose not to?" The manager cleared his throat, regaining his professional demeanor, and asked, "May I inquire which family you belong to?" Before Charlie could respond, Harold interjected rudely, "He's part of our Wilson family." "Oh wait, I misspoke, he's just the live-in son-in-law. He's not really part of the family, more like a pet." The term live-in son-in-law sparked numerous assumptions in the manager's mind. How could someone of esteemed status be reduced to such a role? The manager's expression darkened as he asked, "Tell me, how did you get in here?" Charlie had completely lost his patience with the scrutiny. He was deeply disappointed by the Treasure Pavilion's elitist attitude toward its guests. He replied coldly, "I simply walked in." Understanding Charlie's lesser status, the manager ceased his inquiries and stated, "If you refuse to follow the rules and provide your invitation card for verification, I'll have to ask you to leave." With a wave of his hand, he signaled the 2 security guards to step forward, their eyes fixated on Charlie like hawks on their prey. Jacob, sensing the tension, tugged at Charlie's shirt nervously. "Charlie, I think we should avoid any trouble. Let's just leave." Charlie frowned, confused. "Dad, don't you want to watch the auction?" Jacob shook his head vigorously. "No, we shouldn't have come in the first place. If we get kicked out, it'll be so embarrassing." With his father-in-law's mind made up, Charlie sighed and nodded, following him out. After all, it was just an auction. What was the big deal? If Jacob didn't want to stay, there was no reason for Charlie to endure the mockery from these people. As for Jasmine Moore, if she ever asked about it, he could simply say that the Moore family's event was too prestigious for him to attend. With that thought in mind, he turned and left alongside Jacob. Behind them, Harold let out a sly laugh. "Ha ha ha, pathetic losers. You're scared now, huh? How dare you crash the Moore family's auction? What a joke." Ignoring Harold's taunts, Charlie continued towards the exit. Just then, a sudden uproar erupted from the crowd. As the crowd parted, a man and a woman gracefully made their way into the hall. The woman donned a stunning black evening dress that accentuated her slender figure perfectly. Bathed in bright lights, her beauty was striking and her elegance was undeniable. Every step she took radiated grace. Harold found himself captivated, unable to tear his eyes away from her. As Jasmine entered the venue, she surveyed the room and spotted 2 empty seats in the VIP section at the front. She inquired, "Where are my 2 VIP guests? Have they not arrived yet?" Finn Baxendale perused the guest list and frowned. "Miss Moore, the entrance scanner confirms that the 2 VIPs have checked in, so they must be somewhere in our hall, but their current whereabouts are unknown." He then instructed his staff, "Get the manager to see me right away." Moments later, the manager hurried over and asked, "Mr. Baxendale, what's the issue?" Finn gestured toward the empty VIP seats and questioned, "There are 2 verified VIP guests, why aren't they in their seats?" 2 VIP guests. Suddenly, the faces of the old man and the young man he had just ejected flashed through his mind. Could it be? No way. If they had invitations and were indeed VIPs, why hadn't they shown him their passes? Had he inadvertently upset them? Oh no. Noticing the manager's panicked expression, Finn turned to the security guard beside him and said, "You, speak up." The security guard, eager to avoid further offense to Mr. Baxendale, cleared his throat and quickly recounted the earlier incident. Jasmine listened with a frown, then turned to Finn and said, "Mr. Baxendale, I'll check on Mr. Wade. I trust you to handle this matter wisely. I don't tolerate disappointment." Finn nodded. Once Jasmine departed, a dark cloud settled over his expression as he glared at the manager. "Are you foolish? How could you offend Miss Moore's guests?" The manager's legs turned to jelly at Finn's fierce tone. He collapsed on the floor and pointed at Harold, exclaiming, "Mr. Baxendale, I didn't mean to, he provoked me." In a fit of rage, Finn kicked the manager in the face and spat, "You arrogant fool. You're fired. I never want to see you again. According to your contract, you're liable for all losses today. I'll make you pay every cent. Mr. Baxendale. Please." The manager trembled in fear, realizing the potential magnitude of the losses. He wouldn't be able to cover them even if he forfeited all his assets. "Our lawyer will reach out regarding the compensation," Finn said coldly. The manager felt dizzy with despair, kneeling and pleading for mercy. Finn kicked him away with disdain. He turned to the security guards and instructed in a low voice, "Take him out and break his legs." What a snobbish idiot. After years of navigating the business world, Finn had grown ruthless. While he refrained from publicly humiliating the manager, he showed no mercy in private. "Mr. Baxendale, please, it was a mistake." "Forgive me," the manager cried out, shaking uncontrollably. 2 security guards rushed forward, seizing his arms and dragging him away. Finn redirected his focus to Harold, commanding his staff, "Go, bring Harold Wilson to me immediately." Meanwhile, Harold reveled in the fact that he had kicked Charlie and Jacob out of the hall. The prospect of meeting the powerful president of the Treasure Pavilion thrilled him even more. Everyone knew Finn was a significant figure in Oris Hill, and building a rapport with him could lead to future benefits and privileges. As he approached Finn, Harold donned a coy and flattering smile. "Oh, hello, Mr. Baxendale. Your reputation precedes you. It's an honor to finally meet you, you truly are talented and charming." Seething with agitation, Finn kicked Harold in the stomach and snarled, "Damn it. So you're Harold Wilson, huh? How dare you offend Miss Moore's guests? You deserve a beating." Harold saw this as a chance to forge a friendship with Finn, but he never anticipated that Finn would suddenly deliver a swift kick to him without warning. He tumbled across the floor a few times before managing to regain his balance. Sitting there in a daze, he exclaimed, "Mr. Baxendale, what's happening? There must be some sort of misunderstanding." The crowd was instantly taken aback by the unexpected uproar. "Isn't that guy from the Wilson family? What did he do to provoke Mr. Baxendale? The Wilson family? They've become quite irrelevant. Now that they've crossed Mr. Baxendale, I think their days in Oris Hill are numbered." Whispers and gasps filled the hall as onlookers speculated. Most had gathered merely to see how Finn would retaliate against Harold. Finn glared fiercely at Harold and scoffed, "Misunderstanding? Screw you." He lifted his foot again and stomped down hard on Harold, who cried out in excruciating pain. Still seething with rage, Finn stepped on Harold's chest and growled, "You idiot, do you have any idea who you've offended?" In agony, Harold whimpered back, "No, Mr. Baxendale, I didn't offend anyone. It's just a misunderstanding." Finn raised his hand and slapped Harold twice, his voice filled with fury, "You moron, the two men you disrespected are VIP guests of Miss Moore. I could just kill you right now." He then turned to his associates and shouted, "Get this scumbag out of here and give him a thorough beating. Furthermore, from now on, aside from those two VIP guests, no one from the Wilson family, especially this Harold, is allowed in Treasure Pavilion. Is that understood? If anyone dares to let them in, I'll break their legs." Without delay, Harold was dragged out of the establishment. The security guards surrounded him and attacked him mercilessly. They finally tossed him out at the entrance. Swollen and bleeding, Harold was left in shock, trembling in fear and unable to utter a word. He realized he had landed himself and the entire Wilson family in serious trouble. But how could he have known that Charlie was one of Miss Moore's guests? How in the world did Charlie even know Miss Moore? What could Miss Moore possibly see in that deadbeat loser anyway? After Charlie and Jacob exited the Treasure Pavilion, they quickly headed home. During the drive, Jacob sighed heavily and muttered, "Charlie, why did you have to do that? It's one thing not to get an invitation, but why steal someone else's?" "Dad, it's not about the invitation cards, it's them being so arrogant and condescending," Charlie tried to clarify, but this only irritated Jacob further. He snapped, "If you were a bit smarter and more capable, they wouldn't dare to treat us this way. It's all because you're a useless wuss." Charlie shook his head, not wanting to continue the argument. At that moment, a Rolls-Royce sped up behind them, overtaking their car before slowing down and pulling over to the side of the road. Charlie recognized that they were there for him, so he also brought his car to a stop. Jasmine emerged from the vehicle, her long legs accentuated as she approached. "Mr. Wade, I sincerely apologize for what transpired at the auction earlier. I didn't clarify things properly with them, and I hope you don't take it to heart," she said with genuine regret. Charlie replied, "It's not your fault, but I suggest that the Treasure Pavilion take the time to properly train and supervise their staff." "Absolutely, Mr. Wade. The Treasure Pavilion has already dismissed the manager involved in this incident. Shall we return to the auction?" Charlie declined Jasmine's proposal. "I'm sorry, Miss Moore, but my day has been spoiled by those two annoying flies, so I won't be attending the auction. Let's postpone it for now." Jasmine responded with genuine remorse, "I'm truly sorry, Mr. Wade." She then went back to her car to retrieve a wooden box, placing it gently in Charlie's hand. "Mr. Wade, this is a small token of my appreciation as an apology." As soon as the box touched Charlie's hands, he felt the subtle traces of Reiki emanating from it, and he accepted it with gratitude. Jasmine was thrilled that Charlie accepted her gift. "Well, I'll go ahead and suspend today's auction. I'll ask Finn to regroup and assess his team at the Treasure Pavilion. Once he's ready, we can hold another auction, and I hope both you and Mr. Wilson will be interested in joining us then." Jacob was taken aback when he realized who she was. She was indeed Miss Moore, the woman he had encountered at the Vintage Deluxe when he accidentally broke the antique vase, wasn't she? She was remarkably courteous to his son-in-law and was even willing to delay the auction and rearrange everything for him. Wasn't that quite an honor? Could it be related to the vase he had repaired the other day? "Oh my goodness, I need to view my son-in-law in a new light," Jacob murmured to himself. Recognizing Jasmine's sincerity, Charlie nodded and replied, "All right then, when you reschedule the auction, we'll be there." Jacob quickly chimed in, "Yes, absolutely, we'll attend." "I'm glad to hear that. Again, I sincerely apologize for today's incident. Please drive safely." Jasmine bowed and expressed her regrets once more before bidding them farewell and departing. Once Jasmine was gone, Jacob pointed to the wooden box in Charlie's hands, his excitement palpable. Charlie, what did Miss Moore give you? Open it. Charlie nodded and began to slowly open the wooden box. Suddenly, a powerful surge of Reiki burst forth from the box, instantly revitalizing him. Huh, what is that? Jacob craned his neck for a better look, only for his expression to twist into confusion. Inside the box lay a black object, about the size of a fist. At first glance, it resembled a piece of coal, albeit with a rough surface and some dirt on it. When Charlie recognized what was inside the wooden box, his heart raced in surprise at Jasmine's generosity. Jacob squinted at the black object repeatedly. Finally, he let out a disappointed huff. I thought it might be some kind of precious treasure, but it's just a piece of wood. Charlie smiled. Dad, it is wood, but not just any wood, it's something very rare. Jacob was even more perplexed. What on earth is it? This is lightning-struck wood. It's created when trees are struck by lightning, right? Jacob replied. But isn't this type of wood common in the mountains during thunderstorms? What makes this one so special? Charlie smiled again. Dad, while it's true that ordinary trees can be struck by lightning, look closely at this wood. It has been charred into a black onyx-like texture. Wood can only achieve such charring under extreme temperatures, indicating that this lightning carried an immense amount of power. It's likely from a rare, massive lightning strike that occurs only once in centuries. Moreover, the black and shiny section of the wood has faint bloodline patterns, revealing that it's the core of the Rajakeu, the king of wood, making it even more extraordinary. Jacob scoffed dismissively. I still don't believe it. How much could a piece of lightning-struck wood possibly be worth? It's just a gimmick. The true value lies in antique cultural relics. If you told me this wood was touched by Louis XIV of France, then it might be worth something. Charlie simply smiled and chose not to respond. To him, this piece was incredibly valuable and held immense significance. Not only did it possess abundant Reiki, but according to the apocalyptic book, it could also be refined. But Jacob, of course, wouldn't grasp any of that. Thus, Charlie decided not to elaborate further and carefully put the box away. When they returned home, neither of the women was present. Elaine was still out enjoying a game of cards, while Claire was still at work. Charlie made his way back to his bedroom, carefully retrieving the lightning-struck wood from its box. A powerful Reiki energy seemed to emanate from the wood. Settling on the floor in a cross-legged position, Charlie placed the wood in his palm, closed his eyes, and focused on the mental techniques outlined in the apocalyptic book. He slowly inhaled the Reiki, drawing it into his body. Upon opening his eyes, he noticed a sparkling rejuvenation. He could feel a significant shift in the aura within him. Conversely, the lightning-strike dragon blood wood in his hand appeared somewhat dimmer. Even though it had lost some of its Reiki, a potent thunderous energy still lingered, confirming that the wood was indeed a valuable treasure. If he had any other magical items with him, he could potentially use them to create some basic magical artifacts. By the time he left his room, darkness had settled in. As he entered the living room, Elaine scoffed, "Oh, VIP, now that you're feeling so full of yourself, you can't even bother to cook dinner. You expect me to serve you?" Charlie offered a wry smile and replied, "Sorry, Mom. I was exhausted and ended up falling asleep." "Oh, exhausted from your auction visit, or from framing Harold?" Elaine shot back, visibly irritated. Charlie frowned in confusion, shaking his head. "I didn't frame Harold. What are you talking about?" Elaine erupted in anger. "Lady Wilson called me. It's bad enough you're embarrassing yourself, but now you've caused Harold to get kicked out of the venue. Grandma scolded me because of you. Can't you just keep out of trouble for once?" Claire chimed in, "Mom, I think Harold must have done something to get kicked out. This isn't Charlie's fault." "How is it not his fault?" Elaine slammed her fork and spoon down in frustration. After Harold returned home, he complained that Charlie obtained the invitation card through shady means. The Treasure Pavilion found out and they were furious. As a Wilson family member, Harold was kicked out too. The president even declared that the Wilson family is unwelcome there. "We're in deep trouble." Jacob interjected, wait a minute. The invitation cards were completely legitimate. I suspect Harold caused some trouble himself and is blaming Charlie to avoid punishment. You're siding with the loser now? If it weren't for your eagerness to attend that ridiculous auction, none of this would have happened. Elaine glared at Jacob, who quickly turned his attention to his plate. Elaine continued, her impatience growing, he's just a deadbeat, there's no way he could have gotten the invitation. Now he's crossed Harold too. I'm curious to see how he'll deal with this. Before she could finish her thought, a knock echoed through the house, followed by a low voice asking, "Excuse me, is Mr. Wade home?" Elaine's expression shifted to one of anxiety as she glared at Charlie, exclaiming, "Oh no. It must be Lady Wilson. She's sent someone to interrogate you. Look what you've done." "Let's find out who it is," Claire said, her tone serious as she stood up and walked toward the door. The living room fell silent, like a church, as Elaine and Jacob stood nervously, contemplating how to handle the impending confrontation. Meanwhile, Charlie wore a grim expression. If it truly was Lady Wilson who had come to cause trouble, he wouldn't feel the need to show her any mercy. Claire cautiously opened the door and inquired, "How can I assist you?" with a watchful expression. Charlie frowned and stepped forward, positioning himself between Claire and the visitor. He asked coolly, "Are you here for me?" Standing outside was a middle-aged man in a suit. Upon seeing Charlie, he smiled and greeted him respectfully, "Good day, Mr. Wade. I'm the new manager of Treasure Pavilion, having just started this afternoon. My boss regrets how you were treated earlier today, and he sent me with a gift to express his apologies." Charlie's face showed surprise. "You work for Treasure Pavilion?" "Treasure Pavilion?" Claire echoed, her surprise mirroring Charlie's. The man hurriedly explained, "Our boss was very upset about your abrupt departure from Treasure Pavilion today, Mr. Wade. He even expelled Mr. Harold from the premises and halted the auction immediately. I sincerely apologize for the poor treatment you received. I hope you can forgive us." After finishing his explanation, the middle-aged man gestured behind him. At that moment, several strong men dressed in black rushed forward, carrying gifts and setting them down at their doorstep. Charlie looked over and realized the man had brought an impressive array of gifts. Among them were limited edition Yellow Crane Tower cigars and a box of 30-year-old Matai Flying Fairy liquor. Additionally, he presented a pair of antique vases, clearly worth a significant amount. These gifts totaled over $1 million. "Mr. Wade, these are the gifts my boss asked me to deliver from Treasure Pavilion. He is currently busy preparing for an upcoming auction with Miss Moore and couldn't come in person. I'm here to extend our apologies on his behalf. Please accept them," he said earnestly. After speaking, the middle-aged man bowed to Charlie with respect. Charlie nodded and replied, "All right, you can leave the gifts here." The middle-aged man then produced 2 golden invitation letters from his pocket and handed them to Charlie with great respect. "These invitations are for you to attend our next auction. I hope you will join us with your father-in-law. I assure you, we will meet your expectations this time. Please give us a chance to rectify our earlier mistakes." He continued, "I'm also providing you with a special VIP card for Treasure Pavilion. Only 10 of these VIP cards have been issued, and it's valid for life. With this card, you'll enjoy exclusive privileges whenever you visit." Charlie glanced at the golden VIP card adorned with golden leaves and diamonds. He replied nonchalantly, "I'm not particularly interested in auctions. Maybe you could ask my father-in-law if he'd like the VIP card and to attend the auction." "Of course," the middle-aged man said eagerly, turning to Jacob. "Mr. Wilson, I sincerely apologize for today's events. I hope you will consider attending our auction in 2 days." "This," Jacob gulped, eyeing the VIP card the man held. He quickly recognized it as a limited edition card, granted only to individuals of the highest status in Oris Hill. It wasn't something that could be purchased. With this VIP card, one could enter and exit Treasure Pavilion at will, receiving the best treatment from the staff. Furthermore, VIP cardholders had access to all antiques and would enjoy substantial discounts on purchases. The allure of such an opportunity was irresistible to Jacob. As Jacob contemplated accepting the VIP card, Charlie's mother-in-law, Elaine, suddenly reached out and snatched the card from the middle-aged man with a playful grin. "Since you've come here to apologize personally, we'll gladly accept the gifts and the VIP card. My husband will definitely attend the auction the day after tomorrow," she declared. Elaine was bubbling with excitement. To her, each gift represented a treasure. While she wasn't sure about the value of those antique vases, she did know that each bottle of Matai Flying Fairy liquor was priced at a staggering $30,000 to $40,000. And with 20 bottles in the box, that meant this collection was worth several $100,000. Then there was the box of Yellow Crane Tower cigars, each costing $5,000, and with 50 cigars in total, that box was valued at over $200,000. Just by tallying up the liquor and cigars, they were looking at a fortune of at least $1 million. So, why shouldn't she accept such generous gifts? Plus, owning a VIP card from Treasure Pavilion would surely let her flaunt her status among friends. Claire, witnessing her mother's obsession with material wealth, hesitantly interjected, "Mom." Elaine shot her a glare before responding, "What is it? Are you going to tell me not to accept these gifts?" Claire took a breath and replied, "I just think we shouldn't take these gifts so lightly. We don't really know the circumstances, so how can we just accept such expensive items?" Charlie quickly chimed in, "If it's an apology gift, then we should definitely accept it." The middle-aged man present felt a wave of relief wash over him. Before arriving, his boss had warned him that if Charlie turned down the gifts, he wouldn't need to return to work. As Charlie turned around, he noticed that Elaine had already moved the box of liquor and cigars into the house. At that moment, she was holding the antique vases and examining them under the light. Charlie shook his head and told the middle-aged man, "Thank you for delivering the gifts. You can head out now." "All right then, Mr. Wade. I won't disturb you any longer." Afterward, Charlie closed the door and turned to walk back into the house, surprised to see everyone staring at him. Elaine cleared her throat and smirked, asking, "Charlie, when did you become friends with the owner of Treasure Pavilion? Why did they come all the way here just to apologize to you?" Charlie shook his head and explained, "Mom, I think there's been a misunderstanding. I'm not friends with the owner of Treasure Pavilion. I believe they came to apologize simply because they value good customer service. Since their staff made a mistake, the boss likely wants to apologize and compensate us to maintain Treasure Pavilion's good reputation." Elaine's expression shifted to frustration as she remarked, "I thought you had suddenly become a respectable man with connections. But it seems it's just their customer service that's granting us all these gifts." Claire, still a bit confused, pondered why Treasure Pavilion would offer such lavish gifts as compensation, even with their excellent service. However, Elaine was in high spirits after receiving so many gifts and began to think about how much she could earn by selling the liquor and cigars. After dinner, as Charlie washed the dishes, his phone rang. The caller was Graeme, the man Charlie had recently assisted. Graeme was the one who had given him the jade bracelet. On the line, Graeme greeted him respectfully, "Mr. Wade." Charlie replied, "Yes. How can I assist you?" Graeme quickly responded, "I truly want to thank you for your advice during our last meeting. Thanks to you, the Quinton family is in a much better place now. I'm really grateful for your guidance. Without it, we would have faced total ruin." Charlie smiled and asked, "But things aren't exactly smooth sailing right now, are they? Otherwise, you wouldn't be calling me at this hour." Graeme chuckled awkwardly, "Mr. Wade, you really have a knack for seeing through things. There's nothing I can hide from you." Charlie continued to smile, remaining silent. Eventually, Graeme stuttered, "Mr. Wade, I'm reaching out to ask for your help with the Quinton family once more. I know we owe you a great deal, and the Quinton family will always remember what you have done for us." Graeme's face was ashen, and he trembled slightly, clearly gripped by fear. Charlie furrowed his brow and softly inquired, "Did the jade plug crack?" "Mr. Wade, you truly are remarkable. I can't believe you guessed it correctly," Graeme replied in a hushed tone. "At first, we followed your instructions to the letter. We sealed the jade plug in a yellow bag and, for 7 days, our entire family adhered to a vegetarian diet without any contact with blood. However, one day, my foolish nephew Adam secretly indulged in some stewed pigeon soup. To make matters worse, he accidentally spilled pigeon blood on the yellow paper bag that contained the jade plug. The moment that blood touched the bag, the jade plug cracked. I've already punished Adam and kept him locked up at home, yet strange occurrences persist. Charlie's expression turned serious as he asked, "What kind of strange occurrences have you experienced?" Graeme quickly responded, "Last night, a fierce thunderstorm hit. Out of the blue, lightning struck and incinerated the century-old osmanthus tree in our Quinton family courtyard. Moreover, the ancestral tablet of the Quinton family, which we keep in our ancestral hall, inexplicably fell and shattered in half. This is an ominous sign." Upon hearing Graeme's words, Charlie felt a wave of concern. In Chinese feng shui, an osmanthus tree is a symbol of wealth and prosperity. The fact that it was struck by lightning indicated impending misfortune for the Quinton family. Additionally, a broken ancestor tablet signified that a family member was likely to die. Charlie was taken aback by the malevolence contained within the jade plug, as well as its strength, which had been unleashed by just a drop of pigeon blood. As Graeme awaited a response from Charlie, his heart raced with anxiety. He continued to plead, "Even though the Quinton family has been in business for generations, I've always treated others with kindness. I've never harmed nature or anyone. Mr. Wade, please help save my family." Charlie finally replied, "Mr. Quinton, I genuinely wish to help you, but it seems the spirit in the jade plug is incredibly powerful. Since Adam has carried it for so many years, it appears to have formed a bond with the Quinton family. A simple talisman won't suffice to deal with this. What should I do now? The Quinton family is facing immense misfortune. This is tragic for all of us." Graeme lamented, his voice quaking. Charlie responded, "The evil spirit grows stronger with blood. Now that it has come into contact with pigeon blood, I fear the only way to subdue it is by invoking the power of the heavens." "All right then, Mr. Wade. I will do whatever it takes, even if it means sacrificing my entire fortune," Graeme assured him. Charlie added, "As it happens, I will be attending an auction at the Treasure Pavilion tomorrow. I'll look for any spiritual relics that might aid your family. Whether we can win the bid will depend on your luck. Thank you so much for your help, Mr. Wade." "I apologize for the trouble I've caused you," Graeme said, expressing his gratitude. He quickly added, "I'll bring my black card tomorrow. You can use it to purchase whatever you need." Charlie scoffed. Since he was assisting the Quinton family, he felt he shouldn't have to spend his own money. He replied, "Mr. Quinton, be prepared. Acquiring spiritual relics is not an easy task, and sometimes we might not be able to purchase them even if they're available. Your luck will play a significant role in whether we can secure the items at the auction." Graeme nodded, "Yes, I will also search for spiritual relics on my own. But I truly appreciate your assistance, Mr. Wade." After the incident at Antique Street, Graeme had sought help from many renowned spiritual masters to rid the evil spirit, but they would glance at the Quinton family mansion and quickly turn away, too intimidated to enter. Thus, Charlie was Graeme's last hope. In truth, Charlie was puzzled by the situation. Graeme should have been living a peaceful and happy life, as he had never harmed anyone. Yet, in a cruel twist of fate, his nephew Adam had turned his family's life upside down. If Charlie hadn't intervened previously, the entire Quinton family would have faced destruction within a year. Moreover, not only would Graeme and Adam have been lost, but the beautiful and alluring Aurora would have perished as well. The next morning, Graeme arrived at Charlie's house bright and early. He patiently waited outside until Charlie emerged, heading to the market for some vegetables. Graeme seized the moment to greet Charlie and presented him with a black card. He revealed that the card held a staggering sum of over a few $100 million, demonstrating his willingness to spend his entire fortune to rescue the Quinton family. Accompanying Graeme was Aurora, but this time, she exhibited a more humble demeanor compared to her previous arrogance. In fact, she showed great respect towards Charlie. The troubles began for the Quinton family ever since Adam's predicament, leading to a series of bizarre and unforeseen events. Additionally, Aurora's grandfather had fallen ill, deteriorating for no apparent reason. Aurora understood that Charlie was their only hope for salvation. After handing the black card to Charlie, Graeme knelt before him, tears streaming down his face as he pleaded, "Mr. Wade, please help save the Quinton family. My life doesn't matter, but my daughter is still so young." Aurora joined her father on her knees, her eyes red and swollen as she cried out, "Mr. Wade, please save the Quinton family. If it's possible, I'd even trade my life for my father's longevity." Graeme, frustrated, scolded her, "What are you saying?" Charlie shook his head in exasperation and reached out to help them both stand. As he held Aurora's delicate hands, he felt a wave of unease wash over him. Upon standing, Aurora blushed, feeling a bit embarrassed. Charlie reassured them, saying, "Don't worry. I will do my utmost to help the Quinton family avoid this disaster and ensure your safety." Both father and daughter were so moved that they were about to kneel again, but Charlie quickly stopped them. "Please, no more kneeling. It's not necessary. You can go ahead, and I'll call you when I have news." "Thank you, Mr. Wade," they both expressed their gratitude before turning to leave. After returning home from the market, Charlie was met by Jacob, who approached him nervously. "Charlie, were you speaking to Mr. Quinton outside earlier?" "Yes, he wanted to discuss something important with me," Charlie replied. Jacob, concerned, remarked, "I could see the worry etched on his face. It didn't look good. Is it about what you told him to do last time at Antique Street?" Jacob had been anxious about this situation, doubting that Charlie knew what he was doing. With a smile, Charlie reassured him, "Don't worry, Dad. Mr. Quinton came to ask me to help rid his house of an evil spirit. He also entrusted me with his bank card to purchase anything useful for him at tomorrow's auction." Jacob was taken aback and asked, "How much is on that black card?" Charlie casually replied, "A few $100 million. "What?" Jacob exclaimed, his eyes wide with shock. He clutched his chest, feeling overwhelmed, as if he might faint. In a state of panic, Jacob grabbed Charlie's shoulders. "Charlie, you can't keep lying to people. The Quinton family is giving you all that money to help them. What if something goes wrong? What if they discover you've deceived them? They could come after our whole family. You need to return that money. Dad, please relax. I know what I'm doing. I promise everything will be fine," Charlie reassured him. Charlie continued, "This is serious, so I need you to keep this between us. Don't tell Claire or Mom, it could spiral out of control." "I understand," Jacob replied, knowing his wife well. His wife was obsessed with money, often valuing it more than anything else. If she found out about the bank card with hundreds of millions, she would likely spend it all without a second thought. They would then be accountable to the Quinton family. That was an unimaginable amount of money. Jacob felt his heart race at the thought of it. He persisted in urging Charlie to return the money to the Quinton family, but after a while, he realized that his pleas had little effect on Charlie. He slumped into a nearby sofa with a sigh. Now, all he could do was keep a close watch on Charlie during the auction tomorrow to prevent him from making any reckless purchases. If the Quinton family discovered Charlie's deceit, Mr. Quinton would undoubtedly retaliate against their entire family. Early the next morning, Charlie got ready to go to the auction. Meanwhile, Jacob had a restless night, consumed by worry over the situation concerning the Quinton family. As a result, he kept pestering Charlie while they were in the living room. In the midst of this, Charlie turned to Jacob and asked, "Dad, I heard there's a special treasure going up for auction at the Treasure Pavilion today. Is that true?" "Yes," Jacob replied promptly. "I've heard it's a treasure like no other in the world." After making this statement, Jacob suddenly remembered something important. He quickly pulled Charlie aside and said, "Listen, my dear son-in-law, please don't get any wild ideas about this treasure. The starting bid is $10 million. We should just admire it from a distance." Understanding his father-in-law's concern that he might misuse the Quinton family's funds, Charlie smiled and reassured him, "Dad, there's no need to worry. You're right, I'll just take a look and won't try to place a bid." "That's good to hear," Jacob said, relieved that he had managed to convince Charlie. "But even if you wanted to bid, you might not get the chance." "Why not?" Charlie asked, curious. "I was out yesterday gathering information about the auction, and I learned that the owner of Mystery Court will also be attending. He's interested in the final treasure up for bid." Charlie was taken aback by Jacob's revelation. The owner of Mystery Court is going to be there. Little is known about Mystery Court, but its owner, Jack Yaleman, is a renowned feng shui master in the country. Many celebrities are willing to pay hefty sums for his fortune-telling services, and he's gained fame for his televised lectures on metaphysics. To have Jack read one's fortune typically costs at least 7 figures. If a celebrity wants to buy something from Mystery Court, his fees might double or even triple. Despite the steep prices, everything Jack sells is authentic, none of his items are fake. Moreover, rumors suggest that Jack's predictions are remarkably accurate. For instance, he once foretold the divorce of a well-known celebrity couple scheduled for November of that year, just as they were basking in their newlywed bliss. No one took his prediction seriously at the time. Shockingly, in mid-November, the couple announced their divorce on their social media profiles. This incident propelled Mystery Court into the spotlight, solidifying Jack's reputation and boosting the demand for his services. In the entertainment industry, Jack's name commands respect and admiration. Located in the heart of the city, Mystery Court clearly reflects the significant investment its owner made in securing the premises. Charlie hadn't anticipated Jack's presence at the auction, which hinted that the treasure truly was something extraordinary. Curiosity got the better of him, and he asked, "What exactly is this final treasure?" "I have no idea. But it's likely out of our budget anyway," Jacob responded. Just then, Charlie's phone began to ring. Upon answering, he recognized Jasmine's voice on the other end. "Mr. Wade, my car is parked outside your house. I'm here to give you a ride since it's on my way." Jasmine, concerned about potential issues at the reception, decided to pick up both Charlie and Jacob. As Charlie stepped outside, he spotted a gleaming red Bentley parked by the curb, shining brightly in the sunlight. Jasmine was leaning casually against her car, dressed in a fitted red dress that accentuated her curves. Her long, wavy hair cascaded over her shoulders, and she wore stylish sunglasses. When Jasmine noticed Charlie and Jacob approaching, she removed her sunglasses and greeted them with a warm smile. "Hello Uncle Wilson and Mr. Wade. I'm also heading to the auction at the Treasure Pavilion, so I thought I'd give you a lift." "Thank you, Miss Jasmine," Jacob replied, recognizing her immediately. "You're too kind." "Please, step in," Jasmine said graciously as she opened the car door for them. Jacob was taken aback, astonished that the eldest daughter of the Moore family would personally open the door for his son-in-law. Shortly after, they finally arrived at the exhibition center. The exhibition center featured a stunning building crowned with a circular dome. Surrounding the outer circle were numerous shops offering a diverse array of goods, ranging from flowers to birds, while the auction house was located at the very center. Constructed just last year, the exhibition center was nothing short of magnificent. Charlie followed Jasmine into the sleek glass elevator as they ascended to the 6th floor. As soon as the elevator doors opened, they were greeted by an artistic exhibition hall adorned with various pieces of antique calligraphy and paintings hanging elegantly on the walls. This was the auction house. The auction table was prominently positioned at the front, set atop a luxurious red carpet. Beneath the stage, numerous sofas were arranged, and tables overflowed with fine wines and fresh fruits, ready for the enjoyment of the guests. In comparison to the previous auction, it was clear that Treasure Pavilion had invested significant effort into this event. They likely spent over $1 million just to lease the space and arrange all the exquisite decorations for the auction. Jasmine's seat was located in the center of the front row, and just as they were about to move forward, a sudden uproar erupted from behind them. Charlie turned to see a throng of people jostling to enter the auction hall, forcing him to step aside. He frowned as he watched the crowd push their way in, noting that several bodyguards were leading the way. "Oh, is Mr. Yaleman already here?" Jasmine exclaimed, her eyes fixed on the bustling crowd. Indeed, the gathering consisted of distinguished guests attending the auction, all surrounding a middle-aged man dressed in a blue suit, who exuded an air of cold arrogance. Charlie observed the man and remarked, "So this is the esteemed Mr. Yaleman. He certainly carries himself well." As the crowd continued to usher Jack forward, He suddenly scribbled something on a yellow piece of paper and handed it to a man beside him. In a nonchalant tone, he announced, "It seems fate has brought us together today. I'm giving you this peace talisman as a gift. It will ensure your safety and bring prosperity to you and your family. Thank you, Mr. Yaleman." The recipient was both surprised and flattered as he accepted the talisman, cradling it like a precious treasure. He eagerly shared with those around him, "Mr. Yaleman's peace talisman is truly remarkable. I've sought his services for years, and ever since I got his talisman, my business has flourished." The crowd looked on with envy. Some even playfully begged Jack for a talisman, but he chose to ignore them. Jack's assistant scoffed and shouted to the crowd, "Do you really think you can just get Mr. Yaleman's talisman because you want it? People are paying at least $200,000 for each peace talisman from Mystery Court." There was a brief silence before someone in the crowd suddenly shouted, "It's a rare occasion for Mr. Yaleman to come to Oris Hill. I would gladly pay $200,000 for a peace talisman. Please, Mr. Yaleman." "Me too. I want to buy one as well. Getting a peace talisman from Mr. Yaleman is quite a feat. $200,000 is nothing, I want 5. The crowd buzzed with excitement, and many rushed to transfer money to Jack, eager to secure one of his talismans. "Please form a line," Jack's assistant instructed, as he began registering them one by one amidst the chaotic scene. At that moment, Charlie couldn't help but exclaim, "What kind of peace talisman is that? It's incredibly expensive. It's quite a lucrative business." Though he spoke softly, Jack suddenly turned his attention to him, his brows furrowing in displeasure. Jack pushed through the crowd and approached Charlie. "My friend, did I hear you questioning the value of my peace talisman?" Charlie replied casually, "I simply believe no peace talisman in this world should carry such a hefty price tag." At that moment, someone from the crowd chimed in, "Who do you think you are? What do you know? Mr. Yaleman is selling his peace talisman for a mere $200,000. Yes, just $200,000. That's why everyone is lining up to buy one. You can get a similar peace talisman for just $2 at the temple." Jack snorted at this and glared at Charlie, "You can eat rice anytime, but that doesn't mean you should spout nonsense here. People often talk without understanding what's truly beyond their grasp." With that, Jack curled his lip in disdain and strode into the auction hall. Charlie remained unfazed, his expression indifferent, as he knew Jack posed no threat to him at all. At that moment, Jasmine felt a bit uneasy as she addressed Mr. Wade, saying, "Please don't take it personally, Mr. Wade. Mr. Yaleman tends to have a short temper." Charlie shrugged it off, replying, "Let's go inside now." One after another, the guests made their way into the venue. The evening's host was none other than Finn Baxendale, the owner of Treasure Pavilion. He took to the stage and delivered the customary opening speech to kick off the auction segment. And just like that, the auction officially commenced. Due to the unexpected cancellation of the previous auction, today's event saw a doubled turnout of guests. The first item showcased on stage, presented by two ladies, was a stunning antique copper incense burner, enveloped in a delicate white mist and an inviting fragrance. The auctioneer then introduced the first piece, stating, "This is a reverse incense burner, a treasure once reserved for royal use. It required the king's explicit permission for anyone to utilize it. Moreover, the technique for crafting this incense burner has been lost for generations, making it nearly impossible to replicate." Upon concluding his introduction, he gestured for his assistant to ignite the incense. The assistant, clad in a traditional cheongsam, gently scooped a handful of incense with a silver spoon and lit it. As the white smoke flowed gracefully from the burner, it cascaded like a waterfall, bringing the intricate pine crane designs to life, as though they were subtly flapping their wings. The refreshing scent of the incense permeated the auction hall, creating a serene atmosphere. Charlie nodded in appreciation, commenting, "This is indeed genuine ambergris from sperm whales. Such handmade incense is nearly impossible to find these days." The auctioneer struck the gavel twice and announced, "The starting bid for this reverse incense burner is set at $800,000, with increments of $100,000 for each subsequent bid." Given the exquisite craftsmanship and rarity of the incense burner, the starting price was quite reasonable. In a short span, the incense burner was sold for an impressive $1.6 million. Following that, the auctioneer moved on to several other high-quality antiques. The atmosphere in the auction hall grew increasingly tense as guests eagerly placed bids on items that piqued their interest. Jacob watched the proceedings with enthusiasm, wishing he could participate in the bidding if only he had the funds. On the other hand, Charlie remained disinterested in the antiques being offered. Despite their rarity and value, these items held little appeal for him. Suddenly, the assistant appeared with a stunning necklace adorned with luminous purple pearls. The auctioneer introduced this item, saying, "These natural purple pearls originate from the East China Sea. Remarkably, only 1 out of 1,000 pearls yields such stunning purple hues. The beads are perfectly round and uniform, making this an extremely rare find." Starting at a modest $400,000, the auction price for the necklace was not exorbitant. Without hesitation, Charlie raised his hand to place a bid. $500,000. Jacob's eyes widened, and he exclaimed, "What are you thinking? That necklace is probably worth just a few tens of thousands. Why would you spend $500,000 on it? That's absurd." Charlie gazed at the purple pearls, his thoughts turning to Claire. He smiled and replied, "I can just picture how beautiful Claire would look wearing that necklace. Purple pearls are known to calm the nerves. Given all the stress she's been under lately, she could really use it." Hearing that Charlie intended to buy the necklace for his daughter, Jacob fell silent, unable to argue further. Since the necklace was not overly valuable, no one else expressed interest in bidding. Just as the auctioneer was about to bring down the gavel, a voice suddenly rang out from the back of the hall. $600,000. Charlie turned to locate the source of the voice and found Adam from the Quinton family glaring back at him with a smirk. Adam then taunted, "I'm sorry, but I have my heart set on that necklace too." Charlie frowned upon seeing Adam. What was he doing here? Didn't Graeme say he had confined Adam at home? Adam had been enduring a truly miserable existence for the past few days. After getting into trouble recently, he had suffered a severe beating from his father, who also imposed a strict ban on him from leaving the house. Despite this confinement, Adam's deep passion for antiques made it impossible for him to miss the upcoming auction. Determined, he plotted his escape from the house in order to attend the auction. However, he was taken aback to find Charlie present at the event. Adam had always looked down on Charlie's abilities, believing that his second uncle had been completely fooled by this young man. Yet, he didn't have the courage to confront Charlie directly. When he saw Charlie bidding on a pearl necklace, he quickly placed a bid himself, eager to challenge him. Charlie glanced at Adam briefly before turning his attention back to the auctioneer, continuing to bid. $700,000. Adam echoed his move. $800,000. Jacob, unable to remain seated any longer, stood up and warned Charlie, "Charlie, just let it go. There's no point in getting into a bidding war with him." Charlie simply smiled and replied, "Just watch how I handle this." Then, he raised his hand decisively and announced, $8 million. A wave of shock swept through the auction hall at that moment. While someone else was bidding $800,000, Charlie had just jumped to $8 million. Was he out of his mind? Adam was equally stunned. Charlie was clearly breaking the conventional bidding rules. Typically, a bid of $800,000 would prompt a response of $900,000 or $1 million at most. Why would he leap to $8 million for the pearl necklace? Was he truly insane, or did he simply have too much money to waste? With raised eyebrows, Charlie smiled at Adam. "Mr. Quinton, please continue." Adam coughed nervously and retorted, "Do you think I'm crazy? Why would I spend $8 million on a worthless pearl necklace? Forget it. You can have it." Although Adam was reluctant to lose face, he certainly didn't want to shell out $8 million for the necklace. After all, the necklace was valued at a maximum of $700,000. If he actually spent more than $8 million, he would face severe consequences from his father when he got home. That would be an utter waste of money. Charlie regarded Adam with disdain and said, "Mr. Quinton, are you giving up already? You seem to be struggling to keep up." At that, laughter erupted in the room. Adam's face turned red as he shot back, "You're infuriating. Who says I can't afford the pearl necklace? I'm just not foolish enough to pay $8 million for something worthless. I'm really curious to see how you plan to pay for it." Charlie smirked and replied, "If you can't afford it, just admit it. There's no need for all this back and forth." With that, the auctioneer brought down his gavel. $8 million. Sold. Congratulations to Mr. Wade. As the assistant approached Charlie with a wireless credit card machine, she said, "Mr. Wade, please process your payment now." All eyes were on Charlie in that moment. Adam sneered, "Charlie, why don't you give it a try? Let's see how you can manage to pay $8 million. The crowd was equally eager to see how this would unfold. With Charlie so self-assured about his bid, could he really afford to pay for it? With a smile, Charlie pulled out Graeme's black card from his pocket and swiped it on the credit card machine. No password was necessary. He successfully completed the transaction. The assistant handed Charlie the receipt and said, "Mr. Wade, your pearl necklace will be delivered to you before the auction concludes." "Perfect." Charlie responded with a nod. The room was filled with shock. It appeared that Charlie was indeed wealthy. What a bold move to purchase a pearl necklace for $8 million when its actual value was only around $700,000. Charlie then turned to Adam with a grin and asked, "Mr. Quinton, are you satisfied now?" Laughter erupted as someone quipped, "I think Mr. Quinton can't afford this because he's gotten into so much trouble with his family, right? Ha ha ha. It seems Mr. Quinton is too weak to even lift a knife. Ha ha ha." Adam felt a flush of embarrassment wash over him. How infuriating. That young man actually had the funds to pay for the necklace. Feeling humiliated, Adam gritted his teeth and declared, "Charlie, I won't back down in the next bid." Charlie nodded casually and replied, "All right, let's see how it goes with the next item." Adam could not comprehend Charlie's boldness, nor did he realize that his uncle had given Charlie access to his black card. Before long, several more items were auctioned off, leading up to the introduction of a semi-finished topaz jade. Half of the jade was encased in rock, emphasizing its natural authenticity. The starting bid for the jade was set at $800,000. The jade, naturally formed and imbued with a certain spiritual energy, seemed like the ideal item for Graeme to rid his home of the evil spirit. With that thought in mind, Charlie quickly raised his hand. $900,000. Just after Charlie's bid, a familiar voice chimed in. $1 million. Charlie turned to see Adam's challenging gaze fixed on him. Without a word, Charlie raised his hand again. $1,100,000. $1,200,000. As the bidding continued, the price of the jade had already doubled, and under Adam's strategic pushes, it skyrocketed to $2 million. Everyone in the auction hall recognized that Adam was intentionally inflating the jade's price to provoke Charlie. Anticipation filled the air as the spectators eagerly awaited Charlie's next move. In a slow motion, Charlie raised his hand once more, declaring, $20 million. What? This was absolutely outrageous. Had the price jumped from $2 million to $20 million in an instant? It was reminiscent of the earlier situation where the cost had multiplied tenfold. Adam's face twisted into an expression of disbelief. What was Charlie thinking? Even if he had the money, why squander it so recklessly? Despite being known as the notorious spendthrift of Oris Hill, Adam hesitated at the thought of shelling out 10 times the item's worth. Should he continue bidding? If he matched Charlie's offer, he would be essentially throwing away $18 million. Yet, if he backed down, he would be the subject of ridicule from Charlie and the others. Having already endured humiliation, he couldn't afford to lose face again in front of the city. With determination, Adam clenched his teeth and announced, "I'll bid $20,100,000. The crowd erupted in excitement. Adam had stepped up the challenge. Charlie grinned and raised his hand yet again. $30 million. What? This is unbelievable. This guy is out of his mind. From an initial $2 million to $20 million and now jumping to $30 million, Charlie's audacity left everyone in the auction hall stunned. Adam was on the verge of a breakdown. What was Charlie's game? Was he truly that wealthy? $30 million for a single piece of jade? He could buy 15 of them at that price. Regardless of who ultimately paid for the jade, Adam knew he would come out on the losing side. Charlie looked at Adam again, taunting, "Mr. Quinton, are you going to let me win this without a fight?" Adam was spiraling into panic. 30 million for a piece of jade? His family would disown him. His sister, Aurora, would surely make him pay dearly for such a decision. But with so many eyes on him, what could he do? Flushed and uncertain, Adam felt trapped. The auctioneer called out, $30 million once. $30 million twice. The lively crowd began to shout. "Mr. Quinton, place your bid. Mr. Quinton, you must keep bidding. Mr. Quinton, don't let us down. Mr. Quinton, are you really giving up? Were you just bluffing?" With a smile, Charlie added, "Mr. Quinton, if you don't bid, you'll lose to me once more." Chapter 151. All eyes were on Adam at that moment. After a brief pause, he finally concluded that logic outweighed his instincts. With frustration bubbling over, he exclaimed, "I give up. Ha! Lousy! What a shame! Such an embarrassment!" The crowd continued to ridicule Adam, their laughter echoing as they scorned him. Feeling humiliated, Adam searched for a place to hide his face, overwhelmed by his regret. He reflected on his choices, wishing he had stayed home instead of facing this embarrassment. Anger surged within him as the humiliation deepened. When he noticed Charlie chuckling at him, his frustration intensified. Without thinking, Adam stormed over to Charlie. "Wade! Are you doing this on purpose?" Charlie casually lifted a glass of wine and took a sip. "No one forced you to bid against me. You chose to compete, so why are you upset with me now?" Jasmine chimed in coldly, "Mr. Quinton, the auction rules have always been clear. If you can't afford to bid, then you shouldn't be here." Adam seethed but held back from confronting Jasmine. "Just you wait," he shouted, pointing a finger at Charlie before retreating to his seat. Charlie merely shook his head, thinking how challenging it must be for the Quinton family to have someone like Adam among them. Shortly thereafter, Charlie swiped his black card once more, purchasing the jade as everyone looked on. After all, it was Graeme's money, so he didn't feel any regret. He couldn't help but ponder how Graeme would react if he discovered that Adam's actions had led to such an extravagant expense in the end. Graeme would probably have a few choice words for Adam. Now that would be amusing. About an hour later, the auction was nearing its conclusion. During this time, Adam refrained from bidding on anything else, likely fearing another outbid from Charlie. Suddenly, a group of helpers struggled to wheel a trolley onto the stage. It appeared to conceal something substantial. Charlie held his breath, captivated by the stage. He sensed a powerful and mysterious energy emanating from it. Mr. Yaleman, seated at the adjacent table, was also intently focused on the trolley. This must be the final treasure. However, as Finn Baxendale unveiled the curtain, a collective sigh of disappointment swept through the auction hall. Inside the trolley lay a large, worn reef, adorned with seaweed and dried seashells. Whispers filled the room as attendees questioned why Treasure Pavilion would showcase this battered stone as the auction's grand finale. Seizing the moment, Finn Baxendale addressed the audience. "Everyone, please remain calm. This is the last item up for auction tonight. This clam was formed naturally on the ocean floor. Experts have confirmed that this shellfish is hundreds of years old and has been submerged for over 1,000 years since its demise. It features a unique symbol on its shell, making it a one-of-a-kind treasure." After his explanation, he instructed an assistant to clean the coral reef for the audience. Once polished, the exposed area revealed a palm-sized section that gleamed a transparent golden red, resembling amber, with an exquisite pattern. The crowd gasped in amazement. While international prices for clams typically range from $30,000 to $50,000 per gram, with lifespans of 20 to 100 years, this clam was over several hundred years old. Finding another treasure like this was no simple task. Its rarity was further enhanced by the fact that it had rested on the seabed for thousands of years. The clam's golden red transparency and natural shell patterns positioned it as a premier treasure amongst its kind. The starting bid for this exceptional item was set at $9 million. The auction was in full swing, and before long, the price of the clam soared to an astonishing $12 million. As the bidding escalated, many participants withdrew when the price exceeded their budgets. Yet, those who recognized the clam's true worth pressed on with their bids. Suddenly, Jack rose from his seat and declared, "I bid $15 million for it." He then turned to the crowd, bowing slightly as he continued, "Dear friends, my presence at this auction is solely for this clam. I kindly ask that you cease bidding so I can take this treasure home today. In gratitude, I will provide each of you with a peace talisman." Most attendees were prominent business leaders familiar with Jack's formidable reputation. No one dared to cross him. It was well known that if Jack felt slighted, he had the power to ruin someone's fortune or family. Additionally, the peace talismans he promised, valued at $200,000 each, made many guests reconsider. Though they felt some discontent, they chose to accept Jack's offer, feeling that their time spent here was not entirely wasted. Meanwhile, Finn maintained a calm demeanor despite his growing frustration. Traditionally, auctions were governed by the principle that the highest bidder wins, yet Jack appeared intent on bending those rules. If Jack truly paid $15 million for the clam, Finn could withstand a loss. However, the implications of this event reverberating through the community could severely tarnish the reputation of Treasure Pavilion and the auction industry as a whole. Realizing Jack's influence and capability, Finn concluded that it would be unwise to confront him. Reluctantly, he prepared to concede the clam to Jack. Jack, initially arrogant, could hardly contain his excitement now. He had traveled all the way to Oris Hill with the sole purpose of acquiring this treasure. Despite facing challenges along the way, he was finally on the verge of achieving his goal. What did $15 million mean to him? Once the clam was his, he was certain it would yield significant profits. The atmosphere was tense as silence enveloped the room. It seemed no one dared to challenge him further. Jack was indeed in control. Who wouldn't surrender everything for the illustrious Mr. Yaleman? It appeared that he had struck a fantastic deal for just $15 million. Then, unexpectedly, a soft voice broke the silence. "I will pay $30 million for it." The room fell silent once again, as everyone turned to the source of the voice in disbelief. It was him again. The young man clad in simple, casual attire, who at first glance seemed unremarkable, had triumphed in two impressive bids against Adam. He had effortlessly swiped his black card to finalize his earlier purchases. Truly impressive. However, no one anticipated that he would have the audacity to challenge Jack. Upon recognizing Charlie's face, Jack's glare intensified. Adam was the first to react, rubbing his eyes vigorously in disbelief. Jasmine, too, was taken aback by Charlie's boldness in confronting Jack. Though she recognized Charlie's exceptional skills in appraising antiques, she had no idea he possessed such wealth. Jasmine couldn't help but wonder about Charlie's fearlessness. Did he not worry about Jack's potential retribution? Jacob quickly regained his composure and tugged at Charlie's sleeve, urging, "Charlie, what are you doing? Sit down." "Dad, I know what I'm doing," Charlie replied confidently, lifting his chin. "Charlie, what's your intention? Why are you trying to take something from Mr. Yaleman?" Adam confronted him coldly. Charlie smiled and responded, "This is an auction. Everyone has the right to bid. What do you mean by saying I'm taking something that belongs to him? Don't you understand the rules of bidding?" With that, Charlie added with a sneer, "You should just sit down and keep quiet. Aren't you embarrassed after failing twice today?" Adam blushed with humiliation upon hearing Charlie's words and promptly sat down, unable to muster a retort. Jack's expression darkened as he continued to glare at Charlie. "It's you again. Do you know who I am? I am Jack Yaleman. You dare to take what's mine?" Charlie retorted with a smirk, "I don't care who you are, but today I'm outbidding you. What will you do about it?" Jack was losing his mind. He was a well-respected figure in his city and throughout the country. Everyone present today held him in high regard, Yet this young kid was showing him nothing but arrogance. He had attempted to undermine Jack on several occasions, which was incredibly frustrating. What made matters worse was that he actually had the audacity to scold him. This kid must have a death wish. Those at the auction were equally stunned. Who was this young man, and what gave him the nerve to confront and chastise Jack? Was he truly tired of living? Jack was a feng shui master with countless methods to deal with someone like him without shedding a drop of blood. Despite Jack's growing fury, he remained calm and collected, determined to acquire the clam at a lower price. He managed to keep his cool and smiled as he said, "My friend, I understand that we've had some misunderstandings earlier today, but this seems a bit excessive. If you're bidding against me solely because of that minor issue, wouldn't that be a bit vengeful?" Jack had his sights set on securing the clam for $15 million. He recognized that engaging in a direct confrontation with Charlie would most likely push the next bid past $30 million. He didn't want to spend that much money today. So, he held back and hoped that Charlie would reconsider his bid. He planned to settle the score with him after successfully acquiring the clam for $15 million. Charlie, however, saw right through Jack's intentions. With a sneer, he retorted, "Stop with the nonsense, I'm interested in this clam too. If you can't afford my asking price, then feel free to withdraw your bid." Things were escalating again. Oh my! This young man had actually dared to tell Jack to back out of the bidding. That was a bit much, wasn't it? Jack wore a frosty expression, but in his effort to save money, he spoke gently again. "I really want this clam. Can you please let me have it?" Charlie looked at him coolly before responding, "Why should I? Do I even know you?" Then, he added, "Hey, can you just let me know if you can afford to bid against me?" Jack's expression turned sour. No one had ever dared to speak to him like that. Moreover, this kid couldn't be more than 20 years old. He was even younger than all of Jack's disciples and grandchildren. Jack's annoyance bubbled over, and he dropped the pretense. "It's shocking that someone would refuse to show respect to me, the esteemed Mr. Yaleman. All right then. Since this is a fair competition, let the highest bidder take the treasure home. I'm eager to see just how wealthy you really are and how you plan to take this clam from me." With that, Jack raised his hand and declared, $50 million. As soon as he made his bid, murmurs spread through the audience once again. It felt like the auction hall had transformed into a high-stakes gambling den, with the atmosphere becoming increasingly electric. The rules were straightforward. It all came down to who had more cash. The one with the most money would reign supreme. Jack had a clear strategy in mind. He believed that if he engaged Charlie in a gradual bidding war, it would drag on indefinitely. Thus, he aimed to intimidate Charlie with a staggering bid that would leave him breathless. That's why he called for $50 million right away, confident that Charlie wouldn't be able to match it. But Charlie maintained a straight face before he responded, $100 million. The auction price had doubled again. The tension in the auction hall was palpable. Within mere minutes, the price of the treasure had skyrocketed tenfold. This was a remarkable and unforgettable moment in auction history. At that moment, Adam couldn't help but shout, "Charlie! Are you certain you have that kind of money, or are you just putting on a show?" Charlie couldn't help but burst into laughter. "Yes, I have the funds right now." "Why? Are you still skeptical?" "Let me clarify, the black card I've been using for all my purchases belongs to the Quinton family. Your uncle gave it to me. So, is this truly unexpected? Are you surprised?" You! Adam shouted, his face a deep shade of red. "You bastard! How dare you swindle the Quinton family's money? I swear, I will crush you sooner or later, you liar." At that moment, Jack turned to Adam and inquired, "Mr. Quinton, do you recognize this person?" With a snort, Adam responded, "All I know is that he's the son-in-law of the Wilson family. He's unemployed and lives off his wife. Recently, he managed to persuade my father to hand over some money. Is that right?" Jack raised an eyebrow and let out a scoff, feeling a sense of reassurance wash over him. Listen, young man, I recommend you tone down your arrogance. Otherwise, you might find yourself on the losing end. I'm not dismissing you, but do you really think you can come up with $100 million? Charlie's expression hardened as he replied, you don't need to worry about my finances. If you want to challenge me, keep bidding. Otherwise, just keep quiet and back out now. Jack could no longer contain his frustration and cursed, young man. You're asking for trouble. Charlie chuckled and retorted, asking for trouble? Is that really your decision? You can't even afford what you want to buy, yet you're plotting to get rid of me? Ha ha ha. You're truly foolish. Charlie's ridicule pushed Jack over the edge. He shouted, you better give me what I want and hand over the treasure. Otherwise, it won't matter if you have it when you lose your life. Finn's expression shifted immediately. It was clear Jack was trying to break the rules and tarnish the reputation of Treasure Pavilion. Feeling uncomfortable, Finn's face turned pale, but he did not dare to contradict the feng shui master. With a slight smile, Charlie responded, if you really want to take my life, you'll have to wait until the auction ends, right? The auction isn't over yet, and I'm ready to pay $100 million for the clam. If you want it, keep bidding against me. Jasmine watched in surprise. Jack was not an ordinary individual. Even the Moore family lacked the power to confront someone like him. Yet, she couldn't fathom why Charlie was so determined to provoke Jack. Where did he find the confidence to do this? Jacob sank onto the sofa, clutching his chest as his heart raced in shock. It's over. This time, everything is finished. My son-in-law is doomed, and the entire Wilson family will be ruined. Jack's expression was tense, while Charlie stood his ground, unwavering. However, Charlie was correct. This was an auction, and if Jack wanted the clam, he would need to continue bidding. But $100 million? Who could afford that? Everyone's gaze turned to Jack, waiting for his reaction. Fuming, Jack restrained his anger for the sake of the treasure and spoke in a low tone, my friend, if I've upset you in any way, I truly apologize. It was unintentional, and I hope you can forgive me. But this clam is incredibly important to me. I really need it. Please, do me a favor and let me have it. I promise to return the favor. Jack's eyes narrowed as he struggled to believe that this young man had the audacity to humiliate him in front of everyone. Once this was settled, he would ensure Charlie learned a lesson. Charlie replied coolly, I'm sorry, but this clam is just as valuable to me. I can't hand it over. Besides, I believe I already mentioned that you're just a bully, and your favor means nothing to me. Jack felt his temper flare. All he could think about was finding a way to eliminate Charlie once the auction concluded. He had to get rid of him. The auction attendees watched with bated breath, shocked that this young man was daring to stand up to Jack until the very end. Eventually, the auctioneer struck his gavel, and Charlie won the clam for $100 million. Jack was seething, casting a bitter glance at Charlie before storming out of the auction hall. He wanted to eliminate Charlie right there, but circumstances prevented him. He would have to deal with this matter carefully. As Jack walked away, Jasmine cautioned Charlie, Mr. Yaleman is not an ordinary individual. I doubt he'll just let this go. He's likely to cause you some trouble. You should be cautious and protect yourself and your family. Charlie smiled and replied, I'm just hoping he'll come after me. $100 million for a clam. People thought Charlie had lost his mind, but he brushed off their concerns. On the journey home, Charlie reassured Jacob, explaining that the hefty sum he spent at the auction had already been approved by the Quinton family. He feared that Jacob might become anxious about the potential repercussions from the Quinton family. Upon arriving home, Charlie wasted no time and began examining the clam, eager to dive into his discovery before Claire returned from work. This clam was enormous, roughly the size of a standard tire. After a thorough cleaning, its shell gleamed with a golden red hue and a smooth, transparent finish. Charlie effortlessly broke it apart into several pieces. He picked up one shard and began to scrutinize it. As he anticipated, 3 white beads were affixed to the back of the shell. This was the holy pearl of the ocean, one of the 7 treasures of Buddhism, and its presence in this clam shell heightened its spiritual significance. Additionally, only shellfish that had lived for over a century contained any psychic or spiritual energy, formed from absorbing the ocean's essence. The holy pearl of the ocean was one of the rarest and most revered treasures worldwide, making it imperative for Charlie to acquire it regardless of the cost. Charlie was thrilled to discover 3 holy pearls of the ocean nestled within the clam. Next, he retrieved the lightning-stricken dragon blood wood and used Reiki to imprint several of his handprints onto the wood, following the instructions from the apocalyptic book. As soon as his handprints touched the wood, he felt a powerful, thunderous energy emanating from it. When the holy pearl of the ocean met this thunderous energy, it was enveloped in a golden light, continuously absorbing the force. Charlie held the holy pearl of the ocean and began to chant in front of the artifact. Before long, the holy pearl of the ocean began to glow brightly in his palm, achieving a state of perfection. Afterward, Charlie took the purple pearl necklace he had won at the auction earlier that day, selecting a few pearls to blend with the clam shards and one of the holy pearls of the ocean. He skillfully crafted them into a stunning bracelet. The remaining holy pearls of the ocean were also in pristine condition. Charlie picked one of the holy pearls to refine into a stun talisman, intending to present it to Graeme. He was confident that the Quinton family would effectively deal with the evil spirit once they received the stun talisman, created from the clam shell and infused with the thunderous energy specialized for banishing malevolent spirits. After completing his tasks, Charlie noticed he still had many clam shards left. Since it was still early, he held the shards in his hands, attempting to create a thunder order. According to the apocalyptic book, the thunder order was a low-level magical weapon primarily used to summon thunder and rain. Once he finished practicing the necessary skills for the thunder order, Charlie heard some movement in the living room. It appeared that Claire had returned home. Quickly, Charlie stashed the leftover clam shards under the bed before stepping out of the bedroom, wearing the newly crafted bracelet made from the purple pearls and the holy pearl. As he emerged, he spotted Claire in the living room, looking exasperated as she faced her mother, Elaine. As Charlie approached them, he noticed Elaine proudly displaying her wrist, adorned with the jade bracelet Graeme had gifted him during their visit to Antique Street. Elaine beamed with excitement, exclaiming, "Claire, this jade bracelet is absolutely amazing. Everyone praised me when I wore it out today. It made me so happy." Claire looked at her mother with a mix of frustration and disbelief, responding, "Mom, isn't that the jade bracelet Charlie brought home a few days ago? How could you wear it without telling me? I thought I had lost it." Elaine shot back, "I'm your mother. What's wrong with me borrowing your bracelet? Just let me enjoy it for a few more days. I love the attention I'm getting because of it." Seeing the mother-daughter exchange escalate, Charlie stepped in quickly, saying, "Claire, it's all right. If your mom loves the jade bracelet, she can keep it. I've made a new bracelet that I plan to give to you." "What kind of bracelet?" Elaine asked, snatching it from Charlie's hand. However, upon realizing it was merely a bracelet made from pearls and clam shells, she tossed it at Claire and scoffed, "Oh, it's just another one of those worthless things." At this moment, Claire held the bracelet in her hand and asked, "Charlie, did you make this yourself?" "Yes," Charlie replied, nodding his head. "This necklace, made from pearl and clam shell fragments, is designed to soothe your nerves and promote restful sleep. If you wear it regularly, it will also help protect you from negative energies. I rushed the craftsmanship a bit today, so it's a little rough around the edges. I promise to create a more beautiful bracelet for you in the future when I have the chance." Before he could finish, Claire smiled brightly and said, "Thank you, Charlie. I really like it." "I'm glad to hear that," Charlie responded, letting out a huge sigh of relief. The jade bracelet he had given Claire earlier was actually quite precious, but she rarely wore it. Claire was a down-to-earth person and didn't pay much attention to gold or silver jewelry. She preferred to avoid anything overly flashy. Yet, Charlie could see that this handmade bracelet truly resonated with her. As Elaine observed Claire's genuine admiration for the simple bracelet, she muttered under her breath, "It's not even made of gold or jade. It's just some worthless shells and pearls. What's the point?" Charlie smiled, choosing not to engage in an argument with her. He felt it was fine even if Claire didn't recognize the bracelet's true value. If she knew it was a magical piece that the wealthy would pay billions for, she might not want to wear it at all. After presenting the bracelet to Claire, Charlie stepped out to find a courier in the city, hoping to send the stun talisman and return the black card to Graeme. This way, he could provide a satisfactory explanation to Graeme. Meanwhile, at the Quinton family mansion, Jack sat on the living room sofa, his expression dark and brooding. He hadn't uttered a single word since entering the house. Jack's primary reason for coming to Oris Hill was to acquire a treasure he believed was embedded within a clam, the holy pearls of the ocean. He understood that using the clam to create magical artifacts could yield immense wealth, making the treasure invaluable. However, he hadn't anticipated that Charlie would thwart his plans, which only fueled his frustration. Standing beside Jack, Adam maintained a respectful demeanor with his hands at his sides. Mystery Court was well known, and the Quinton family recognized Jack immediately, greeting him with respect. Graeme welcomed Jack with a smile, saying, "Welcome. I didn't expect you to visit our humble home, Mr. Yaleman. The Quinton family is truly fortunate to have you here today." Jack took a sip of his tea, setting the cup on the table before speaking. "I ran into Mr. Quinton at the auction today, and he invited me to your home to read your fortune." Graeme had intended to reprimand Adam for sneaking out, but seeing Adam invite such a reputable figure as Jack tempered his anger. "Mr. Yaleman, please make yourself at home," Graeme urged. Jack nodded, then continued, "If I'm not mistaken, the Quinton family has faced considerable misfortune over the past 2 years. It seems someone within the family has come into contact with something ominous. One of you even encountered a bloody disaster last year. As for this year..." Jack glanced around the mansion with an enigmatic expression and sighed. "I fear the Quinton family's fortune is in serious jeopardy. If this continues, the entire family could face destruction." Graeme turned pale upon hearing Jack's words and respectfully pleaded, "Mr. Yaleman, you truly are an expert from Mystery Court. The Quinton family has indeed suffered a great deal of bad luck. Please, we need your help." Everyone in the Quinton family looked on in surprise. Jack was genuinely knowledgeable in these matters. Having received no response from Charlie, Graeme grew increasingly impatient. Jack's appearance felt like a ray of hope. Eagerly, he asked, "Mr. Yaleman, do you have a solution?" "Of course, there are ways," Jack replied slowly, but then his expression shifted as he frowned. "However, it appears that someone has recently employed a magic trick to confuse your family. This has disrupted the feng shui in your home and accelerated the Quinton family's decline. If this continues, I fear that all members of the Quinton family could perish within 6 months." "A trick on the family? What do you mean?" Graeme stood momentarily speechless. Charlie was the only person who had recently made any changes to the feng shui of the Quinton household. Having great faith in Charlie's expertise, Graeme quickly responded, "Mr. Yaleman, are you certain about this? Someone has indeed been working on the feng shui in my home, Mr. Wade. However, his methods seem to be effective so far. I don't believe he would cast a spell or pull any tricks on us." Jack scoffed, then exclaimed, "There are people who masquerade as deities, and they're particularly skilled at deceiving those who don't know any better. If you choose to keep trusting him, then I will take my leave right now." "Mr. Yaleman, please don't go," Graeme said in a panic, trying to prevent Jack from leaving. "Could you please clarify your concerns regarding his methods?" In response, Jack pointed towards the hall without lifting his gaze. "Have someone bring me a bowl of water." Graeme promptly instructed a servant to fetch a bowl of clear water. Once it arrived, Jack dipped his finger into the bowl and added several talismans to the water. After completing this, he flicked the water towards Graeme's eyes. As Graeme blinked open his eyes, an overwhelming fear surged through him, prompting him to back away from Jack. "Mr. Yaleman, what is happening?" In an instant, Graeme saw the Quinton family mansion shrouded in an ominous layer of black smoke. Above each family member loomed a wisp of lifeless gray smoke, their faces appearing as pale and expressionless as the undead. Jack sneered and declared, "I am merely opening your eyes. What you're witnessing is the future of the Quinton family. You all will soon meet your demise." Terrified, Graeme collapsed onto the sofa, muttering, "What can I do about this? It seems fate has brought me here today, so I will assist you, as this appears to be our destiny," Jack replied. He then produced a peace talisman from his pocket and handed it to Graeme. As Graeme grasped the talisman, he noticed it radiated a faint golden light. To his astonishment, the disturbing vision vanished, restoring everything to its former state the moment Jack transferred the talisman. This, Graeme was now drenched in cold sweat, urgently saying, "Mr. Yaleman, you truly are remarkable. Please, save the Quinton family and help us escape this misfortune. I'm willing to pay any price to rid ourselves of this bad luck. My mission is to help others find peace, which is why I'm here today," Jack replied. Continuing, Jack took out a dozen more peace talismans and handed them to Graeme. "Distribute these to all your family members and instruct them to keep them on their person at all times. This will help eliminate your misfortune." Graeme accepted the talismans but hesitated, asking, "How can I repay you for your kindness, Mr. Yaleman?" Jack waved his hand dismissively, responding, "Helping someone remove their misfortune is a virtue in itself. I do not wish to accept any payment today. Just remember, if a con artist tries to persuade you into spending a fortune on some magical item, you must refuse without hesitation." At that moment, Adam, who had been standing beside Graeme, interjected, "Father, look. I told you Charlie was a fraud. He took our family's money and doesn't even know what he's doing. He must refund every penny he took. Otherwise, I'll take legal action to ensure he spends the rest of his life in prison." Aurora frowned, contemplating the situation. A nagging feeling arose within her, suggesting that Jack might be the one deceiving them. While Charlie might have been a bit aloof and lacking in emotional intelligence, he didn't strike her as a bad person. In fact, he had a way of making her feel secure and warm, even without any overt actions. "You, be quiet," Graeme snapped, his gaze fixed on Adam. He then turned to Jack and said respectfully, "Thank you for your guidance. I will certainly be more mindful of these matters moving forward." Jack nodded thoughtfully before standing up and exiting the mansion. Once Jack was gone, Adam wasted no time in speaking up. "Father, Mr. Yaleman is an esteemed master from Mystery Court. How can someone like Charlie, a known liar, even be mentioned in the same breath as him? What's more, Mr. Yaleman is willing to assist us with our family issues without charging a dime. Mr. Yaleman hasn't taken a cent from us, yet Charlie has already swindled our family out of a fortune. He just blew over $100 million on a worthless clam at the auction today. This is nothing short of a scam. Second uncle, why are you so eager to hand over money to him? Why do you trust him so much? If this news spreads, people in Oris Hill will think the Quinton family is a bunch of fools." Graeme remained silent, but his face showed signs of doubt. He recognized that Jack had a solid reputation within the country. Additionally, he couldn't shake off the vivid vision Jack had shared with him earlier. It felt too real to dismiss. Most importantly, Jack hadn't charged them anything today, while Charlie had squandered so much of the Quinton family's money at the auction. The more Graeme pondered the situation, the more he started to suspect that something was amiss with Charlie. At that moment, the butler of the Quinton family knocked on the door and entered after receiving permission from Graeme. After delivering his message, he handed a paper box to Graeme. Frowning, Graeme opened the box. Inside, he discovered a talisman. As he examined the talisman closely, he realized it was merely a thin piece of shell, about the size of a matchbox, attached to a cheap red string. It looked like something sold at a typical tourist shop. Upon checking the sender's details, he was surprised to find it was from Charlie. There was also a note included in the box that read, "Stun Talisman. Hang it in the main hall to break and eliminate evil spirits." Adam exploded in anger as soon as he saw the talisman. "This is ridiculous, Father. Charlie is playing you for a fool. He sent you a worthless piece of clam shell, probably something bought from any random store. Do you really believe this will help us get rid of any evil spirits? And do you honestly think this broken shell is worth $100 million? He clearly doesn't care about you. Sending this talisman via courier shows he doesn't have the guts to face you." If Charlie isn't a fraud, why would he behave this way? Adam continued to shout, "Father, we should just send someone to beat Charlie up and reclaim our money. If he runs away, we'll be in serious trouble." "Enough. I need to think this through," Graeme replied, rubbing his temples. He stared at the symbol on the shell, unsure if it held any real power. After a moment of hesitation, Graeme called all members of the Quinton family together and declared, "This is a critical situation for the Quinton family, and it's of utmost importance. I will visit Charlie personally tomorrow to clarify what's going on. For now, I want everyone to keep the peace talisman that Mr. Yaleman gave us on them at all times. Do not remove it. Understood? Father, I want to accompany you." Adam interjected, gritting his teeth. "Charlie has caused us too much harm. I need to confront him and make him pay." "You? Do you think you can handle that?" Graeme frowned and replied, "If you insist on coming, you need to bring several bodyguards with you tomorrow. Make sure to find out where Charlie is so we can be ready to confront him." After saying this, Graeme paused and cautioned Adam, "Remember, I'm not asking you to create trouble for Charlie. I don't want you to act recklessly and end up getting hurt again." Adam felt thrilled and quickly responded, "I understand." Graeme continued in a serious tone, "Even if the Quinton family isn't the most prominent in Oris Hill, I won't tolerate anyone trying to deceive me. If someone tries to fool me, I will retaliate appropriately. Hence, I must uncover the truth about Charlie. If he has indeed been lying to me and treating me as a fool, I won't let him get away with it." After parting ways with the Quinton family, Jack began to strategize his next move. His primary goal was to seek revenge on Charlie and reclaim what he believed was rightfully his. However, he felt that his previous actions were insufficient. This trip to Oris Hill was not just about revenge. Jack aimed to forge strong connections in the area. He intended to gather a group of supporters to further his ambitions. Thus, he needed to devise a clever plan that would serve two purposes. He wanted the people of Oris Hill to view Charlie solely as a fraud. Unbeknownst to Charlie, Jack was plotting to use him as a pawn to elevate his own status. While Charlie was busy shopping for vegetables to prepare dinner, he received an unexpected call from Jasmine. Upon answering, Jasmine spoke with a serious tone, stating, "Mr. Wade, it appears that Mr. Yaleman has invited several experts in antiques, feng shui, and metaphysics to a banquet at the White family mansion. He would like to know if you can attend." "The White family? Who are they?" Charlie inquired. "The White family is a middle-class household with two male heirs, Gerald White and Kevin White," Jasmine explained. "Why has Mr. Yaleman chosen to host the banquet at the White family mansion?" Charlie asked, feeling suspicious. Jasmine elaborated, "The White family has been facing challenges lately. Both Kevin and his cousin Gerald have encountered troubles, resulting in a downturn for the family's business. They have implored Mr. Yaleman to visit their home, hoping he can alter their feng shui and improve their fortunes." Continuing, she added, "Since Mr. Yaleman has also invited several metaphysics experts to the banquet, I suspect he has ulterior motives beyond just making money from the White family." Charlie smiled and replied casually, "I think he might be trying to get back at me for outbidding him at the auction earlier. It seems he wants to set me up. What do you think?" Yet, Charlie decided, regardless, I'll attend the banquet to see what tricks he has planned. Once he confirmed his attendance, Jasmine said, "Great. I'll pick you up tomorrow morning, and we can go to the White family mansion together." "That sounds perfect." The following morning, Jasmine arrived at Charlie's home to collect him. The White family mansion was situated in a picturesque suburban area on a hillside, surrounded by stunning views. The garden featured pavilions and terraces built in an antique style, suggesting that the White family had invested hundreds of millions into renovating their mansion to host guests in elegance and comfort. Outside the pavilion by the lake, dozens of yellow rosewood chairs were arranged, with more than a dozen guests engaged in lively conversations, laughter echoing through the air. At the head of the gathering was a hefty middle-aged man, Zeke White, Kevin's father. Jack was seated beside him at that moment. Among the attendees, Charlie also recognized two familiar faces, Travis Lane, the wealthiest man in Lancaster, accompanied by Matthew Gibson. As soon as Travis and Matthew spotted Charlie entering, they both nodded in acknowledgement. In contrast, Zeke merely cast a cold glance at Charlie, clearly displeased. He was aware that Kevin and Gerald had suffered setbacks due to Charlie's actions and bore a grudge. When Finn noticed Charlie and Jasmine, he immediately stood up and exclaimed, "Mr. Wade and Miss Moore, it's wonderful to see you both." Charlie nodded with a smile, saying, "I've come to meet all the masters here today." A middle-aged man in a flowing gown looked at him in surprise and asked, "So, is this the buyer who acquired the final treasure at the auction for $100 million? Finn beamed as he introduced Charlie to the crowd. "Yes, this is Mr. Wade." "What? Can he really be considered a master?" Zeke remarked, casting a disdainful glance at Charlie. He then smirked and continued, "It seems anyone can call themselves a master these days. Even someone off the street could claim that title. Yet, Mr. Yaleman is a true master, humble and always keeping a low profile." As soon as Zeke finished, an awkward silence fell over the crowd. Though Zeke's jab at Charlie was intentional, many in attendance felt that Charlie didn't quite fit the bill of a master either due to his age or his attire. The majority of the guests were established figures in the metaphysics community, leading many to believe it was inappropriate for Finn to label Charlie as a master, as this would place him on their level. At that moment, Jack stood up, offering a calm smile. "It's all right, everyone. Let's take this opportunity to get to know one another better. By the end of the day, I believe we'll all recognize who truly deserves the title of master." As Jack spoke, all eyes turned to Charlie. What was this young man doing here today? Jasmine frowned, sensing that Jack was likely targeting Charlie to get back at him. However, she hadn't anticipated the atmosphere would become so tense upon their arrival. Charlie maintained a cold, indifferent expression as he walked to his chair and sat down, ignoring those around him. Once all the guests had gathered, Zeke quickly addressed the group. "Now that everyone is here, I'd like to clarify that Mr. Yaleman organized this banquet at the White family mansion to get to know all of you. Additionally, he wishes to compare everyone's skills and abilities." "How will we compare our skills?" someone inquired. "Naturally, it will be based on your magical and spiritual levels," Zeke replied. Jack then stood up to explain, "The rules are quite simple. There are 5 disciplines in the metaphysical field. You can choose the category in which you excel and select any opponent you wish to compete against." The rules seemed fair, and most guests nodded in agreement, pleased with the prospect of earning money from the competition. Typically, masters in the metaphysical field prefer to keep their skills private, as no one wants to expose their abilities so readily. However, since all the guests were highly skilled and reputable within the metaphysical community, a competition would allow them to gauge each other's talents while also earning a cash reward, an opportunity that felt like hitting 2 targets with one arrow. Just to learn from one another? Charlie scoffed upon hearing the competition's rules. He knew that Jack's true intention behind organizing this event was to prove his superiority over others. As whispers spread among the guests, Zeke interjected, "We realize that the cash prize alone may not excite everyone, as a few $1 million is trivial to many of you." Silence enveloped the room after Zeke's announcement. Moments later, uneasy murmurs began to fill the air. "What if the challenger picks a category where the other party lacks expertise?" someone questioned. "Newton University is renowned for being the best. Isn't this just a ploy to seize control from others?" another voice chimed in. "Is this a joke? Newton has its own way of doing things. It's absurd to think we should submit to others. Besides, aren't there some people here from outside Newton?" Discussions erupted among the crowd, and no one had expected this banquet to be an attempt by Jack to dominate the metaphysical community. At this moment, Zeke interjected, "Everyone, please take a breath and calm down. Mr. Yaleman is making these decisions with the best interests of the metaphysics circle in mind. In the past, we were all scattered, but now, if we decide to unite and form an alliance under a single leader, it will undoubtedly make it easier to face any adversaries in the future. Additionally, if the challenger selects a category that doesn't play to your strengths, wouldn't that be advantageous for the rest of us? Our leader needs to be someone who is skilled and knowledgeable across all areas of metaphysics." Following his statement, some attendees voiced strong objections, while others began to see this as a promising opportunity. After all, the victor would have the chance to demand something from the defeated, and securing first place would elevate them to the prestigious position of leader within the metaphysics community. Metaphysics is not just an academic concept. For those truly proficient in metaphysics, numerous wealthy and influential individuals would seek their favor. Consequently, very few could resist the allure of power and wealth. Excitement buzzed among many of the guests. Of course, Jack stood up and continued, "I won't pressure anyone to enter this competition. Anyone who feels too intimidated can withdraw at any time. However, such a person will be excluded from our circle and will lose any chance to join our future metaphysics alliances." Everyone paused, pondering the decision. Despite the significant risks involved, the potential rewards were equally enticing. The guests began to mull over the prospect. After all, who could resist the opportunity to lead the metaphysics circle? Charlie remained silent, seated in his chair. He sensed Jack's ambition was excessive. Charlie had no interest in joining the Metaphysics Alliance. He preferred to stay on the sidelines and observe the unfolding drama. Before long, a middle-aged man with a beard rose to his feet. He produced a piece of jade, holding it up in the light. It gleamed brilliantly as the wind caught it. Then, he declared, "I am Kai Young from Dayton, and I want to challenge Mr. Yaleman." The Young family had a long-standing dedication to metaphysics, particularly in the area of divine forecasting, with their expertise passed down through generations. Kai was the 46th descendant of the Young family and was well known in Dayton for his talents. Thus, he felt both proud and confident in selecting Jack as his opponent for this inaugural challenge. "All right then." The crowd erupted into applause. Kai held his head high and proclaimed, "This jade in my possession has been handed down through my family and is undoubtedly one of the finest relics for divine forecasting in the realm of metaphysics. Therefore, I believe the Young family deserves to be at the top of the metaphysics circle." Jack approached Kai, nodding in acknowledgement before replying with a smile, "Yes, the jade you hold is indeed exceptional, but I fear it may not remain yours for long." He then reached into his pocket and retrieved his wallet, searching briefly before pulling out a small rune paper, measuring just an inch long. It shimmered with a bright luster, marked in cinnabar. The Arhat golden talisman. The crowd gasped in excitement at the sight of the golden talisman. Jasmine seized the moment to explain to Charlie, the Arhat golden talisman was crafted by 18 esteemed monks who chanted for 49 days to consecrate this powerful talisman, specifically designed to combat evil. Charlie smiled and remarked, "So, it's not exactly a good omen." Disapproval flickered across the faces of those around him at his comment. Jack snorted in response, "I may excel in divine forecasting, but I have complete faith in the power of this talisman." Everyone understood that the Arhat golden talisman was an extremely rare artifact. It was created at the ideal time, place, and conditions by a gathering of 18 accomplished monks, making it incredibly effective, over 90% success rate for enlightenment after use. Furthermore, the golden talisman in Jack's possession radiated a golden glow and was likely valued at no less than $1 million. Enough of the chatter. Let's open a hexagram. Kai scoffed and began gesturing, chanting a series of formulas. Moments later, he declared, "In 1 hour, expect strong winds and thunder from the west." Jack smiled slightly and countered, "Yes, there will surely be some rumblings, but it won't be the wind or thunder causing it. Rather, it will be the result of an explosion on the mountain. An action that someone will regret today." Kai frowned, shaking his head in disbelief. "No. That's impossible. I see no one in the hexagram." Mr. Yaleman simply smiled, choosing silence over words. The atmosphere was charged with anticipation as everyone eagerly awaited the results. As an hour flew by, Kai found himself lost in thought, a hint of nervousness creeping into his mind. Then, out of nowhere, a loud bang echoed from the west. A powerful gust of wind swept through the garden, causing a slight tremor beneath their feet. Zeke glanced at his phone, a grin spreading across his face. According to the latest news update, it seems someone attempted to move some quarry rocks, resulting in an explosion and a 2.4 magnitude earthquake in the west. The police have already apprehended the suspect. Kai, who had been staring blankly, finally looked up, his earlier arrogance fading away. He smiled awkwardly and said, "Mr. Yaleman, you're truly remarkable. I concede. Today, I, Kai Young, acknowledge my defeat to you. I will leave this banquet immediately." With that, Kai grabbed his jade and turned to exit. "Wait!" Zeke called out suddenly. "Mr. Young, since you've participated in this competition, you must adhere to the rules." "What rules are you talking about?" Kai responded, his face darkening. "The rules state that if you lose, the victor is entitled to take something from you. Additionally, you must publicly declare your respect for Mr. Yaleman and agree to follow his instructions in the future." "That's absurd. This is just a banquet. There's no way I'm letting you take my magic weapon. And I won't be following anyone's orders." Kai's irritation was palpable, his arrogance and fiery temper made it impossible for him to bow to anyone else's demands. Jack raised his hand, producing another talisman, and began to chant loudly, "Abide by the law." With a loud crack, Kai's jade shattered into 2 pieces, clattering to the ground. "You!" Witnessing the destruction of his precious treasure, Kai trembled with rage. Jack, exuding confidence, declared, "If you refuse to follow the rules, destroying your magical weapon is only fair. Spare me your excuses." Kai's face went pale as he realized he stood no chance against Jack. In a single blow, Jack had obliterated his family heirloom, leaving him powerless to retaliate. Defeated, Kai glanced at the broken jade and gritted his teeth, muttering, "Forget it. I won't stoop to fighting with someone so despicable." With that, he turned and stormed out, leaving the shattered jade behind. The spectators were taken aback, their expressions shifting dramatically. Jack was an enigma, those who had once exuded confidence now hesitated. Travis, frowning, leaned in to whisper to Matthew. Moments later, Travis stood up, waving his hands in frustration. "This banquet is incredibly dull, I'm leaving." Matthew quickly followed suit, and together they began to exit the gathering. Suddenly, 4 strong men sprang from both sides, blocking their path. Travis glared, "What do you think you're doing? Mr. Lane, since you're present at this banquet, why would you leave before it's over?" Jack stepped forward with a smile, "This banquet is not a place for comings and goings at your leisure. If you choose to leave now, it would be a breach of the rules." Travis scoffed, "I'm not part of your metaphysics circle. Who you choose as your leader is irrelevant to me." Jack smirked, "You can leave if you wish, but you'll have to show respect by leaving a valuable item behind." Travis held a position of significant status and respect, so Jack's words struck a nerve, leaving him visibly irritated. "What do you mean?" he demanded. "Mr. Lane, allow me to handle this." At that moment, Matthew stepped forward, his voice deep and resolute as he defended Travis. "If you think you can stop Mr. Lane from leaving, don't be surprised when I show no mercy." The crowd erupted in cheers, sensing that Matthew was ready to take action. "Mr. Gibson, let this despicable man feel the weight of your fists. An outsider thinks he can control the entire metaphysics circle. He must be dreaming. Hold him back. Don't let him get his way." Jack, however, merely smiled, his expression icy as he glared at Matthew. "If you truly believe you can defeat me, then come at me." Fury surged through Matthew as he charged at Jack, aiming a powerful punch directly at his face, a testament to his formidable strength. "You think you can do anything to me?" Jack quipped, moving with astonishing speed to evade the blow. In an instant, he was beside Matthew, sticking a yellow talisman to his forehead. "His movements are incredible." Jasmine gasped in astonishment. Matthew froze, as if caught in a spell, rendered stiff and unable to move, only his eyes retained the ability to dart around. With a sly smile, Jack suddenly commanded, "Get on your knees. Squat down." To everyone's shock, Matthew collapsed to the ground on all fours, seemingly compelled to obey the command. "Mr. Gibson!" Travis exclaimed, staring in disbelief at the man now submissively positioned before Jack. The crowd exchanged stunned glances, their shock palpable. Under Jack's spell, Matthew was rendered completely powerless, unable to resist or disobey his commands. Despite his annoyance and frustration, he had no control over his own body. Suddenly, he shouted in a rage, "You are a dog. What kind of witchcraft have you used on me? Did you really think you could defeat me with such low skills?" Jack taunted, his tone dripping with mockery. "Now, I want you to bark like a dog." Horrified, Matthew fought to keep his mouth shut, but his reflexes betrayed him. In the next moment, he found himself barking like a dog. Travis was so taken aback that he nearly stumbled to the ground. Here was Matthew, nearly 60 years old, reduced to crawling on all fours and barking like a dog under Jack's command. It was a scene that would have been amusing under different circumstances, but the heavy silence that enveloped the crowd was anything but humorous. The onlookers were filled with dread, a cold fear creeping up their spines. Jack had effortlessly defeated 2 masters in less than 10 minutes. How was he this powerful? Puppetry. This is the long-lost puppetry technique from Xenia. Finn murmured, his expression one of shock. As he spoke, whispers began to ripple through the crowd. The puppetry technique was a secret art passed down through generations in Xenia, but it had been lost to time. None of the guests had anticipated witnessing such a rare display in person, a testament to Jack's limitless skills and abilities, leaving them to wonder if anyone present could ever challenge him. At this moment, Matthew was still on the ground, his face burning red with embarrassment. He felt utterly powerless, as if his body was no longer under his control, and he wished he could just disappear. Jack waved his hand dismissively, causing Matthew to lose all his strength and crumple to the ground. Shame engulfed him completely. "So, are you finally convinced, Mr. Gibson?" Zeke chuckled, clearly enjoying the spectacle. Matthew gritted his teeth, feeling blood trickle from his gums as he muttered bitterly, "Fine, you win, you win." As Matthew hung his head in defeat, a heavy silence fell over the courtyard. No one dared to speak. Jack then turned to Charlie and said, "So, you're the one who snatched that valuable clam I wanted at the auction the other day. After witnessing my skills and abilities today, do you still have the audacity to act so arrogantly?" Charlie shrugged casually and replied, "Just because. You made a couple of moves, do you really think you're unbeatable?" At that moment, Jasmine quickly pulled Charlie aside and whispered urgently, "Mr. Wade, don't provoke him right now. Mr. Yaleman has some real skills. Don't jeopardize your life over pride." Jack sneered, "You're young and naive. Do you really think you stand a chance against me? If you lose, you'll return the clam to me because it rightfully belongs to me, and you'll also kneel and apologize." Charlie smiled, unfazed, and replied, "Compete? Who do you think you are? Do you really believe you're worthy of a challenge from me?" The expressions of those present grew serious. This young man was incredibly bold. Who gave him the nerve to speak to Jack like that? Was he truly courting danger? Silence enveloped the courtyard. Jasmine was taken aback, standing up in shock. She sensed that Charlie's words could escalate the situation dramatically. Jack's anger flared after hearing Charlie's retort. He approached Charlie and said, "I've encountered many people in my life, but none like you. You seem to be inviting death." Charlie smiled again, saying, "And who are you to dictate life and death? Your decisions don't necessarily dictate reality." Jack's expression turned icy as he glared at Charlie. Suddenly, a group of men burst through the door, led by Adam. As soon as Adam spotted Charlie, he shouted, "Charlie! You're a liar and a con artist. You pretended to help the Quinton family while trying to deceive my second uncle and swindle our money. You've used the Quinton family's funds to buy treasures at the auction, but thankfully, Mr. Yaleman saw through your deceit. Return the money you owe the Quinton family now, or I won't spare your life today." Just then, Graeme and Aurora entered the room. Graeme felt embarrassed by Adam's outburst but realized it was too late to stop him. Charlie glanced at Graeme but didn't say a word. However, that brief look made Graeme uneasy. He smacked Adam on the head and attempted to clarify the situation to Charlie. "Mr. Wade, here's what happened." Graeme didn't hold back. He recounted everything honestly from start to finish. After hearing Graeme, Charlie frowned slightly and asked coldly, "It's just a little over $100 million. If you have any regrets, I can always refund you whenever you want. Oh. Mr. Wade, please don't say that. Why would I dare ask you for a refund after everything you've done for my family? I'm here today simply to meet the other masters. Graeme was torn between believing Charlie was either highly skilled or just a fool. Being clever, he decided not to immediately turn against Charlie. While he complimented Charlie, there was an underlying hesitation in his tone. Graeme understood he couldn't gauge Charlie's abilities on his own. Instead, he planned to use Jack to test him. If Charlie fell easily to Jack, Graeme wouldn't treat him so kindly anymore. He would demand all the money back, with interest. Thus, he told Charlie and the other masters, I won't interfere with the situation right now. We can discuss this matter later. You should continue with your important tasks. Adam wanted to interject but held back, intimidated by Graeme's fierce glare. Seeing this, Jack smiled at Graeme and said, Mr. Quinton, you've arrived just in time. I know the Quinton family has been facing many issues lately. I also understand that Charlie tried to use some talisman to help you. Today, I propose a competition between Charlie and me to see who can come up with a better solution to rid the Quinton family of the evil spirit haunting you. If you're afraid to accept my challenge, I promise I'll do everything in my power to ruin you. Charlie frowned and replied, If you're so eager to die, I'll be happy to oblige. As Jack observed Charlie's unwavering determination, he could only let out a derisive sneer while addressing Zeke. It seems some individuals are simply tired of living. No matter the cost, I will teach him a lesson about his place. Zeke, fetch me a 3-pillar sandalwood, a purple gold incense burner, and a peach wooden sword. I will demonstrate what it truly means to be a master. Zeke, aware of the urgency, quickly gathered all the items Jack requested. In a short span, Jack placed the sandalwood into the incense burner, causing thick, clear smoke to swirl through the air. Mr. Yaleman raised the peach wooden sword and immediately began to chant. Meanwhile, Graeme, who stood nearby, suddenly felt an overwhelming dizziness, as if he had consumed several shots of alcohol. Join Telegram group. Telegram group. Join now. Struggling to cope, he pleaded, Mr. Yaleman, how long will this last? With the master's assurance, Graeme clenched his teeth, trying to withstand the discomfort. However, the more he fought through it, the worse he felt. Soon, he was not just dizzy and nauseous, he was also experiencing intense pain in his head. Just then, Graeme felt a surge of warmth radiating from something on his chest, providing a protective shield over his heart and preventing him from collapsing. He was taken aback. Could this be the stun talisman Charlie gave me? Unaware of Graeme's thoughts, Jack took a sip of water, then spat it onto the wooden peach sword before swinging it through the rising smoke. The moment the sword cut through the smoke, Graeme felt a sharp blow to his head, followed by a bittersweet sensation in his throat, resulting in him violently coughing up blood. Father! Adam rushed forward, panic-stricken, as he caught Graeme in his arms. Graeme's face was ghostly pale, and he lacked the strength to utter a word. Jack's expression remained serious as he replied, The energy within the Quinton family is too potent. I had to utilize a powerful magic charm to break it. The blood he expelled is merely the negative energy leaving his body. Graeme attempted to straighten up, mustering the strength to thank Jack. Thank you, Mr. Yaleman. I can't express how grateful I am for your help. Indeed, Graeme felt significantly better after expelling the blood, and Adam noticed a noticeable improvement in his own condition as well. Meanwhile, Finn frowned and remarked, Mr. Yaleman is truly impressive. The evil spirit plaguing the Quinton family is incredibly strong, yet he managed to alleviate it so effortlessly. Everyone present, being feng shui masters themselves, understood the gravity of the situation without needing further explanation. They watched Jack with admiration for his skill in dispelling the lingering evil spirit from the Quinton family. Father, let's sit over there, Adam suggested, aiding Graeme as they moved to the side. He then turned to Charlie, speaking provocatively, So, what do you have to say now? When will you return the Quinton family's money? Charlie smirked, replying, I have no problem returning the money. However, I fear that Graeme's life may be at stake. What? Graeme gasped in disbelief. Charlie shot him a cold glance and said, "Take a look at your palm. Do you see a red line?" Overwhelmed with shock, Graeme quickly flipped his palm over. Upon inspection, he was taken aback to find a faint red line stretching from his lifeline all the way up his arm. Stunned, Graeme exclaimed, "What is this? It wasn't here before." Charlie responded with a chilling tone, "That red line represents your lifeline. The reason the evil spirit was so easily calmed is that Jack is trading your life for it. In just 3 days, this red line will reach your elbow, and then you will die instantly. Jack is using all the virtues and good deeds you've amassed over your lifetime as a sacrifice to save the rest of the Quinton family." Graeme stood frozen, utterly stunned by Charlie's revelation. Meanwhile, Adam was in a state of panic, glancing nervously at the people surrounding them. All the masters present nodded in agreement, fully aware that Graeme had less than 3 days to live. Desperate, Adam dropped to his knees and pleaded with Jack, "Mr. Yaleman. Please, I beg you, save my father's life." Jack regarded Adam with an air of arrogance, sneering as he replied, "I've already used my magic to calm the evil spirit. Do you really think I can take that back? I'm sacrificing Graeme's life for the safety of the remaining Quinton family members. You should be thanking me for this." Aurora turned pale and bit her lower lip. After a moment of contemplation, she knelt before Charlie and implored, "Please, Mr. Wade, help my father." Charlie glanced at her and replied nonchalantly, "The Quinton family chose to trust Mr. Yaleman over me. This is no longer my concern. Why should I assist you now?" Tears streamed down Aurora's face as she struggled to hold back her sobs. Gritting her teeth, she promised, "Mr. Wade, if you save my father, I vow to fulfill any request you have." Charlie chuckled, responding, "I don't want anything from you." At that moment, Graeme rushed over to Charlie, kneeling and crying, "Mr. Wade, I apologize for being so blind. Adam has been brainwashing me." Graeme then pulled Adam close and slapped him hard across the face. Adam swiftly dodged, avoiding another slap just in time. In a fit of desperation, Aurora clutched Charlie's legs, pleading, "Mr. Wade, please save my dad. I'm begging you." Sighing, Charlie finally said, "All right, you can stand up now. I was only trying to scare you. Fortunately, your father is wearing the talisman I gave him earlier. He's safe now." Graeme, still doubtful, held the stun talisman around his neck and asked, "Is this talisman really working?" Charlie nodded and replied, "Yes. Look at your palm, the red line should be fading thanks to the talisman. Mr. Yaleman will have to work harder to overcome its power." Graeme examined his arm and noticed the red line had indeed dimmed and was gradually disappearing. Overjoyed, he exclaimed, "Thank you, Mr. Wade. If it weren't for you today, I would have." Charlie waved his hand dismissively. "You're fortunate to have come here with that talisman. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to help you either." Turning to Jack, Charlie said, "The outcome is clear now. Are you going to admit defeat?" Realizing the gravity of the situation, Adam approached Charlie, kneeling and silently apologizing. Jack's face darkened with anger as he glared at Charlie, saying, "You can't claim victory just because of that talisman. I actually considered sparing your life, but you seem stubborn. I'm giving you one last chance. Hand over the clam and kneel to apologize to me now, and I'll let you go." Jack was reluctant to reveal his final card, but with his earlier defeat, he felt he had no choice. Otherwise, the banquet he had planned would be in vain. However, once he played that card, there was a risk that everyone present could perish if he lost control of his powers. Charlie stared at Jack and asked, "And what if I refuse?" "You've forced my hand," Jack shouted, pulling a black porcelain jar from a nearby box. A swarm of mosquitoes emerged from the altar, quickly descending on the meat on the table and devouring it. Jasmine raised an eyebrow, skeptical, "Is Mr. Yaleman really raising mosquitoes?" Everyone watched in bewilderment as the mosquitoes feasted on the meat, finding the scene both bizarre and inexplicable. The masters exchanged hushed whispers, perplexed by the unfolding events. In an astounding turn of events, the meat that had been consumed by the black mosquitoes began to change color, and soon countless smaller black mosquitoes started to emerge from it. In under 5 minutes, every fresh dish laid out on the table had spoiled, attracting swarms of black mosquitoes that swarmed from the decaying food. A rooster, raised by the white family since it was just a chick, was strutting about in their courtyard. Suddenly, a few black mosquitoes darted toward the rooster at a dizzying speed. Within 10 seconds, the rooster began to screech, flapping its wings wildly before collapsing to the ground, convulsing until it finally succumbed to death. Almost immediately, large black mosquitoes began to emerge from the rooster's feathers, filling the air. The sky was soon choked with these black mosquitoes, swirling toward the crowd like a tornado. Chaos erupted in the courtyard as people scrambled to escape the swarm. The black mosquitoes were not only highly venomous but could penetrate the skin through any open wounds. Despite their tiny size, about the size of a grain of sand, their bites were excruciating. Those bitten experienced intense pain, and their skin would swell almost instantly. Amid the turmoil, the skilled practitioners in the courtyard unleashed their magical abilities to combat the mosquitoes. Some threw talismans while chanting mantras, desperately trying to fend off the onslaught. Others sought refuge under tables, and several jumped into the pool to escape the relentless swarm. "What is happening?" Jasmine exclaimed, her shock evident. "This is corpse magic." Finn shouted, equally shocked and furious. "These mosquitoes were born from the corpse of a baby. This dark magic hails from Julesburg. I never would have thought Mr. Yaleman would resort to such vile tactics." Jack chuckled mockingly and replied, "These mosquitoes come from the remains of a dead fetus. Since you refuse to respect me, I'll make sure you learn a lesson today." The number of black mosquitoes continued to swell, and soon, one of the elderly men in the crowd who had been bitten began to swell alarmingly before collapsing to the ground. The sky was black with mosquitoes, and Jasmine felt a wave of panic wash over her. Yet, when she glanced back, she noticed that Charlie was completely unbothered by the swarm. As the black mosquitoes approached him, they disintegrated into black ash as if they had encountered something terrifying. Charlie smirked as he strode toward Jack without a hint of fear, holding a white clam shell in his hand. This was the thundering order he had practiced earlier. The shell talisman emitted a soft glow, crackling with a hint of thunder. Jack's eyes widened in disbelief as he exclaimed, "Why are you? No, what is going on? How is this possible?" At that moment, Charlie seemed to radiate an otherworldly aura, as if he had been sent by the heavens. "Impossible! This cannot be happening. No one can counter my corpse magic!" Jack shouted, his gaze fixed on Charlie. Charlie shot Jack a disdainful look. "Do you really believe you are invincible? Today, I will show you what true power looks like." With that, Charlie bellowed, "Thunder!" As his voice echoed, a deafening noise erupted. Boom! Within moments, a massive thunderbolt split the sky, and dark clouds began to gather where there had once been clear blue. In an instant, the entire sky transformed into a swirling mass of dark clouds. "What is happening?" Finn gasped, staring up in shock. Everyone, including Jasmine, wore expressions of disbelief. Graeme could only whisper, "A miracle. This is truly a miracle." In the next moment, a bolt of lightning shot down from the heavens. Pop! The lightning struck the mosquitoes, instantly turning many of them to ash. Tables and chairs splintered, trees toppled, and the air filled with the acrid smell of burning. Charlie stood firm, his arms at his sides, glaring at Jack as lightning crackled around him, giving the impression that he was a god descending to earth. A powerful gust of wind swept through the courtyard, bringing rain that began to wash everything clean. Moments later, the crowd finally regained their composure, scurrying for cover, fearing they might be struck by lightning. "No, no! He isn't human. He's a god. Please, don't let the lightning strike me. I'll kneel and apologize to Mr. Wade right away. Someone help me. I was wrong." Several guests dropped to their knees, bowing before Charlie. Graeme stood frozen, utterly shocked. Yet, the lightning only targeted the black mosquitoes, reducing them to coal while leaving everyone unharmed. At that moment, Jack was consumed by a mix of shock and fear. He could never have imagined that Charlie possessed such immense power. Jack felt like nothing more than an insignificant ant compared to Charlie. If that fierce lightning were to strike him, he knew he would be dead in an instant. Panic set in for Jack. He quickly scrambled to his feet and fled the courtyard, desperate to escape Oris Hill and vowing never to return. How could such a formidable figure exist in Oris Hill? Are you trying to run away? With a smile, Charlie raised his hand to the sky and commanded, "Thunder, fall." Boom! Thunder roared as lightning struck the black porcelain jar in Jack's grasp, causing him to collapse to the ground. Jack felt excruciating pain in his hands, trembling in fear as he begged for mercy. "Mr. Wade. Master, please spare my life." Charlie approached Jack with a cold, unyielding gaze, step by step. "How could you resort to corpse magic from a dead fetus? Do you realize how harmful this is to the world? It's shocking that you could be so depraved. This is an unforgivable crime. Evil must be punished by the heavens. Today, I will deliver your punishment with thunder and lightning. Do you accept your fate?" Jack could only stare at Charlie, mouth agape, utterly speechless. All he could do was watch the lightning flash amidst the dark clouds, holding back his sorrow. It felt as though he was staring at the end of his life. Why? Why was there such a terrifying force in Oris Hill? Why had he chosen the wrong path? Boom! Before Jack could grasp what was happening, multiple lightning strikes hit him in rapid succession. Once arrogant and bold, Jack was brought to the ground before he could utter a sound. In an instant, his human form was gone, consumed by flames, leaving only a horrific burnt smell lingering in the courtyard. "Cease the rain and winds." Charlie waved his hands, and miraculously, the thunderstorm subsided. A gentle breeze swept through the courtyard, carrying away the stench of the charred remains. Charlie remained calm, as if nothing had transpired at all. Meanwhile, the guests stood in stunned silence, their mouths agape. Adam trembled, rendered speechless. He realized that if Charlie had chosen to target him, he would have met a similar fate long ago. It was Charlie's grace and mercy that had spared him, and that realization hit him hard. "Mr. Wade, you are a god." Graeme stuttered, kneeling before Charlie in reverence. Terrified, Zeke quickly followed suit, bowing low before Charlie. "Mr. Wade, please forgive me. I was so blinded by Mr. Yaleman that I didn't see the truth. I'm truly sorry for everything I've said and done. Please, I will do anything you command from now on." Charlie glanced at Zeke with indifference, walking past him without a second thought. Suddenly, Finn spoke up respectfully, "I believe Mr. Wade should lead the metaphysics circle from now on. From this moment forward, everyone in the Newton metaphysics circle will follow Mr. Wade's guidance." Just moments ago, everyone had been vying for leadership, but now, the guests unanimously agreed, convinced by Finn's proclamation. "Yes, Mr. Wade, please lead us in Oris Hill." In the past, everyone had been fiercely competing for the leadership position, but now, a remarkable shift had occurred. All eyes were on Charlie, and everyone was eager for him to take charge of the entire metaphysics circle in Oris Hill, as well as the Newton area. Not a single guest voiced any objections, they were all thoroughly convinced of Charlie's extraordinary abilities. They had never encountered anyone like Charlie, who could summon heavenly thunder and lightning with just a single word. This was truly the realm of metaphysics, where Charlie exhibited supernatural powers that surpassed everyone's wildest imaginations. As they glanced at Jack, lying on the ground after being struck by lightning, it became clear to them just how unfathomable Charlie's powers and strength were. They all yearned for Charlie to lead them, believing he could provide the best advice and guidance. Charlie frowned and stated, "I am not a member of the metaphysics circle, nor do I typically study feng shui. I have little interest in metaphysics. Therefore, I hope you will allow Finn to lead and guide you in the future instead." The crowd gasped in disbelief as soon as Charlie finished speaking. After witnessing the thunder and lightning display, they were now shocked to learn that Charlie claimed to have no interest in feng shui or metaphysics. He wasn't even a member of the metaphysics circle, so, had Charlie just summoned the thunder and lightning out of a fleeting curiosity about metaphysics? Respect. Utter respect. The crowd fell silent, exchanging astonished glances. In that moment, Finn looked at Charlie, hesitantly speaking with respect. It is a great honor to share the burden on your behalf, Mr. Wade. From now on, I will ensure that all members of the metaphysics circle are well taken care of. I will manage all minor matters independently, but I will definitely seek your guidance on major issues, Mr. Wade. The atmosphere lightened significantly, and then Travis, the wealthiest man in Lancaster, approached Charlie, saying respectfully, Mr. Wade, I want to express my gratitude for everything you've done for us today. As a token of my appreciation, I would like to offer you an $80 million reward. Matthew also stepped forward, still feeling somewhat embarrassed, to thank Charlie. Thank you, Mr. Wade, for diverting harm away from us. From now on, everyone under my care will show you the utmost respect. We will certainly follow your commands. The crowd, eager not to be left out, began to shower Charlie with compliments, offering to take him out for dinner, and some even suggested cash rewards. Finn added, the White family has pledged a total of $150 million for all the winners at today's banquet. Since you are the ultimate winner, it's only right that this cash reward goes to you, Mr. Wade. Zeke remained kneeling, unwilling to rise. He quickly said, Mr. Wade, I apologize for underestimating you and for supporting the villain. I nearly caused harm to everyone here today. I hope you can forgive me. Charlie frowned and asked, Mr. White, didn't you have complete faith in Mr. Yaleman before? Zeke lowered his head, replying, Mr. Wade, I was completely blinded by Mr. Yaleman. I now see him as insignificant compared to the real master. I promise to keep my eyes open from now on and will never oppose you again. I pledge to follow your orders and respect you for the rest of my life. Then, Zeke continued, Mr. Wade, to express my remorse, I would like to gift you a villa. I will send someone to clean it up. And give you the key as soon as possible. Please accept my gift and forgive my previous actions, Mr. Wade. A villa? Charlie frowned at the thought. A villa wasn't particularly significant to him. However, he realized it would be inappropriate to purchase one on his own, as he would struggle to explain the source of the funds to Claire. So why should he refuse a gift when someone was willing to offer him a villa? After all, his family was living in a rundown house, and a better living environment would be beneficial for them. Even though Zeke had his flaws, he seemed genuinely remorseful and guilty. Charlie finally nodded, saying, all right, I will accept your gift. However, keep in mind that I won't let you off so easily if something similar happens in the future. Zeke was filled with joy as he clasped his hands together, expressing his gratitude to Charlie. Thank you for your kindness, Mr. Wade. I will truly reflect on my actions, and I promise this won't happen again. Okay, Charlie replied, nodding in satisfaction. Then, Charlie turned his attention to Graeme, who was still in a state of shock. In a gentle tone, Charlie inquired, so, Graeme, did you genuinely believe that I lied to you just to swindle the Quinton family out of your money? Graeme's legs gave way, and he knelt down, saying, I wouldn't dare. I was merely confused for a moment, but I have never lost faith in you, Mr. Wade. I am now fully convinced that you are truly a master in the metaphysics field. Please forgive me, Mr. Wade. After speaking, Graeme seized Adam by the collar and shouted, you jerk. Kneel and apologize to Mr. Wade immediately. At this, Adam trembled in fear. As soon as Graeme's voice rang out, he dropped to his knees before Charlie, quaking as he said, Mr. Wade, please forgive me. I never intended to doubt you or cause you any trouble. It was never my intention. Graeme shook his head and slapped Adam repeatedly until his cheeks began to swell. Adam didn't dare to move, remaining on the ground while he cried. In that moment, he wasn't worried about the physical beating, he feared that Charlie might unleash thunder and lightning upon him, ending his life like Jack Yaleman. Aurora, too, was pale with shock. She never imagined that Charlie possessed such extraordinary powers. Initially, she had been furious with Charlie, believing he had deceived her father and was planning to seek revenge. Yet now, it appeared she could only admire him for his incredible abilities. Concerned that Charlie might still harbor anger towards her younger brother, Aurora hurriedly knelt and pleaded, Mr. Wade, my brother is young and naive. Please be gracious and forgive him." Seeing the Quinton family kneeling before him, begging for forgiveness, Charlie felt his heart soften. He instructed them to rise and said, "Since you all are willing to reflect on your mistakes, I won't hold this against you. However, if anything like this occurs again, don't blame me for being harsh." Upon hearing his words, the Quinton family quickly bowed their heads in gratitude. Meanwhile, Jasmine stood among the crowd, her emotions a whirlwind as she observed the scene unfold before her. She had always perceived Charlie as merely knowledgeable in antiques, assuming he was an ordinary man with an ordinary background. To her surprise, he was actually concealing remarkable strength. Jasmine was astounded by what she had witnessed. She had never seen anything like it before. At that moment, Charlie stepped forward and addressed the crowd, "Listen to me." As he spoke, everyone lifted their heads, looking at Charlie with respect. Silence enveloped the area as no one dared to interrupt. Charlie scanned the crowd and stated firmly, "I do not want a single person to mention what occurred here today to anyone else. This must remain a secret among us. If anyone reveals this information to the outside world, they will meet a fate similar to Jack Yellman's." The guests were taken aback, realizing that Charlie wished to keep his power and strength concealed. He was indeed a humble man, unlike Jack, who craved attention and publicity at every turn. Jack paled in comparison to Charlie. At that moment, everyone clasped their fists together, bowed before Charlie, and affirmed, "Yes, we will follow your instructions, Mr. Wade." Charlie nodded in approval and said, "In that case, you are all dismissed." As Charlie stepped out of the White family mansion, he could feel the gaze of everyone lingering on him, filled with awe. Meanwhile, Jasmine couldn't help but steal glances at him while driving him home. At that moment, Charlie had reverted to the same ordinary person he had always been, no longer projecting the powerful and formidable image he had just moments before. Jasmine felt a twinge of suspicion creeping in. Earlier, in the courtyard, Charlie had radiated an air of superiority and mystery. Yet now, sitting beside her in the passenger seat, he appeared no different than any other passerby. Jasmine wondered if this transformation was deliberate or simply an illusion. Unable to contain her curiosity, she asked, "Charlie, did you really summon the thunder and lightning just now?" Charlie turned to her with a smile. "Why don't you take a guess? Would you believe me if I said it was just a coincidence?" Jasmine's mind flashed back to the image of Charlie commanding the thunder and lightning. He had stood there with such confidence, summoning the elements, and any woman witnessing that would undoubtedly find him irresistible. Her heart raced slightly at the thought, but she quickly shook her head, dismissing it. How absurd! No physicist, no matter how brilliant, could control lightning. If Charlie truly had the power to summon thunder and lightning at will, why was he the underprivileged son-in-law of the Wilson family? Could it really have just been a coincidence? As Charlie reached his home, he could hear his mother-in-law, Elaine, raising her voice from inside. "I told you to find a capable husband, but you wouldn't listen. Look at how impressive Rachel's son-in-law is. He can even afford a 4-bedroom place. Her house is over 180 square meters. And look at ours, barely 120. Do you know how humiliating that is for me?" Elaine continued her rant. "Others can rely on their son-in-law, but the man you married is utterly useless. How can I depend on Charlie? If I have to rely on him, I fear I'll never live in a nice house." Claire, Charlie's wife, chimed in, her voice laced with dissatisfaction. "Mom, why do you always have to envy what others have? I've just been promoted to director. If we save for a few more years, we will definitely be able to buy a bigger house." Elaine scoffed, "You want me to wait a few more years? By then, I might be dead. Ever since you married Charlie, we've never had a single good day. Why are we still living in the same house you grew up in? All of my friends are living better lives than I am." Claire responded calmly, "Mom, why do you keep making those comparisons? Does it make you any happier? I'm so tired of this." Elaine yelled. "I hate feeling inferior to my friends. I can't stand it." Charlie shook his head, feeling helpless, before he opened the door and stepped inside. As soon as Elaine spotted him, she huffed, "So you're finally home? Do you know what time it is now? When are you going to start cooking?" "I'm starving." Charlie smiled and replied, "Okay, Mom. I'll start cooking right now." He headed straight to the kitchen. Charlie knew Elaine well. She always felt uncomfortable and envious whenever someone had something she lacked. If Elaine found out that Zeke intended to give him a villa, she would undoubtedly rush over, showering him with flattery to win his favor. Charlie chose to keep quiet about the villa he was about to receive, mainly due to Elaine's current demeanor. While Charlie was busy in the kitchen, Claire approached him and whispered, "Charlie, don't take my mother's comments to heart. She's just too vain and idealistic." Feigning innocence, Charlie replied, "What did your mother say?" "I didn't catch anything." "Oh, come on. It would be quite odd if you genuinely didn't hear anything," Claire said, playfully poking Charlie's forehead with her finger. Seizing the moment, Charlie held Claire's hand, which made her blush instantly. She glanced around the kitchen nervously before pulling her hand back. Yet, Charlie was not ready to let go. He drew her hand closer, admiring the bracelet he had made for her. "Is the bracelet working for you?" he asked with a smile. "Yes." Claire nodded enthusiastically. "I really think it's effective. Ever since I started wearing it, I feel lighter and more relaxed." "What's in this bracelet? Why is it so good?" "It's just made of pearls," Charlie replied, amused. The holy pearl of the ocean on Claire's wrist made it appear fair and delicate, like freshly fallen snow. As Charlie held her smooth, warm hand, he didn't want to let go. But when Claire caught on to his thoughts, she blushed again, shooting him a glare as she quickly withdrew her hand. Charlie chuckled and asked, "Are you interested in moving to a new house?" "Absolutely. Who wouldn't want to live in a bigger, nicer place? Since my mother left the villa, she's been complaining that this house feels too small and shabby," Claire sighed. "But the new houses are just too pricey. We should probably forget about it." Then, an idea struck Claire, and she exclaimed, "Wait. We could look at some new properties first. If we find that the price difference isn't too much, we could buy a new house." Before Charlie could respond, Claire added excitedly, "All right, it's settled. Since tomorrow is the weekend, let's go check out some new houses." Charlie nodded, noticing her enthusiasm. "Sure. If you want to explore some new houses, I'll be right there with you." Claire then pulled out her cell phone to research real estate options, finally settling on a district known for its beautiful environment. After dinner, there was a knock at the front door. A courier delivered a small parcel to Charlie, saying, "This is an express delivery for you. Please sign here." After signing for it, Charlie opened the box to find a sweet key along with several golden key cards labeled Thompson First Villa A05. Shortly after, Charlie received a call from Zeke, the head of the White family. Zeke greeted him respectfully, saying, "Hello, Mr. Wade. Have you received the key and room cards for the villa? Thompson First, developed by the Thompson First Development Company in Oris Hill, is one of the most upscale projects in the city. Villa A05, which I gifted you, is the largest villa at 1,000 square meters, not including the courtyard. I hope you and your family enjoy this gift." Charlie was aware of the Thompson First Development Company and knew they were involved in many high-end projects in Oris Hill. Indeed, Thompson First was among the most luxurious developments in the area. One of these villas was priced at no less than $100 million. Zeke's generosity was evident, prompting Charlie to respond casually, "Thank you for your kindness." "Oh, no. It's an honor to help you, Mr. Wade." Zeke replied, clearly delighted. Once back in the bedroom, Charlie turned to Claire and asked, "My dear wife, what do you think of the villas at Thompson First?" "Thompson First?" Claire exclaimed, astonished. "How could we ever afford a villa there? Even a regular house from Thompson First Development Company costs twice as much as others. But I must admit, their properties are top-notch in Oris Hill." Charlie smiled and said, "Let's check out the villas tomorrow to see if we're interested in buying one." Claire quickly waved her hands, "Let's not get ahead of ourselves. We should focus on more practical options and look at regular houses instead. Charlie chuckled and said, I didn't mention this before, but I have a friend at Thompson First Development Company. He told me he could get me a villa at cost price, so why not take a look first? Bright and early the following morning, Charlie grabbed the villa key and access cards that Zeke had handed him as he drove to the Thompson First Sales Center alongside his wife. After a short drive, they reached the entrance of the Thompson First Sales Center. At that moment, the sales center was buzzing with activity. It appeared that the residents of Oris Hill were quite keen on the properties offered by Thompson First Development Company, despite the fact that many of them may not have the means to afford them. Noticing the large turnout, Claire pulled Charlie aside and said, Charlie, look at all these people. We really can't afford any of these properties, so why don't we just go somewhere else? Charlie smiled and replied, My dear wife, since we've already made the trip, how about we go inside and take a look? We have nothing to lose, and I'm genuinely curious about the properties from this company. Will you join me? Resigned, Claire responded, All right, I suppose it's finally time for us to check out what Thompson First Development Company has to offer. Once inside the sales center, a large crowd had gathered around a massive table where a property guide was explaining the overall living conditions in the Thompson First Villas community. The area developed by the company in Oris Hill was impressively extensive. Surrounding the property were tall residential buildings and typical houses, with sizes ranging from 120 square meters to 240 square meters. The prices for these homes were steep, starting at $80,000 per square meter. The most desirable and spacious area, however, was designated for the Thompson First Villas. These villas varied in size from 300 square meters to over 1,000 square meters each. Given that each villa included a yard and a basement, their prices were correspondingly high, costing $130,000 per square meter. In simpler terms, the villa that Zeke had given to Charlie was valued at a staggering $130 million. At that moment, the property guide continued, We offer specialized property and security services for our esteemed villa owners. Although the ordinary residential houses and the villas share the same community, there is additional fencing around the villa area. This ensures it remains a completely separate community from the ordinary homes. While the ordinary residential houses are already quite secure, with no outsiders allowed entry, the villa area is even more fortified. Essentially, it would be nearly impossible for any thief or burglar to infiltrate the villas. So, you can feel completely at ease if you decide to purchase one. Just then, a woman spoke up angrily, Isn't this a bit excessive? Are you implying that the residents of the ordinary houses and high-rises are supposed to bear the burden for the villa owners? Many people in the crowd nodded in agreement, as her point resonated with them. Charlie found the voice somewhat familiar and looked up to see the woman. To his surprise, it was a heavily made-up woman, Claire's cousin, Wendy. What was she doing here? Both Charlie and Claire were taken aback to see her at the sales center. Upon glancing in her direction again, they noticed that her family was also present. Her father, Christopher, her mother, Hannah, and her brother, Harold, were standing beside her. Were they considering buying a house? Claire turned to Charlie and whispered, Since Uncle and his whole family are here, let's leave now. Charlie shook his head and asked, Where should we go? Why should we leave just because they're here? Claire replied, I'm just worried they'll cause trouble for you again. Charlie offered a faint smile before reassuring her, Don't worry. Your husband has faced bullying for years. I've grown accustomed to it. Okay then, Claire responded with a nod. Meanwhile, the property guide smiled as she addressed Wendy, saying, Miss, it's a well-known fact that the Thompson First Development Company considers villa owners as our most valued customers. That's why we have exclusive amenities like a private swimming pool, a high-end gym, a sports club, golf courses, and Michelin-star restaurants from Italy, all specially available for villa residents. Wendy, feeling frustrated, retorted, What does that imply? Are the high-rise condominium owners not considered people? We're investing a significant amount in your properties too. Why can't we access these facilities? The property guide replied, I apologize, but we do have a clubhouse designated for the high-rise condominium residents. If you decide to purchase a unit in the high-rise, you'll have access to that clubhouse. Wendy pressed further, So, Does this mean I won't have access to any facilities in the villa area? What about the golf course? That's correct, the property guide replied. The amenities surrounding the villas are specifically reserved for villa owners. I truly apologize for the inconvenience. At this point, Harold, visibly irritated, interjected, "What are you doing? Are you aware that we're planning to buy one of the 240 square meter units in your high-rise? Do you know how much that would cost? We're about to invest a substantial amount in your property, yet you deny us access to the villa facilities. Do you really think I'll still want to buy from you after this?" The property guide maintained her smile and responded, "Sir, let me be frank. When we began this project, we were required by the city council to construct ordinary residential areas around the villas. We didn't receive permission to exclusively develop the land for villas, as it would waste valuable space. That's why we built regular residential houses and high-rises surrounding the villas. Our primary focus has always been the villa owners. If you cannot accept our terms, you're welcome to purchase one of the villas instead. If not, you may choose to look elsewhere. To be candid, our properties are selling exceptionally well. Although we've just opened sales for the ordinary residential units, nearly 80% have already been purchased." Harold's expression darkened instantly. He had assumed that the property guide would cave to his threats of not buying the property. Instead, her indifferent demeanor took him by surprise. Her message was straightforward: if you want it, buy it. If not, you're free to leave. Fuming, Harold turned to his parents and exclaimed, "Let's go. I don't want to buy any properties here anymore. We can find somewhere else to invest, it's not like we lack the funds." Hannah looked at her son and replied, "Why should we leave? I want to buy one of the houses here. I don't want to live anywhere else." Harold continued to plead with his mother, "Mom, do you really want to be just another person catering to the wealthy villa residents? You deserve better. Why settle for less with these residential houses? You don't understand anything." Hannah shot back. Even if the ordinary residential areas and high-rise condos don't match the villas in terms of environment and amenities, this is the finest high-rise in Oris Hill. The villa your grandmother left us is ancient. I'm tired of living there. Christopher chimed in, "Your grandmother's villa is indeed very old, and the area is too isolated. There are no nearby facilities, and it takes forever to go just to get a pack of cigarettes. How can we possibly compare that to what we could enjoy here? I support your mother's decision. Let's purchase a unit here." Seeing the situation unfold, Harold sighed. His earlier confrontational attitude towards the property guide now made him appear foolish in front of everyone. Though he was still angry, a couple of familiar faces caught his attention. He suddenly called out, "Claire! Charlie! What are you doing here?" Claire was taken aback by Harold's shout. As he called out their names, his entire family turned to look at them. Claire felt compelled to smile and replied, "Charlie and I are just here to explore the properties." Harold chuckled derisively, "Really? Can you even afford to buy anything here? Your husband doesn't even have a job and relies on you. Why are you still dreaming of owning a house in such a posh area like Thompson First?" It was clear that Harold held Charlie in disdain. Additionally, he harbored a deep-seated resentment toward Claire, who was a director at the company. When Harold realized that the couple had come to view properties at Thompson First, he saw it as the perfect chance to mock them. Charlie couldn't help but sneer as he caught Harold's sarcastic tone directed at both him and Claire. "What? If someone like you is able to view properties at Thompson First, then why can't we be here today?" he retorted. With a sneer, Harold replied, "The reason my family and I are here is that we can actually afford to buy one of the houses." "Can you even manage that?" Charlie flashed a confident smile. "How can you be so sure that I can't afford any of the houses here?" Harold let out a derisive snort. "If you can buy any of the properties here, then I'm a ghost. Do you have any idea how much these houses cost? Even the smallest one is over 120 square meters and starts at $10 million. Do you even have $10 million? Charlie chuckled. "Why would I even consider one of the smallest houses? If I decide to buy, I'll aim for the biggest one." "Boo!" Harold laughed mockingly. You mean the largest 240 square meter house? You really are overly ambitious. At that moment, Wendy joined in the laughter, adding, yes, Charlie. Do you honestly think you could afford a 240 square meter house? Even our family couldn't manage that. Who do you think you are? There's no way you could afford it. Charlie turned to her with a smile. Who says I want to buy the 240 square meter house? Wendy let out a scoff. So, what are you implying? Didn't you just say you were interested in the biggest house? Are you backtracking now? Chuckling, Charlie replied, Wendy, you really don't know much, do you? The largest properties in Thompson First are the villas located in the heart of the community. Ha ha ha. Wendy burst into laughter. The villas? Even the smallest ones cost tens of millions. The most expensive villa is at least $100 million. You'd never be able to save that much money, even if you worked hard for 8 lifetimes. Charlie simply smiled and said, coincidentally, I happen to own one of the biggest villas here. Ha ha ha. Harold and his entire family erupted in laughter at Charlie's claim. Harold then pointed at Charlie with contempt, saying, You own one of the biggest villas in Thompson First? Are you trying to make a fool of yourself, Charlie? At this point, many other potential buyers in the vicinity were also staring at Charlie, having overheard his bold statement. He's dressed so casually, he doesn't look like he could be wealthy at all. Do you really think he can afford a villa in Thompson First? One person remarked. If he's really the owner of a villa here, then I could easily buy the entire Thompson First community, another chimed in. He's quite the braggart, someone else said. Claire, visibly pale, leaned closer to Charlie and whispered, Charlie. What are you saying? Why are you making such ridiculous claims? Aren't you worried about embarrassment? Charlie smiled back at her, saying, Why would I be embarrassed if I'm speaking the truth? Harold laughed mockingly, Look. Even your own wife doesn't believe you. All the people here today aren't fools. It's obvious you don't belong in this sales center. He then declared, Wait. I'll get a salesperson to escort you out right now. Moments later, Harold brought over one of the staff and pointed at Charlie, saying, Miss, what's going on here? How did you allow someone like this to enter the sales center and ruin the value of these properties? Did you know he actually claimed to own one of the largest villas in Thompson First? He's devaluing the properties here. The sales lady glanced at Charlie, noting his very casual attire. There was no way Charlie could afford even the smallest 3-bedroom house in Thompson First, let alone its most extravagant villa. The crowd began to shout, Hurry up and throw this young man out. He's really ruining our mood right now. At that moment, the sales lady approached Charlie and firmly stated, Sir, if you're not planning to buy a house today, I kindly ask you to leave. Please do not disrupt the other customers who are here to purchase properties. Claire sighed deeply, tugging at Charlie's sleeve as she urged, Come on, Charlie. Let's look somewhere else. Meanwhile, other customers began to boo Charlie, shouting, If you can't afford it, just leave. You're embarrassing yourself. Unfazed, Charlie smiled and replied, Do you know why none of you can afford to live in the villas here? It's because you're all narrow-minded, and there's no chance any of you will ever own a villa in your lifetime. At this point, Harold continued to mock Charlie, laughing, Come on, Charlie. Do you really think anyone here is poorer than you? Charlie raised an eyebrow, responding, Harold, you keep insisting I'll never afford a property in Thompson First. What will you do if I actually own one of those villas? Harold chuckled and pointed to the tallest building nearby, arrogantly declaring, If you can buy a villa here, Harold, will jump from the top of that building. Many onlookers echoed his sentiments, shouting, Yes. If you own a villa, I'll jump off that building too. Exactly. I'll jump off if you can prove you own a villa in Thompson First. I won't tolerate anyone pretending to be something they're not. Claire felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment, exclaiming, Charlie. Do you really want to challenge them and make a fool of yourself? Charlie remained composed, smiling as he responded, My dear wife, why are you so certain that I'll embarrass myself? With that, Charlie pulled out the key and access cards from his pocket, saying, "Look at this. This is the key and access card for Villa A05. Wendy laughed mockingly, replying, "Charlie, do you honestly think we'll believe you just because you're holding a random key? Do you think we're that gullible?" Charlie handed the key and access card to the sales lady, suggesting, "Why don't you check if this key and access card are genuine?" The sales lady immediately recognized the key and access card as exclusive to the villa owners in Thompson First. She was taken aback. Could it be true? Was this man really an owner in Thompson First? If he was, she might lose her job for trying to kick him out earlier. As this realization struck her, she took the key and access card from Charlie and scanned them on the information reader in the sales center. Suddenly, the reader announced in a robotic voice, "Hello, Mr. Wade, the esteemed owner of Villa A05. Welcome home." The sales lady gasped, "Wait, are you Mr. Wade?" "Yes," Charlie confirmed with a nod. It appeared Zeke had already transferred the villa's ownership to him. Flustered, the sales lady quickly returned the key and access card to Charlie, apologizing, "Mr. Wade, I sincerely apologize for my earlier behavior. I had no idea you were the esteemed owner of Villa A05. Please forgive me for what occurred." Everyone present was left speechless. Charlie was the owner of one of the largest villas in this community? Was this some kind of joke? How could someone like him possibly afford such a property? Harold's expression darkened in disbelief. How was this happening? He couldn't fathom that Charlie could actually buy a villa. But the sales lady wouldn't lie, would she? She had scanned his access card, and the machine recognized Charlie as the villa's owner. What on earth was going on? The sales lady was in a state of panic, fearing for her job after inadvertently offending Charlie. However, Charlie merely waved his hand dismissively and reassured her in a soft voice, "Don't worry, this is just a minor issue. I won't hold it against you." He then continued, "By the way, could you explain what Villa A05 is to everyone here who may not be aware?" The sales lady quickly gathered her composure and explained, "The villas in Thompson First are categorized into 4 types, B, C, and D. The most exclusive category is A, which features the largest floor plans. Each Villa A is 3 stories tall, complete with a basement, and has a private elevator. Each villa spans over 1,000 square meters and includes both front and rear courtyards. The price tag for one of these villas exceeds $100 million, making it the priciest villa in Thompson First and possibly the entirety of Oris Hill." As she concluded her explanation, the crowd stood in stunned silence, their jaws dropped. Charlie owned a villa valued at over $100 million. How could someone in such casual attire possess such an opulent property? Meanwhile, Harold's expression soured, and his family, his parents and sister, were seething with envy. Wendy, unable to contain her curiosity, asked, "Charlie, how did you manage to buy this villa?" With a faint smile, Charlie replied, "Someone gifted it to me." "Why would anyone give you this villa?" Wendy shot back, her tone laced with anger. She felt a wave of despair wash over her as she realized she might never inhabit a home as luxurious as this, while someone like Charlie did. Charlie, uninterested in defending himself, simply turned his attention to Harold. "Harold, didn't you say you'd jump off the highest floor of this building if I owned one of these houses? When do you plan to make that leap?" Harold's face turned a shade pale as he clenched his fists in frustration. "Charlie, you little rat. Don't act smug with me. I still refuse to believe that you can actually afford this villa, or that anyone would gift it to you. It's simply impossible. Now tell me the truth, how did you get this villa?" Charlie shook his head with a smile, saying, "It seems some people are just incapable of accepting defeat." Then he turned to Harold, stating, "With your capabilities, the best you could ever afford is a basic high-rise unit nearby. It looks like you'll be the one left guarding my villa. Just remember, you'll never be able to afford to live here in this lifetime." Harold's expression darkened. This was the first time Charlie had ever insulted him, and what gnawed at him even more was the fact that he couldn't retaliate. How could he? Even if they pooled all their resources, the fanciest house they could buy would only be a modest 240 square meter unit. choosing to buy that would put immense financial pressure on his family. Meanwhile, Charlie owned the grandest and most luxurious villa in the area. The disparity between their situations was insurmountable. Moreover, Harold could no longer tolerate Charlie's calm and arrogant demeanor. It felt like a deliberate provocation. With gritted teeth, Harold said, "Charlie, don't you have any respect for the Wilson family? You own such an extravagant villa, yet you've said nothing to us." Charlie smiled and responded, "But I thought you always claimed I'm not part of the Wilson family. Why should I owe you any explanations?" Turning away, Charlie addressed Claire, "My dear wife, shall we take a look at our new villa?" Claire, taken aback, exclaimed, "This? Charlie, what's happening?" Charlie smiled and assured her, "I'll explain everything later." Just then, a familiar voice broke through the conversation. "Oh! Eldest brother and sister-in-law, are you two buying a house in Thompson First? That's incredible." It turned out to be Charlie's mother-in-law, Elaine. Accompanying Elaine was none other than her husband, Jacob. Charlie and Claire exchanged glances, both slightly taken aback. What were they doing here? Claire rushed forward and asked, "Mom! Dad! What brings you here?" Elaine responded, "Your aunt and uncle contacted us to let us know they're interested in checking out houses at Thompson First. They invited us along to help them look around today." As she spoke, Elaine shot Charlie an annoyed glare, revealing her irritation. Elaine had no intention of being here today, especially after a disagreement with her daughter the night before regarding her desire to move out of their home. Unexpectedly, she received a call from Christopher, asking her and Jacob to join them in exploring the properties. What did they expect her to do? Wasn't this just a way for them to flaunt their plans to buy a house at Thompson First? Feeling uncomfortable, Elaine didn't dare refuse her elder brother's invitation, so she and Jacob hurried over as soon as she got the call. This, in part, explained Elaine's frustration with Charlie. If only she had a more capable son-in-law, perhaps she could also live in Thompson First. At that moment, Elaine turned to Hannah with a flattering smile, saying, "Sister-in-law, you're truly impressive. I can't believe you're buying a house in Thompson First. I'm so envious right now. You're actually going for the 240 square meter house. Do you realize how luxurious that is? I honestly don't know if my family will ever be able to afford such a grand home in our lifetime." Despite her irritation with her elder brother's family, Elaine knew she had to flatter them. However, Hannah, Harold's mother, was visibly displeased. With a cold glare at Elaine, she responded, "Elaine, what do you mean by that? Are you looking down on us?" Hannah was so furious she felt like she might explode. In truth, she had summoned Jacob and Elaine to witness her purchasing a first-rate high-rise condominium unit at Thompson First, intending to show off in front of them. What she hadn't anticipated was Elaine's son-in-law being so successful. He owned the largest villa in Thompson First. Elaine felt a wave of envy wash over her, her jealousy palpable. Now, as Elaine complimented Hannah on her new house, was she trying to mock her? Hannah's family was moving into a villa worth at least $100 million. How could Elaine claim to be envious? And why was she going on about not being able to afford such luxury? Was this some kind of sarcasm? Elaine was confused. Trying to flatter Hannah, she realized that Hannah misinterpreted her motives. Why would she look down on them? If she truly felt that way, why would she be complimenting them? Determined to mend things, Elaine quickly continued, "Oh, sister-in-law, how could I ever compare to you? It's like comparing a candle to the sun. I would never look down on you. You're about to start a wonderful new chapter at Thompson First. Meanwhile, look at me, I'm still stuck in a small, dilapidated house. You wouldn't believe how run down it is. Of course, I envy you." Hannah was livid, her anger rendering her speechless. Meanwhile, her husband, Christopher, stood next to her, teeth clenched in frustration. "Elaine, do you find it amusing to provoke and mock us? Aren't you moving into a villa at Thompson First? What's your point here?" Christopher then directed his glare at his younger brother, Jacob, saying, "Jacob, do you still consider me your brother? Have you lost all respect for your mother? How could you keep something like this from us? You own a villa here, and you didn't even mention it." Jacob looked taken aback. "A villa? What villa are you talking about? Brother, are you planning to buy a villa instead? You're so wealthy." When Christopher heard Jacob's words, he felt certain that Jacob was intentionally trying to mock him. Angered, he shot Jacob a glare and said, "Jacob, this is enough. Why are you saying all this? I know you're moving into the villa at Thompson First. Are you just trying to show off?" Jacob looked bewildered. "What? I'm going to live in a villa at Thompson First? What are you talking about, elder brother?" Elaine, equally puzzled, chimed in, "Brother, is there some kind of mistake here? Are you sure there's no misunderstanding?" Christopher then pointed at Charlie with a frown. "Your son-in-law owns the largest villa in Thompson First. You can ask him about it." Elaine and Jacob were left speechless. They stared at Charlie in disbelief, asking, "Charlie, is what your uncle said true? Are you really the owner of the biggest villa in Thompson First?" Charlie nodded and replied, "Yes, Mom and Dad. Someone gave me this villa as a thank you for helping him out." "Who gave you this villa?" Elaine exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Charlie explained, "I assisted a friend with some feng shui issues, and he decided to gift me this villa in appreciation." Elaine was bursting with joy. "Charlie, let's go see the villa right now." "Wow! We're going to be living in a villa at Thompson First. This is like a dream come true." Claire quickly pulled Charlie aside and whispered, "Charlie, can you explain what's happening?" With a smile, Charlie assured her, "Someone really gave me this villa. If you don't believe me, we can go check it out now." Elaine felt a surge of satisfaction, finally having a sense of superiority over her brother and sister-in-law. It was her turn to shine. They had wanted her to feel envious when they were planning to buy a big house, but now it was time for them to be jealous of her. She was about to live in Thompson First. With a deliberate smile, she suggested, "Oh, eldest brother and sister-in-law, Harold and Wendy, since you're here, why don't you join us to see the villa? What do you think?" Christopher shook his head and intended to leave, but Hannah quickly intervened. She winked at Elaine and said, "All right. We'd love to see the villa too." As soon as she spoke, Hannah leaned in close to her husband and whispered, "I'll take some photos and videos of their villa later to show your mother. Once she sees them, she'll definitely want to ask about the villa. What do you think of this plan?" Christopher's eyes lit up. His wife had a clever scheme in mind. Excitedly, Charlie led the group into the villa area at Thompson First. Upon entering the gated community, everyone marveled at their surroundings. The atmosphere was far superior to that of typical residential areas or high-rise buildings. It was much more refined. "Charlie, which villa is yours?" Wendy called out on purpose. Charlie took out his key and walked past Wendy, stopping in front of a grand villa. "This is my villa, A05. With poise, Charlie unlocked the main gate and gently pushed it open. The gate creaked open, revealing a beautifully landscaped garden. Click! As he opened the main door, Wendy was left speechless. Harold and his parents were equally stunned. Claire held her breath, rubbing her eyes in disbelief as she peered inside. In the center of the garden stood a magnificent luxury villa, surrounded by pavilions, vibrant flowers, and lush trees. This is incredibly luxurious." Christopher was the first to regain his composure. Harold's face twisted with anger as he exclaimed, "Who would give you such an extravagant villa? I don't believe it." "Whether you believe it or not, this villa is indeed a gift from a friend," Charlie replied casually, uninterested in defending himself further. Wendy looked at Charlie with envy and said, "Do you really think someone like you deserves such an expensive villa?" Charlie smiled and responded, "That's none of your concern." The group stood silently in the garden, absorbing the reality that the owner of the most expensive villa in Oris Hill was none other than Charlie. Wendy and Christopher were struggling to accept the shocking reality they faced. It felt as though they had been publicly humiliated, and the urge to disappear completely overwhelmed them. This situation was utterly absurd. Suddenly, an elderly man emerged from the villa. Approaching Charlie, the old man asked respectfully, "Excuse me, are you Mr. Wade?" Charlie nodded and responded, "Yes, I am. May I ask who you are?" The old man introduced himself, saying, "Hello, Mr. Wade. I am Mr. White's butler, responsible for the upkeep of this villa. My name is Barry Landon, but you can just call me Barry. I handle the maintenance here." "Barry?" Wendy gasped, her expression one of shock as if she had just received an electric shock. Wasn't Barry the butler for her fiancé Gerald? Why was he here? Did this villa actually belong to the White family? If that were true, then why was it now under Charlie's name? Wendy quickly inquired, "Barry, what's happening? Does this villa really belong to the White family?" Barry confirmed, "Yes, it used to belong to the White family, but it is now Mr. Wade's." Then, turning to Charlie, Barry asked, "Mr. Wade, the renovations are still ongoing. When do you intend to move in? I can arrange for the workers to speed up the process and ensure everything is ready for you." Charlie replied, "We won't be moving in just yet. Please continue overseeing the villa for me. I'll contact you when I'm ready." "Understood, Mr. Wade." Barry acknowledged, bowing slightly before stepping aside, waiting for Charlie to enter the villa. Wendy remained stunned, and her family members were equally taken aback by the revelations. "The White family's butler?" Wendy exclaimed, still in disbelief. "Are you referring to Gerald's family?" Charlie looked at her and smiled, "Yes, that's right. I'm talking about Gerald's family. His uncle gifted me this house." "What?" Wendy felt as if her mind was about to explode. This villa had originally belonged to her fiancé's family. In other words, she could have been the future owner of this villa. Why on earth would they give it to Charlie? This was supposed to be her villa. Wendy's parents were equally confused and angry. Since their daughter was set to marry into the White family, they believed the villa should have been passed down to her. Why was it given to Charlie instead? It was preposterous. Hannah quickly turned to Wendy, asking, "Wendy, what's going on? Did you have any idea that the White family owned this villa?" Wendy shook her head and replied, "No, I had no idea. Gerald never mentioned it to me." Hannah urged, "You need to call Gerald right now. Find out what's happening." "Okay," Wendy agreed. She swiftly pulled out her cell phone and dialed Gerald's number. As soon as he picked up, Wendy asked, "Gerald, does your family own a villa in Thompson First?" Gerald confirmed, "Yes, we own one of the villas there." "What's going on?" Wendy's tone was filled with frustration as she replied, "Why didn't you tell me about this? Wasn't this villa supposed to be our future home?" "No," Gerald responded immediately. "My uncle bought that villa for his retirement. He loves the environment at Thompson First. Why would he give it to us?" Gerald then asked, "How did you find out about the villa?" Feeling hurt, Wendy couldn't hold back her tears. "Did you know that your uncle gave away his villa?" "Gave it away?" Gerald asked in disbelief. "Who did he give it to?" Wendy continued sobbing as she replied, "He gave it to Charlie. My incompetent brother-in-law, Charlie." Gerald was taken aback. The villa at Thompson First represented the pinnacle of the White family's assets. This property belonged to Zeke, the current patriarch of the White family and Gerald's uncle. Zeke was also Kevin's father, while Gerald's own father held the position of second-in-command. Despite Gerald and his father's deep affection for Thompson First, they simply could not afford such a lavish villa. Thus, when Gerald learned that his uncle had decided to give this villa to Charlie, he was filled with shock and discomfort. He quickly called Wendy, saying, "Wendy, hold on a second. I need to ask my uncle about this." Wendy hung up, shooting a furious glare at Charlie. Gritting her teeth, she demanded, "Charlie, what did you do? How did you manage to con Uncle White into giving you this villa?" Charlie responded casually, "Mr. White offered me the villa of his own volition." "You're lying!" Wendy exclaimed suddenly. "You're not a member of the White family. Why on earth would Uncle White just give you such an expensive property?" You must have used some underhanded trick to get this villa. Just then, Wendy received a call from Gerald. Wendy, it seems my uncle is extremely busy right now. He hung up on me without saying a word. With a sneer, Charlie took out his cell phone, activated the speakerphone, and dialed Zeke directly. As soon as the phone rang, Zeke answered immediately. Wendy was left speechless. Mr. Wade! Zeke exclaimed, his voice dripping with flattery. Mr. Wade, have you had a chance to visit the villa I gifted you? Are you pleased with it? Charlie quickly replied, yes, I'm currently at the villa. It's truly beautiful. Thank you. Zeke responded, Mr. Wade, you don't have to thank me. I'm just happy that you like it. Charlie continued, maintaining his calm demeanor, I'm calling to let you know that I'm very satisfied with the villa. Mr. Wade, please feel free to let me know if you need anything else. I'll do my utmost to assist you and ensure your satisfaction. Everyone surrounding Charlie was astonished. They had not anticipated that Zeke had voluntarily gifted this villa to Charlie. Why would he do such a thing? Moreover, Zeke was Wendy's future father-in-law, yet he was so deferential and respectful towards Charlie. This only fueled Wendy's frustration. Finally unable to contain her anger, she interjected loudly, interrupting Charlie's phone call, Uncle White, I'm Gerald's fiancée, Wendy. Why would you give Charlie this villa without any reason? Can you explain this to me? What? Who do you think you are? Do you really believe you have the right to question my personal affairs? Zeke retorted coldly. Wendy felt her face flush with embarrassment. At that moment, Charlie calmly said, Mr. White, I think you should clarify this situation. Otherwise, they'll remain convinced that I tricked you into giving me the villa. All right. Zeke responded promptly. Since Mr. Wade requests an explanation, I will oblige him out of respect. I owe Mr. Wade a tremendous favor for saving my life. That's why I'm gifting him this villa as a token of my gratitude. I hope you all will stop doubting Mr. Wade, as I won't tolerate further skepticism. Wendy felt humiliated as her face turned red from the embarrassment of being reprimanded by her future father-in-law in front of everyone. Seeing Wendy so upset, Christopher cleared his throat and said, Mr. White, Wendy is still quite young. She only asked about the villa out of curiosity and meant no harm. Zeke ignored Christopher and turned to Charlie, asking respectfully, Mr. Wade, is there anything else you would like me to clarify? No, that's all, Charlie replied. All right then. I won't take up any more of your time, Mr. Wade. Please reach out if you need anything, Zeke said before hanging up the phone. Charlie, is this really true? Did the White family actually give you this villa? Jacob asked, his voice filled with surprise as he finally processed the situation. Yes, Dad, Charlie replied with a smile. Jacob stammered, still feeling as if he were in a dream. Claire rushed to her father's side and suggested, Dad, why don't you sit down and take a breather? Mr. White has explained everything, and it's clear now that this villa rightfully belongs to Charlie. Claire emphasized rightfully belongs to ensure her relatives understood her point clearly. Hannah pressed her hand to her chest in disbelief and muttered, the White family must be out of their minds. If they were going to give the villa to someone, why not me? Hannah wasn't the only one in shock, everyone around them was taken aback. Harold felt a surge of jealousy toward Charlie. He knew he could never afford this villa, even if he worked hard for 10 lifetimes. How did such remarkable fortune land in Charlie's lap? What kind of luck did he have? Christopher's face remained pale. He no longer cared that Zeke had ignored him. He believed this villa should have been meant for his daughter in the future, but now it was in Charlie's hands. This was simply unacceptable. Glancing at his daughter, who was still crying, and then at Charlie, Christopher felt his heart sink. He had always looked down on Jacob, but now he felt Jacob was far ahead because of his son-in-law. How could he come to terms with this? Suddenly, Christopher spoke up, Charlie, what kind of favor does Mr. White owe you? Are you planning to help him using the Wilson family's name? Charlie replied calmly, that's my personal business, and I don't owe you any explanations. Turning to Barry, Charlie added, it's getting late. please assist the guests in leaving." To Charlie, Christopher's status as an elder meant nothing. Barry nodded respectfully and addressed the crowd, "Excuse me, please follow me. I'll show you to the door." Christopher shot a furious glare at Charlie before walking out of the villa. Wendy followed her father, casting Charlie a resentful look as she left behind. They felt utterly defeated. They couldn't fathom how a seemingly useless son-in-law, who relied on his wife, could experience such incredible luck. Once Harold's family had exited the villa, Claire turned to Charlie, saying, "Charlie, it's time for you to tell us the truth. What exactly did you do for the White family that earned you this favor?" Charlie hesitated, unsure of how to explain. Just days earlier, the White family had hosted a banquet and competition to unify the metaphysics community in Oris Hill. However, when Jack was killed by Charlie's thunder order, the White family feared repercussions. As a gesture of gratitude and to appease Charlie, Zeke had given him the villa, worried about what Charlie might do if he were angered. After considering everything, Charlie finally said, "I assisted the White family with their feng shui issues. In return, they chose to gift me this villa." "What?" Claire and her parents exclaimed in shock. "Charlie, you helped someone with feng shui?" Claire's eyes widened in disbelief. Charlie nodded, confirming, "Yes." Claire continued, her confusion evident. "But where did you learn about feng shui?" Charlie smiled and replied, "I picked it up from watching television. There are so many feng shui shows these days." At that, Claire panicked and exclaimed, "Charlie, are you out of your mind? Who gave you the right to give feng shui advice after just watching some shows? And you actually accepted such an expensive villa as a thank you?" As Charlie noticed Claire's distress, he offered her a reassuring smile. "Don't fret about the villa, my dear wife. Mr. White has no intention of causing any trouble over it." Jacob shook his head vehemently. "No, Charlie. Remember the last time you assisted the Quinton family with their feng shui issue? You spent a staggering $100 million of their money just for a bid on that clamshell. And now, the White family is gifting you a villa as a token of gratitude. Both families hold significant prestige in Oris Hill, and I worry they might come to regret this and demand everything back." He pressed further, "You should return the villa to the White family promptly. Otherwise, we could all be in serious trouble if they decide to hold us accountable." At that moment, Charlie's mother-in-law interjected, "What do you mean? Why should we give the villa back to the White family? Mr. Zeke was the one who bestowed this villa upon Charlie. He didn't steal it. This villa is going to be our future home." Elaine could hardly believe that she was finally in a position to live in such a lavish villa. Now, Jacob was suggesting her son-in-law return it? To her, that felt like a death sentence. Claire sighed, "Mom. We shouldn't be accepting gifts like this. It's bound to lead to complications down the road." "Complications? Nonsense," Elaine retorted, glancing at Charlie. "Oh, Charlie, I never realized how capable you truly are. Who would have thought you could acquire such a magnificent villa for us to enjoy?" Beaming, Elaine exclaimed, "I really have an amazing son-in-law. You should have started giving feng shui advice to others sooner. We could have been wealthy ages ago." Unable to contain his frustration any longer, Jacob interjected. "Wife, this isn't solely about the villa. Even if Charlie genuinely provided feng shui consultation, it's still inappropriate for him to accept something like this. If the White family changes their mind, we'll be in a precarious situation." Elaine, incensed by Jacob's words, sprang to her feet. "Don't give me those ridiculous excuses. I've endured a life of struggle and poverty with you. Now that I finally have a chance to live in luxury, you want me to give it up? Jacob, if you pressure Charlie to relinquish this villa, I'll divorce you on the spot." Jacob was left speechless, caught off guard by Elaine's outburst. You are the most materialistic woman I have ever known." In his frustration, Jacob plopped down on the sofa, feeling defeated. Charlie smiled reassuringly. "Dad, there's no need to worry. This villa isn't going anywhere." Elaine beamed with pride. My wonderful son-in-law, you truly are impressive. As Elaine admired the villa, running her fingers over the exquisite antiques and calligraphy adorning the walls, she joyfully exclaimed, "Let Christopher show off all he wants. I'm the one living in this beautiful villa while his family can only manage a unit in a high-rise. Today is a day of happiness for me." Seeing her mother so ecstatic, Claire could no longer contain her curiosity. She pulled Charlie aside and whispered, "Charlie, please tell me what's really happening." Charlie, keeping his voice low, replied, "My dear Claire, you don't need to worry. This is a legitimate gift, and I didn't deceive anyone to obtain it. However, I can't explain everything right now. I promise to share the full details with you in the future." "All right, I trust you," Claire said after a moment's thought. "But Charlie, I really don't think you should continue providing feng shui advice to others. It makes my dad and me anxious." Taking her hand, Charlie assured her, "Don't worry, Claire. I won't do anything to cause you concern. Your dad is already pushing us to have a child. What would happen if something were to occur to me? Stop being silly." Claire blushed and gently withdrew her hand from Charlie's grasp. Meanwhile, Elaine was bubbling with excitement as she made her way down the stairs. "Once I return from my trip next week, I'm going to invite everyone I know to see this marvelous new villa." Claire quickly interjected, "Mom. But this villa was given to Charlie." Elaine replied confidently, "He is our son-in-law, so whatever is given to him naturally belongs to us as well." Elaine felt a surge of triumph as she jingled the jade bracelet on her wrist. "I've already texted some friends, and many of them are envious of me because of this beautiful jade bracelet. And now, I also own a magnificent villa." Charlie glanced at the jade bracelet adorning his mother-in-law's wrist. In reality, this bracelet was a gift from Graeme intended for Claire, but to his surprise, Elaine had claimed it for herself. Meanwhile, at the White family mansion, Gerald stood in the hall, updating his father over the phone about a recent discovery. After finishing his report, Gerald hesitated before looking up and saying, "Dad, is Uncle Zeke losing his mind? He didn't even spend a single night in that villa, yet he readily gave it to Charlie. You need to talk him into taking it back." Gerald's father remained serious as he sat on the sofa, contemplating the news. Gerald had just informed him that Zeke had gifted the villa at Thompson First to Charlie. Initially skeptical, he had verified the information with Zeke, only to discover that Gerald's claim was indeed accurate. However, Zeke refused to disclose why he had given the villa to Charlie, simply stating that he owed him a favor. What kind of favor could Zeke possibly owe Charlie that would lead him to part with such a valuable asset, especially considering his notoriously frugal nature? Gerald's father finally replied, "I've already spoken to your uncle. He seems quite resolute about this decision, so it's unlikely he'll ask Charlie to return the villa." Frustrated, Gerald clenched his teeth and said, "Dad, don't you find it odd that we can't uncover anything about Charlie? We've been investigating him for ages, yet there's no information available. Isn't that suspicious?" Gerald's father thought for a moment before responding, "Your uncle has always been astute, and he wouldn't reward Charlie without a valid reason. Regardless of any suspicions surrounding Charlie, it's best not to provoke him. I'll discuss this with your uncle tonight to learn more about Charlie." "Okay," Gerald replied, albeit reluctantly. At the same time, Christopher and his wife were expressing their displeasure with Charlie to Lady Wilson. Wendy sniffled as she spoke to Lady Wilson. "Grandma, I can't fathom how Charlie managed to con the White family into giving him the largest villa in Thompson First. That place is worth over $100 million. Not only that, but he didn't invite you to stay there, he just kicked our whole family out. Isn't that outrageous?" Seated on the sofa, Lady Wilson wore a frown, agreeing, "Absolutely. Charlie shows no respect for his elders." "Yes, Mom. Charlie is incredibly shameless." Christopher chimed in, maintaining a composed demeanor. "As a son-in-law in the Wilson family, he should naturally share any advantages with you. The villa you're living in, along with its furnishings, are outdated. We should have moved into a newer place with better decor long ago. If Charlie truly respected you, he would have offered you the villa at Thompson First so you could enjoy living there." Lady Wilson's eyes sparkled at Christopher's words. After all, they had lived in their current villa for over a decade. Although the building still appeared stylish, it was an aging property worth at most $10 to $20 million, situated in a less than desirable location. In contrast, the villa at Thompson First was 100 times more impressive. The old lady felt a rush of greed as she realized she could never afford to live in such a luxurious place. Upon learning that Charlie owned the largest villa in Thompson First, she found herself in agreement with Christopher, believing that as the head of the Wilson family, she deserved the privilege of enjoying such a splendid villa. As Lady Wilson envisioned her future in the villa at Thompson First, Christopher suddenly rubbed his hands together and sighed. He then said, "Mom, I'm planning to send someone to invite Lorraine's family over as our guests. After that, I intend to propose marriage between Lorraine and Harold to the Thomas family. What do you think of my idea?" The Thomas family, Lady Wilson sighed, responding, "Remember, Harold abandoned Lorraine and left on his own. I doubt Lorraine holds him in high regard." Christopher countered, "I believe that incident won't matter much. Since our families are business partners, the Thomas family will likely see the potential benefits of a marriage between our children. Although the Wilson family may not be on the same level as the Thomas family, we have the backing of the Emgrand Group. Plus, there are many opportunities for us to strengthen our collaboration in the future. I'm confident that the Thomas family will be open to this marriage proposal." Lady Wilson considered this for a moment, then nodded in agreement, saying, "In that case, let's extend our invitation and see if the Thomas family is interested in visiting Orris Hill as our guests." "All right," Christopher replied eagerly. He continued, "Mom, the Thomas family is very esteemed and wealthy. If we don't host them in a respectable villa, we risk losing face. If that happens, they might decline the marriage proposal. However, if you can persuade Charlie to give us the luxurious villa in Thompson First, the Thomas family will certainly consider visiting Orris Hill. They will also be impressed when they see us residing in such a prestigious villa. Don't you think?" Lady Wilson nodded in agreement. Living in a villa valued at $100 million would greatly enhance how others perceived the Wilson family. She promptly replied, "Tell your brother to bring his family here tomorrow. I will talk to them personally." Harold and Wendy exchanged glances, their faces lighting up with delight. Jacob's family relied on their family business for their livelihood. Additionally, Lady Wilson was still the matriarch of the Wilson family. Would Jacob and his family dare to refuse her request? If the old lady demanded he surrender the villa to her, could he reasonably say no? Given that she had always favored Christopher, if Charlie handed the villa over to Lady Wilson, it would inevitably become part of Christopher's family in the future. The next morning, Jacob brought his daughter and son-in-law to the Wilson family villa. As Claire opened the car door, she couldn't help but ask, "Dad, did Grandma mention why she wants us to come over today? Is there something important?" "She said we'll discuss it when we arrive," Jacob replied after settling into the car. "Your uncle, Christopher, and his family will also be there." Charlie frowned, instantly sensing that the situation wouldn't be favorable. Claire spoke up angrily, "What else could it be about today? It must be regarding the villa." "Well, if it's about the villa, Charlie can explain everything to your grandmother." Jacob didn't dwell on it and simply got into the car, urging Charlie to drive as quickly as possible. They finally arrived in front of the Wilson family villa at 9:30 in the morning. Upon stepping into the living room, Charlie raised his eyebrows in surprise. Lady Wilson was seated on the sofa, with Christopher standing beside her. Harold and Wendy were positioned across the room. Additionally, several relatives and elders from the Wilson family occupied the living space. At that moment, the entire young and older generation of the Wilson family was focused on Jacob and his family. Was this an intervention? Jacob, known for his honesty and kindness, never expected his mother to orchestrate such a scenario. As Jacob noticed everyone waiting for his family, he quickly bowed his head and greeted his mother and older brother with a cheerful smile. In response, Christopher chose to ignore him completely, pretending he hadn't heard a thing. Lady Wilson gave a slight nod. Jacob promptly inquired, "Mom, what was the reason for calling us here today? Is there something wrong? I have a question for you." Do you own one of the villas in Thompson First? Lady Wilson asked in a chilly tone. Jacob quickly responded, "Yes, Mom." Mr. White gave the villa to Charlie because he provided some advice about feng shui. Feng shui advice? Harold scoffed, adding, "If Charlie really received the villa just for offering feng shui tips, then the entire Wilson family should quit their jobs and become feng shui experts." This remark drew snickers from everyone in the room. Jacob could only manage a forced laugh in response to his relative's mockery. In contrast, Christopher chuckled and said, "Mom, regardless of what kind of person Charlie is or how he came by the villa, Mr. White has personally confirmed that he gifted it to Charlie. So there's really no need for Jacob to explain further." Jacob felt a wave of gratitude towards his brother for standing up for him, a rare occurrence given Christopher's typical indifference. Continuing with a smile, Christopher addressed Lady Wilson, "Mom, there's no need to press Jacob for details. Mr. White's clarification assures us that Charlie received the villa as a gift." "All right," Lady Wilson conceded, then turned her attention to Jacob. "Jacob, your older brother is planning to propose a match between Harold and Lorraine from the Thomas family. What are your thoughts on this?" "That sounds great," Jacob replied, a smile on his face. "The Thomas family is well respected and renowned in the capital. If Harold can marry Lorraine, it would certainly benefit the Wilson family." "Indeed, it would be advantageous for us," Lady Wilson sighed. "However, I feel the Wilson family cannot truly compare to the Thomas family. Even if your brother wishes to pursue Lorraine for Harold, he might hesitate to approach the Thomas family." Jacob nodded earnestly, stating, "Honestly, I doubt Lorraine would be interested in Harold either." Harold's expression shifted immediately, and he exclaimed, "Second uncle, what do you mean by that?" Realizing his misstep, Jacob quickly attempted to clarify, "What I meant was that the Wilson family really cannot be compared to the Thomas family at all." Lady Wilson responded, "Even if we resided in the most luxurious villa in Orris Hill, the Thomas family wouldn't look down on us when they come to visit." Jacob looked at his mother in shock. "Mom, are you thinking of buying a new house?" Lady Wilson replied hastily, "Oh, how I wish I could move into a larger and newer home, but sadly, I lack the funds." Upon hearing this, Jacob quickly offered, "Mom, if you need money, I have about $1 million I can give you." Lady Wilson scoffed at this. "Do you realize that the price of a villa can range from tens of millions to hundreds of millions? What could I possibly do with $1 million?" Then, she pointedly remarked, "Jacob, doesn't your family have a villa ready in Thompson First?" "Yes, we do," Jacob answered, puzzled about her insinuation. "What about it? What do you mean?" Lady Wilson said, clearly displeased. "I am your mother. Can you truly stand to see me living in this old house for so long? Now that you own the largest and most luxurious villa in Thompson First, wouldn't it be right for you to honor me by giving that villa to me so I can live there instead?" Jacob was taken aback and quickly responded, "Mom, I'm sorry, but the White family gave the villa to Charlie, not to me." At that moment, Lady Wilson began to lose her patience, no longer bothering to hide her intentions. Hearing Jacob's words, she declared, "Charlie is the son-in-law of the Wilson family. Thus, the villa the White family gifted him also belongs to the Wilson family. As the head of the Wilson family, don't you think I have the right to live in that villa?" Charlie couldn't help but sneer at the old lady's statement. He had remained silent up until now, having anticipated that this family gathering would yield nothing positive. It became clear that the old lady was attempting to take the villa away from him. Realizing what his mother truly wanted, Jacob began to sweat and stammer, feeling embarrassed as he looked at Charlie. Suddenly, Christopher chimed in triumphantly, "Jacob, you are Charlie's father-in-law. If he doesn't even listen to your commands, isn't he being a bit too arrogant? What does that say about your status?" "Exactly," Lady Wilson replied, nodding in satisfaction. Her eyes gleamed with greed as she imagined living in the lavish villa in Thompson First. Unable to contain herself, Claire spoke up, "Grandma, the villa doesn't belong to the Wilson family. If you want to claim it, you must first consult Charlie. If he refuses to part with it, no one can take it from him." Lady Wilson frowned and shot a glare at Claire, clearly annoyed and displeased. who gave you the right to speak?" Turning her cold gaze back to Charlie, the old lady said, "The villa was given to you by the White family. As merely a son-in-law of the Wilson family, you're unqualified to enjoy it. Tomorrow, go to the company's finance department and collect $100,000 as a reward for handing the villa over to me." Lady Wilson spoke with an air of authority, as if there was no room for negotiation. At this point, Christopher added, "Charlie, $100,000 is a substantial amount. You're just a useless brat living off your wife. I doubt you've ever seen that much money before." Charlie lifted his head, glaring at Christopher with disdain. He sneered, "You think you can take the villa in Thompson First from me for a mere $100,000? That villa is worth over $100 million. Lady Wilson, don't you think that's utterly shameless?" His voice was strong and resonant, echoing throughout the living room. The room fell into stunned silence, everyone's eyes fixated on Charlie. Surprise. Shock. Awe. Claire was equally taken aback, not expecting Charlie to be so bold and assertive. Lady Wilson's expression changed immediately. She slammed her hands on the table and shouted, "Scumbag! How dare you talk back to me? Men! Get Charlie out of my house right now. You clearly don't understand humility, and you show no respect for your elders. You are incredibly rude and arrogant." Harold added, chastising Charlie. "Grandma, I believe you should teach Charlie a lesson based on the family's rules. He's merely a son-in-law, how could he be so disrespectful to you?" Jacob could only stare at Charlie, too intimidated to speak up. "Humble and respectful?" Charlie scoffed. He replied coldly, "I have no obligation to show respect to anyone here today. None of you deserve it. In fact, the only person worthy of my respect in this room is my father-in-law, Jacob." These individuals were simply greedy and materialistic. He had grown tired of them long ago. Moreover, even though she was Jacob's mother, Lady Wilson was consistently harsh and disrespectful towards her own son. And Christopher, Jacob's elder brother, had always looked down on him, coveting anything that belonged to his younger sibling. As the son-in-law of the Wilson family, Charlie had never truly been accepted by them. In fact, they hardly acknowledged his presence at all. Only Jacob was willing to tolerate their dismissive behavior, driven by his affection for family bonds. Furthermore, Claire had long been a target of their disdain. The entire Wilson family held a grudge against her due to her position as the director of Grand Group. Consequently, they had consistently belittled and bullied his family. They had always been subjected to mistreatment. For Claire's sake, Charlie had chosen to turn a blind eye to their cruelty. He had endured their taunts for a long time, but he never anticipated their audacity in attempting to seize his villa. "Charlie, how dare you speak to Grandma like that?" Harold shouted at Charlie, his voice laced with anger. "I'm going to teach you a lesson today. Do you really think that's your place?" Charlie retorted dismissively. "Harold, to me, you're nothing more than a bug, less significant than an ant." "How dare you?" Lady Wilson exclaimed, standing up in fury. "Charlie! If you kneel and beg for my forgiveness and hand over the villa, I'll consider forgiving you this time. If not, I'll make Claire divorce you immediately and ensure you end up on the streets." At that moment, Claire, who had been keeping her head down, suddenly lifted it and stepped in front of Charlie protectively. "I refuse to do that. Are you my grandmother or merely the head of the Wilson family? You have always oppressed my father, bullied my husband Charlie, and never treated my family as part of your own. I will never agree to a divorce." "You," Lady Wilson seethed with rage, pointing angrily at Claire before shouting at Jacob, "Look at how your daughter has turned out. Is this how you raised her? She should kneel and beg for my forgiveness too." Jacob slowly lifted his head, glaring at Lady Wilson, clearly displeased. Christopher was taken aback. His younger brother had always been meek and obedient, often yielding to his wife. Jacob had never dared to confront their mother before, but now he was glaring at her with contempt. "Second brother, why don't you hurry up and tell your daughter and son-in-law to kneel and apologize to mother so she can calm down?" Christopher barked. Jacob, usually timid, suddenly found his voice. "Brother, someone gifted the villa to Charlie. He can do whatever he wishes with it. And who are you to dictate who my daughter marries? What gives you the authority to control our lives? That villa is worth over $100 million, more than all the assets of the Wilson family combined. What makes you think you have the right to it? You are an ungrateful son." Lady Wilson trembled with anger, grabbing a teacup and hurling it at Jacob. Jacob didn't flinch. He stood his ground as the teacup struck his head and shattered on the floor. Tea dripped down his face and soaked his clothes, yet he remained motionless. "Dad!" Claire cried out, her eyes brimming with tears. She could accept humiliation directed at herself, but not when it came to her father. As the tea flowed down his head, Jacob finally spoke coldly, "Mom, if there's nothing else, we're leaving." After finishing his statement, he glanced at Charlie and Claire before saying, "Let's go." He then turned and walked toward the door without looking back. Claire wiped her tears away, casting a bitter glance at the people in the living room before resolutely following her father. Charlie didn't even glance back at the group. Instead, he simply turned and walked away in silence. Christopher was so furious he felt as though he might explode. In reality, Christopher had meticulously arranged everything with Lady Wilson the previous night. He had also made it a point to invite all the respected elders of the Wilson family to the family gathering taking place today. Christopher initially believed that Jacob would willingly surrender the villa if they applied enough pressure on him. He even had plans to coerce Jacob into relinquishing the villa by threatening him if he hesitated. Jacob had always been quite timid, often trembling in fear whenever his mother scolded him. Therefore, Christopher felt certain that Jacob would comply with Lady Wilson's demands if she insisted on getting the villa. Furthermore, Christopher held no regard for Claire. Being a married woman, he believed she had no right to voice her opinions. To make matters worse, she was married to someone he considered worthless. As for Charlie, he barely registered on Christopher's radar. Charlie was merely the son-in-law of the Wilson family, lacking any authority or status to speak up against them. He should simply hand over the villa if asked. However, Christopher was taken aback when Jacob unexpectedly found the courage to stand up to the old lady, driven to desperation. Claire, as Lady Wilson's granddaughter, also chose to disregard her grandmother's commands. Even Charlie, that so-called worthless man, audaciously pointed a finger at the old lady and labeled her shameless. "Your family is truly incorrigible," Christopher shouted through clenched teeth. He then turned to his mother and exclaimed, "Mom! You cannot allow them to leave like this. If you do, they will surely think they hold more power than the Wilson family in the future. What authority will you have as the head of the Wilson family then?" Lady Wilson's expression darkened. She had always been fiercely protective of her control over the family. After the old man's passing, she had assumed the role of head of the Wilson family, never permitting anyone to challenge her authority. Yet, she never anticipated that Jacob and his family would openly defy her today, which filled her with rage. She felt deep resentment towards them. In her fury, she shouted, "You are all a disgrace to the Wilson family. You are my family, and as long as I am alive, you must obey me." She then commanded the bodyguards, "Close the doors. I need to teach the three of you a lesson today." Despite her granddaughter and grandson-in-law being present, they showed her no respect whatsoever. She was baffled as to how Jacob could have raised such a rude and disrespectful child. If she didn't make an example of them today, how could she maintain her position as the head of the Wilson family? Moreover, if she let them leave just like that, she would lose any chance of claiming the villa at Thompson First from them. Having lived a long life, she had never imagined residing in such an extravagant villa. Now that it was finally in her son's possession, she was determined to do whatever it took to claim it for herself. The only way they could escape the Wilson family was by handing over the villa to her. Suddenly, a group of bodyguards surrounded the three of them. Charlie stood resolutely in the courtyard, glaring at the bodyguards, and warned, "If any of you take another step closer, don't blame me for being ruthless. You're just a worthless piece of trash, and you dare to make empty threats here." One of the bodyguards shouted angrily as he charged at Charlie, wielding a baton. Charlie let out a cold snort, seized the baton from the assailant's hand, and struck him on the leg. The bodyguard collapsed to the ground, unable to get up, and found himself awkwardly kneeling before Charlie. From the angle of his leg, it was clear that it had been broken. "How dare you?" At that moment, Charlie tossed the broken baton onto the ground. At that moment, everyone in the courtyard was taken aback. The baton, crafted from the toughest yellow elmwood, was incredibly resilient. Even two strong men would struggle to break it, even when using all their might. Yet, in Charlie's hands, the baton seemed as fragile as a strand of spaghetti. After honing his combat skills through the apocalyptic book, Charlie's strength had surged significantly, rendering the bodyguards no longer a threat to him. Jacob let out a huge sigh of relief upon seeing Charlie take action. He had no idea his son-in-law possessed such capabilities. It looked like the three of them might just escape the Wilson family villa unharmed today. The bodyguards, all employed by Christopher, had always been confident in their abilities. However, witnessing Charlie's strength left them feeling a bit on edge. With clenched teeth, Christopher exclaimed, "Charlie! I never anticipated you had any fighting skills. But let's see how you'll handle so many opponents at once. Everyone, attack him now." "Yes! Let's all go after him. You can even kill him if you want," Harold shouted, his anger palpable. Having suffered a defeat at Charlie's hands recently, Harold was determined to exact his revenge today. As soon as the order was given, the group of bodyguards charged at Charlie. Charlie maintained an indifferent expression, seemingly unfazed. But when several bodyguards lunged at him, he swiftly lifted his foot and knocked two of them down with a single kick. Following that, he unleashed a flurry of punches, effortlessly taking down all the bodyguards who dared to approach him. Claire, standing beside him, was left utterly speechless. She never expected Charlie to be this strong and impressive. Noticing Claire's astonishment, Jacob quickly explained, "Claire, while you're at work, Charlie has been practicing his fighting skills by watching videos at home." "He's been learning to fight?" Claire was genuinely impressed. Jacob continued, "Charlie is quite resourceful. Even Mr. Graeme has apologized to him in the past because of his skills." Watching Charlie handle the bodyguards alone, Jacob felt a twinge of guilt. The Wilson family had always underestimated Charlie, relegating him to domestic tasks like buying groceries and doing laundry. However, Jacob recognized that Charlie was a man with his own pride and dignity. What man would want to spend his entire life washing dishes and doing laundry for the family? It was clear that the Wilson family had mistreated Charlie. Meanwhile, Charlie continued to fight fearlessly, turning the courtyard into a scene of chaos. Wendy and Lady Wilson had long since retreated inside for safety, but the men remained outside. Harold was visibly frustrated, having never anticipated Charlie's skill. Realizing that Charlie was gaining the upper hand, he gritted his teeth, bent down, and picked up an axe, sneaking up on Charlie. Just as Charlie was occupied with one of the bodyguards, Harold swung the axe toward him. "Charlie, watch out!" Claire screamed upon seeing the sunlight glint off the axe. "You worthless trash! I'm going to end you today!" Harold charged at Charlie, filled with rage. Jacob, terrified, felt his legs weaken beneath him, nearly collapsing. They wanted to kill Charlie. Just then, Harold swung the axe again. Yet, Charlie's reflexes were lightning fast. He raised his hand and caught the axe with just 2 fingers, turning to glare at Harold. Harold was taken aback and exerted all his strength to wrench the axe away from Charlie. To his shock, even with only 2 fingers, Charlie's grip was incredibly strong, and he couldn't budge the axe at all. Desperate, Harold began to sweat and shouted, "You worthless piece of trash, let go!" Charlie met his gaze, smirking as he replied, "Harold, you should know better than anyone that you're the real trash. Are you really going to just stand there and watch Harold murder Charlie?" Jacob's voice boomed with fury as he witnessed Harold swinging an axe at Charlie. Meanwhile, Lady Wilson and Christopher remained unfazed, lounging inside the house as they observed the chaos unfolding in the courtyard, their eyes barely flickering. The rest of the Wilson family sat in eerie silence, as if the violent scene before them had no bearing on their lives at all. Lady Wilson was singularly focused on the villa at this moment. Everything else was of little concern to her. It's often said that with age comes an insatiable greed. Historically, kings sought to construct grander palaces and lavish tombs as they aged. Thus, Lady Wilson, as she grew older, yearned to enhance her quality of life. The elderly lady dreamed of residing in a more opulent home and wished for a dignified burial in an exquisite resting place. She longed for boundless glory and riches in her next life. This explains why the older generation often prepares extravagant coffins and elaborate graves for themselves. Consequently, regardless of the circumstances today, Lady Wilson was determined to acquire that magnificent villa valued at a staggering $130 million. If Harold happened to kill Charlie in the process, that was irrelevant to her as long as she could secure the villa. Jacob and Claire looked at their so-called relatives, whose hearts seemed as cold as ice. These were the individuals they were connected to by blood. These relatives were willing to orchestrate a plot to rob them of their property, even prepared to resort to murder to achieve their goals. At that moment, Christopher casually remarked, "Brother, why are you so concerned? Harold is merely playing around. Why take it so seriously? Besides, if he does hurt Charlie, it doesn't matter since he's not part of the Wilson family anyway." To him, Charlie was just a powerless son-in-law, and he believed there was little Charlie could do, even if Harold inflicted severe harm. Moreover, if Charlie were to die, they could easily seize the villa from him. That villa, worth $130 million, was a golden opportunity as property values were skyrocketing. If they managed to acquire the villa from Charlie, they could allow the old lady to live there, and by the time she passed, its value would likely soar to at least $200 million. $200 million. Who could resist such temptation? "I don't have a brother like you," Jacob shouted in frustration, grabbing a mop to strike Harold. Christopher's expression shifted to worry, fearing for his son's safety. He rushed forward to intervene. "This is your own doing. You really don't want to find a way out, do you?" Before he could finish, Jacob swung the mop, but Christopher dodged just in time, the stick grazing his shoulder, causing him to cry out in pain. Seeing her usually gentle father react with such anger, Claire felt a surge of hatred for the Wilson family, all while worrying for Charlie's safety. Charlie, gripping the axe blade, glared at Harold and taunted, "Harold, let me be clear. You've never posed a threat to me, and you never will because you're utterly useless. Go to hell, Charlie." Harold seethed with rage. "You're nothing but trash, and you dare speak to me like that." Before he could finish his thought, Charlie seized Harold's wrist and forcefully twisted it back. A sharp pop echoed, followed by Harold's agonizing scream. Charlie had bent Harold's right hand back at an unnatural angle. Harold collapsed to the ground, howling in pain. Lady Wilson was livid when she witnessed Charlie break her grandson's wrist right in front of her. Her rage propelled her toward him, eager to deliver a sharp slap to his face. As she raised her hand, Charlie abruptly turned to her, his voice icy and menacing, "Old woman. You're asking for death." Without a moment's hesitation, he struck Lady Wilson across the face. The shock of the blow made her stagger back a few steps. Charlie's eyes were cold and filled with a lethal intensity. Despite her fury, Lady Wilson involuntarily shuddered from the pain of the slap. She instinctively covered her face with her hand and retreated in fear. The elderly woman backed away, too intimidated to meet Charlie's gaze. This was the first time she had seen such a fearsome expression on his face. The entire Wilson family was in disbelief. What on earth was happening? This so-called worthless individual had the audacity to strike Lady Wilson. But who among them would dare seek revenge for her at this moment? Currently, the injured bodyguards lay scattered on the ground, while the few remaining stood frozen in fear, unwilling to move forward. Though Lady Wilson longed to take Charlie's life, she realized it would be unwise to provoke him further. She had no idea where he had learned such formidable combat skills, and she understood that she could never match his strength. Meanwhile, Claire's heart raced as she kept her eyes fixated on Charlie. Her emotions were tangled, and she could feel her cheeks flush with warmth. This was the first time she considered Charlie to be so reliable and steadfast. Previously, Claire had thought Charlie was merely someone who could buy groceries and cook for the family. Noticing that no one dared to confront him anymore, Charlie lifted his head and surveyed the crowd with a deadly glare. He then shouted at the two bodyguards trying to hide, "If you don't open the door, I won't hesitate to break your necks." The two bodyguards, terrified, rushed to open the door immediately. Christopher growled, "Mom, we can't just let them walk away." Lady Wilson gritted her teeth, her eyes fixed on Charlie as she commanded, "Let them go." "Grandma, how can you let them leave like this?" Harold shouted, rage boiling in his eyes. "He broke my wrist. I'm going to kill him." Lady Wilson, suppressing her fury, shouted, "I want all of you to be quiet." Christopher stepped forward, his voice dripping with venom, "Charlie, you hurt my son and violated the Wilson family code today. I will ensure you regret this." Suddenly, Lady Wilson declared, "From this moment forth, Jacob and his family are no longer part of the Wilson family. I will no longer acknowledge them as my descendants." Jacob, his face smeared with blood, looked up at his mother and replied flatly, "I don't even want to be part of the Wilson family anymore." Claire nodded in agreement, adding, "Yes. I couldn't care less." Lady Wilson, teeth clenched, continued, "Claire, you are a disgrace to the Wilson family. From now on, you are officially banned from the Wilson Group. Since the Wilson Group collaborates with the Grand Group, they will follow my orders. As such an ungrateful granddaughter, you will have no connection to the Wilson Group going forward. I want you to keep your distance from me." Claire responded firmly, "I have no interest in being part of the Wilson Group anyway. Dad, let's go." With that, Claire and Charlie supported Jacob as they exited the Wilson family villa, not once looking back. Claire felt no regret as she stepped out the door. For she had finally uncovered the true nature of her relatives today. Their so-called family bonds paled in comparison to those of an outsider. If not for her parents, Claire would have severed ties with the Wilson family long ago. Charlie was equally frustrated. Lady Wilson, Christopher, and Harold were 3 generations of fools. Did they genuinely believe they could still collaborate with the Grand Group after today's events? As Charlie drove away from the Wilson family villa, Jacob's frustration bubbled over. "If I had known my mother and older brother were this heartless, I wouldn't have gone out of my way to help them," he exclaimed angrily. Claire, seated in the passenger seat, sighed deeply. "If this continues, the Wilson Group will be in ruins before we know it," she remarked. Elaine, unable to contain her indignation, chimed in, "The worst part is how much we've done for them. They landed the contract with Grand Group thanks to our efforts. Now it feels like all that help was for nothing." Charlie responded coolly, "Mom, if they keep this up, they're bound to face serious consequences. The only reason the Wilson Group had managed to stay afloat was their partnership with the Grand Group. Little did they know, the Grand Group was actually his. Having already crossed him, did they really think they could profit from Grand Group? They were living in a fantasy. With just one phone call to Doris, he could bring the entire Wilson family to their knees." Jacob touched the dried blood on his forehead and muttered, "Who could have imagined that the Wilson family would be so ruthless? We haven't even had a chance to enjoy the villa that Mr. White gifted to Charlie, and they're already trying to take it from us. They clearly want to bully us into submission." After finishing his thought, Jacob's eyes brightened. "Charlie, my dear son-in-law, can you take us to the villa at Thompson first? I can't stop thinking about it, and I really want to see it again." Claire quickly interjected, "Dad, we're almost home. Why do you want to see the villa now? Barry is still overseeing the renovations since they aren't completed yet." Jacob sighed in disappointment. "Oh, I just want to take a quick look. If I don't, I won't be able to sleep tonight." Charlie understood Jacob's feelings. It was like someone who couldn't afford a luxury car suddenly receiving the finest sports car. Regardless of whether they were driving it, they would still want to admire it parked in the driveway. "So," Charlie quickly said to Claire, "since Dad wants to see the villa, let's go check it out. Plus, we can talk to Barry about the interior renovations." Jacob smiled and said, "Charlie really gets me." Claire, feeling a bit exasperated, replied, "Fine, let's go have a look now." Charlie immediately made a U-turn at the traffic light and headed straight for Thompson First. Upon parking outside the villa in Thompson First, Charlie frowned as he stepped out. Even though the gates were closed, a strange commotion echoed from within the villa. Noticing Charlie's hesitation, Claire quickly asked, "What's wrong?" "Something feels off. Let's go inside and find out." Charlie responded, moving toward the courtyard without a second thought. As they entered the courtyard, Charlie spotted several bodyguards in black uniforms tossing furniture out of the villa. "Those are the Wilson family's bodyguards," Jacob exclaimed in shock. Charlie's expression shifted dramatically. The Wilson family was truly relentless. He hadn't even begun to confront them, and they were already causing trouble. "Who let you in here?" Charlie shouted, rushing toward the bodyguards. Upon seeing him, the bodyguards began to panic. Just then, Harold's voice emerged from the living room. "I was the one who let them in." Harold swaggered out, holding a crowbar in his left hand and sporting a thick bandage wrapped around his right hand. "Charlie, you worthless piece of trash. Now that all of you have been expelled from the Wilson family, I'm here to claim this villa on their behalf." Claire clenched her teeth and replied, "You all have gone too far. Are you really trying to seize the villa just because you couldn't convince Charlie to give it up?" Jacob, seething with anger, shouted, "Harold! This villa belongs to my son-in-law. No one has the right to take it from him." With a sneer, Harold shot back, "Who do you think you are, Claire? You've been disowned by the Wilson family. Do you really think you're in a position to talk to me?" Harold then raised a crowbar, pointing it threateningly at Jacob as he continued, "And you, old man, do you still think you're my second uncle? Get out of this villa now, or I'll break your legs." Furious, Charlie asked coldly, "Where is Barry?" Harold stepped forward with a laugh, "Oh, you mean the old man who was guarding the villa? I got rid of him after giving him a good beating. He should now know who the true owner of this villa is." "You hurt Barry?" Charlie's expression hardened. Barry had been a butler for the White family, but since Zeke had made him responsible for this villa, he was considered one of Charlie's own. Barry had always been loyal and respectful to him. Most importantly, Barry was over 60 years old. Charlie couldn't believe that Harold would attack such an innocent old man. With a mocking grin, Harold said, "Why not? If a dog doesn't recognize its master, it deserves a good beating. How else would it learn its place?" He laughed sinisterly. This infuriated Charlie, who didn't hold back and threw a punch at Harold. Bam! Harold didn't have time to dodge, and Charlie's fist connected with his nose. Harold screamed in agony as blood poured from his face. "Why are you just standing there? I want this piece of trash dead." Harold shrieked at his bodyguards, his expression wild with fury. The bodyguards immediately drew long knives and charged at Charlie with malicious intent. "Charlie, I know you're a skilled fighter, but I'm eager to see how you'll survive this. Let's find out if your fists are stronger than our blades." Claire and Jacob turned pale as they watched the bodyguards advance on Charlie, knives in hand. While Charlie was indeed a formidable fighter, he was still human. How could he possibly stand against armed opponents? Charlie maintained a calm demeanor, saying, "Do you really think you can take my life that easily?" With that, Charlie sprang into action, moving with incredible speed to fend off the Wilson family's bodyguards. Despite the bodyguards wielding long knives, they couldn't even graze Charlie's clothing. Remarkably, he was able to counterattack while dodging their strikes. With each punch he threw, the sound echoed in the air, and the bodyguards, all former special forces, were no match for him. In mere moments, Charlie had incapacitated all the bodyguards. His movements were so swift that no one could comprehend how he took them down. They were left on the ground before they even realized he was upon them. Fueled by rage, Charlie showed no mercy, attacking brutally as he fought. Many of the bodyguards lay moaning on the ground, nursing broken limbs and severe injuries. Harold stood frozen, utterly astonished by the scene unfolding before him. While he was aware of Charlie's impressive fighting skills, he never imagined that the bodyguards, armed with knives, would fail to overpower him. Fear coursed through Harold as he noticed the deadly glare in Charlie's eyes. Honestly, The only reason Harold had come to claim the villa for the Wilson family was due to the old lady's orders. Given his ongoing feud with Charlie, Harold was more than eager to use this opportunity to eliminate him once and for all. However, he never anticipated that Charlie would dispatch all the bodyguards with such ease. What was even more astonishing was that Charlie was completely unharmed. Was Charlie even human? At that moment, Charlie strode towards Harold, his expression cold and menacing. He intended to teach this fool a lesson so that Harold would finally grasp the gravity of the situation he was in. As Charlie approached him, Harold shook with fear and quickly exclaimed, "You can't kill me. I'm the only grandson of the Wilson family. If you harm a single hair on my head, the Wilson family will ensure you pay dearly." Charlie's face remained expressionless and ruthless as he continued his advance. When he stood directly in front of Harold, he seized him by the collar and said in a chilling tone, "To me, the Wilson family you mentioned is insignificant. Claire, second uncle, please tell Charlie to stop." In a moment of desperation, Harold pleaded with Claire and Jacob for help, completely overlooking how he had treated them previously. Claire shot Harold a frigid glare and responded, "You deserve this outcome. You brought it upon yourself." Jacob surveyed the scene, caught between his feelings. Although Harold was his nephew, Jacob felt no loyalty to him. Why should he care about someone who displayed such contempt? Yet, Jacob was aware that the Wilson family still wielded some influence in Oris Hill. If Charlie were to kill Harold today, there would surely be repercussions. Reluctantly, Jacob said, "Charlie, just teach him a lesson." After a brief pause, Charlie nodded and pushed Harold down to the ground. The gravel dug into Harold's face, and blood began to flow from the wound. "I can spare your life," Charlie declared, "but since you've caused so much trouble for my family, I'll make sure you endure a fate worse than death." With that, Charlie delivered a powerful punch to Harold's lower abdomen, striking him directly in a sensitive area. As an untrained individual, Harold found himself completely overwhelmed by the force of the blow. The impact would forever alter his life, leaving him impotent. Upon feeling the punch, Harold collapsed onto the ground, writhing in agony. It was the most excruciating pain he had ever experienced, and he remained oblivious to the long-term consequences of Charlie's action. Charlie then called for security and requested the police to apprehend the bodyguards. Afterward, he checked on Barry's injuries. Fortunately, Barry had only sustained superficial wounds and was not seriously injured, which relieved Charlie immensely. Nevertheless, anger lingered towards the Wilson family. They had chosen to provoke him, and he would not be held responsible for his harsh actions. When Jacob returned home, he slumped onto the sofa, the blood on his face now dried. He had bruises on his nose and forehead, and his face was slightly swollen from his injuries. Jacob felt disoriented and dizzy. His older brother had commanded the bodyguards to assault him, leaving him with feelings of anger and frustration. Claire applied some ointment to his forehead and said, "Dad, Charlie has already avenged you. Please don't dwell on it, okay?" Jacob sighed in response, "I'm fine. I'm just really disappointed to realize that my mother, brother, and all my relatives have never truly regarded me as family." He continued, "Claire, now that they've ousted you from the Wilson group, what are your plans moving forward?" Claire responded, "What plans could I possibly have? I'll just look for another job." Upon hearing Claire's words, Charlie chose not to comment further. Instead, he moved to the balcony and dialed Zeke's number. As soon as Zeke picked up, Charlie wasted no time and asked, "Is your nephew, Gerald, engaged to Wendy?" "Yes," Zeke replied quickly, then added, "How can I assist you, Mr. Wade?" Charlie replied coldly, "I have severed all connections with the Wilson family. If the White family decides to accept a bride from them, it will show a blatant disregard for me. If you proceed with this, don't say I didn't warn you when conflicts arise in the future." Panic set in for Zeke as he exclaimed, "Mr. Wade, please don't misunderstand. The White family has regretted this marriage arrangement for quite some time. If you hadn't been the son-in-law of the Wilson family, I would never have allowed someone from my family to marry someone like Wendy. Rest assured, I will send someone to the Wilson family villa right away to cancel the engagement." Charlie felt satisfied and responded, "All right then. I'm glad to have your support." Zeke quickly assured him, "Mr. Wade, you can count on the White family. We look forward to collaborating with you in the future." "Okay," Charlie said promptly. "Get it done as soon as possible." "Understood, Mr. Wade." It seemed the Wilson family was eager to be part of the White family, but Charlie had other plans. He would shatter their fantasies. Next, Charlie placed a call to Doris. Since he was teaching the Wilson family a lesson, he wanted it to be unforgettable. Once the call connected, Charlie said in a firm tone, "Doris, I need you to make a public announcement immediately stating that Grand Group will halt all future collaborations with the Wilson Group and that we will terminate any existing contracts with them, effective right away." Doris sounded taken aback. "Mr. Wade, isn't the Wilson Group tied to your wife's family? Wouldn't this hurt her feelings?" Charlie clarified, "My wife has completely cut ties with the Wilson family, and they will no longer have any association with her." Doris quickly understood. "Got it, Mr. Wade. I'll prepare the official statement right away." With this, he would ensure the downfall of the Wilson family. Wasn't Lady Wilson known for her arrogance? Charlie decided she would be left with nothing. After hanging up, Charlie returned to the living room, where he found Jacob resting on the sofa. He noticed Jacob's swollen eyes and worsening forehead bruises, prompting concern that Jacob's injury might escalate. It appeared Jacob had not only suffered physical harm but might have also taken a hit to his brain. Charlie suspected there could be some blood congestion and believed that Jacob should go to the hospital for a craniotomy to remove any blood clots. If left untreated, this intracranial hematoma could be a ticking time bomb, leading to a sudden and fatal outcome. However, out of consideration for Claire, Charlie decided to keep this information under wraps for now. He stood up and said, "I'm going out to get some herbs to treat Dad's injuries." Many medical remedies were documented in the apocalyptic book, and Charlie recalled a prescription that could alleviate bruising and enhance blood circulation in the brain. He was confident this would help his father-in-law. Claire asked curiously, "What herbs are you planning to buy? Do you think it will work? Wouldn't it be better to take him to the hospital?" Charlie smiled and responded, "I believe we should avoid the hospital for now. The doctors often exaggerate conditions to push for extra treatments. I know of a prescription that works wonders on bruises." Claire nodded in agreement as Charlie made his way to the door. Just as he opened the front door, he spotted a familiar face outside, Graeme from the Quinton family. Charlie frowned at Graeme and inquired, "What brings you here?" As soon as Graeme spotted Charlie, a smile spread across his face. "Mr. Wade, I heard you faced some unforeseen challenges today. To assist you, I've gathered some herbs and medicine that I thought you might find useful." Once he finished speaking, a bodyguard stepped forward, presenting Charlie with a red wooden box in a respectful manner. Graeme lifted the lid of the box and said with a grin, "Mr. Wade, take a look at this." Inside the wooden box, Charlie discovered a collection of rare and thick wild ginseng, gleaming purplish-red Ganoderma lucidum, and several other medicinal herbs not typically found in standard herb shops. While these herbs were indeed valuable and costly, they didn't possess much spiritual energy. Still, they were certainly better than nothing. Furthermore, they would prove useful as Charlie needed to prepare some pills to enhance Jacob's blood circulation. Charlie nodded slightly and said, "All right, please hand it over." Graeme quickly closed the box and handed it to Charlie. "Thanks to your guidance, Mr. Wade, the Quinton family has been thriving, and our business has seen significant improvement over the past couple of days. This is all because of you. Please feel free to request any herbs or medicine you might need from the Quinton family in the future, and I will ensure they are sent to you promptly." Charlie responded, "That sounds good. If you come across any exceptional medicinal herbs, please send them my way. They would be very helpful." "Absolutely," Graeme exclaimed, then quickly added, "Mr. Wade, if you're free, would you like to join us at the Quinton family mansion for some noodles and a home-cooked meal?" Charlie replied casually, "Maybe another time. I have something to take care of for my family right now." "Understood," Graeme said promptly. "I won't keep you any longer." With that, Graeme departed, and Charlie turned to head back into the house. Inside, Jacob was suffering from a severe headache, prompting Claire to suggest taking him to a nearby massage center to help alleviate the pain and improve blood circulation. However, Charlie interjected, "Dad, you shouldn't be walking around now. It's better for you to rest. One of my friends just delivered some medicinal herbs, and I'll prepare some pills for you. They should be effective for your headache." Jacob asked curiously, "Charlie, do you actually know how to prescribe medicine and treat illnesses?" Charlie smiled and replied, "I picked up a bit of knowledge about medicine in the past." He refrained from telling his father-in-law that this knowledge came from a secret pill recipe in the apocalyptic book. This ancient prescription not only addressed blood congestion in the brain but also worked wonders for severe brain conditions like cerebral infarction or stroke. If Charlie managed to formulate this secret pill successfully, Jacob would surely recover. Despite this, Jacob still felt apprehensive. He awkwardly said to Charlie, "It's not that I don't trust you. I've seen your fighting skills firsthand, but I'm not sure you can treat illnesses just by watching TV." He coughed slightly and added, "I think I'll just ask Claire to take me to the hospital." Charlie chuckled and responded, "That's fine, Dad. If you're skeptical, you can go to the hospital first. It would be great if they could provide immediate treatment." Jacob quickly retorted, "It's not that I don't trust you. I'm just in a lot of pain, so I feel the need to see a doctor." With that, Jacob turned and said, "Let's go, Claire." Claire nodded, assisting Jacob to his feet as they made their way out. Meanwhile, Charlie entered the kitchen to start preparing the ingredients for his secret pill. According to the apocalyptic book, this medicine was highly effective. Given that Jacob was only experiencing mild blood congestion in his brain, Charlie adjusted the prescription slightly, removing a few herbs to ensure it wouldn't be too potent for him. The secret pill was crafted by the renowned Chinese physician, Sun Simiao, during the Tang dynasty. Although his influential writings were widely shared, most have faded into obscurity. His most notable work was a memorandum chronicling the clinical experiences and medical practices from past dynasties, which also found a place in the apocalyptic book. This particular text held greater clinical significance than the other two medical volumes, yet today, it remains largely unknown. Many medical practitioners have never even heard of it, leading to its near-complete disappearance from modern awareness. In a flurry of activity, Charlie prepared a box containing 6 walnut-sized honey pills, following the prescriptions outlined in the medical texts. Just as he finished, Jacob and Claire returned home. Jacob was in considerable pain, making it increasingly difficult for him to walk or move comfortably. Claire, visibly worried, quickly inquired, "Dad, if the massage didn't help, should we go to the hospital for a checkup? What do you think?" Jacob waved her off, saying, "Oh, I really don't want to go to the hospital. It's too much hassle. I'd have to undergo blood and urine tests. I'm fine for now. I just need to sit down and rest." Claire had taken Jacob for a massage to improve his blood circulation, but he hadn't anticipated that it would have no effect at all. In fact, he felt an increase in headache intensity. All he wanted was to rest, fearing he might faint if he didn't. At that moment, Charlie emerged with the pills he had just prepared. Claire caught a whiff of the medicinal herbs in the air and, with a look of astonishment, asked, "Charlie, are you really making medicine?" Charlie gestured towards the pills in his hand and said, "Dad, this pill can enhance your blood circulation and eliminate blood clots in your brain. It's very effective. Why don't you try one?" Jacob regarded Charlie as he picked up a pill, inspecting it closely. The fresh medicinal aroma wafted up to his nose, and he felt a wave of refreshment. He looked up at Charlie in disbelief and asked, "Did you really make this yourself?" "Yes," Charlie affirmed enthusiastically. "I just made it." Jacob pressed further, "Have you studied medicine before?" Charlie replied, "I learned from an elderly man who worked as a cleaner at the orphanage. His family has a long lineage of Chinese physicians." Jacob gazed at Charlie skeptically and asked, "Are you sure about this? Can something taught by a cleaner actually be effective?" "I assure you it will work." "Dad, why not take one of the pills?" "I'm confident you'll feel better right away," Charlie insisted. Feeling a bit anxious, Jacob considered his current discomfort and decided to take the plunge, quickly swallowing the pill. Before Claire could ask Charlie more about the pill's origins, Jacob had already taken it. She quickly turned to him and asked, "Dad, how do you feel?" Despite their plain appearance, the pills made him feel revitalized almost instantly. Breathing became easier, his mind felt clearer, and the pain at the back of his head gradually faded away. With a smile, Jacob asked Charlie, "Where did you get this medicine?" Charlie explained, "Mr. Quinton brought me some medicinal herbs just now." Jacob felt a surge of gratitude and praised Graeme. "Mr. Quinton is truly a wonderful person. He brought us herbs as soon as he learned I was injured." Claire added, "Mr. Quinton is really kind and humble, especially considering his high status in Oris Hill. If only Uncle were half as nice as him, things wouldn't have turned out this way." Mentioning Christopher cast a shadow over Jacob's expression. He waved his hand dismissively and said, "Let's not discuss him anymore." After taking the medicine, Jacob retreated to his bedroom to rest. Noticing Claire's lingering sadness, Charlie attempted to lift her spirits. "You should rest too. Don't stay upset. The Wilson family will certainly face the consequences for their actions today." At this moment in the Wilson family villa, Lady Wilson and Christopher were anxiously awaiting Harold's return with news of his successful takeover of the villa at Thompson First. However, their hopes were shattered when they learned that Harold had been seriously injured and arrested by the police, who were holding him on charges of breaking into private property and causing intentional harm to others. This news ignited Lady Wilson's fury. "This must be Claire and her family's doing again. This is absolutely unacceptable," Lady Wilson exclaimed angrily. Christopher, filled with anxiety, began to panic upon hearing of his son's injuries. "Mom! Jacob is being far too arrogant. You need to seek justice for Harold. After all, Jacob has always listened to you. If you tell him to stop whatever he's doing, he will definitely heed your words and follow your instructions." "Of course." Lady Wilson snorted in defiance, adding, "So what if that family managed to keep the villa? It's just an empty shell. They don't have any money or power in Oris Hill. How could they possibly stand up to us? I not only plan to reclaim the villa, but I will also ensure they pay dearly for their actions today." As they discussed this, someone entered with a message. "Lady Wilson, Zeke White, head of the White family, has just arrived." "Oh?" Lady Wilson said, surprised. "Please let him in right away. I was just about to confront him about why he decided to give that villa to Charlie and his family. After all, he is our future in-law, how could he do this to us?" As she finished speaking, Zeke arrived at the front door with his nephew, Gerald. They had actually come with the intention of calling off the engagement. Gerald had long grown weary of Wendy, feeling that her family was simply not on par with the White family. So, when his uncle suggested annulling the engagement, Gerald readily agreed without hesitation. Seeing them at the door, Lady Wilson hurriedly greeted them. "Oh, my in-laws are here. Why didn't you notify me about your visit?" Zeke sneered, speaking coldly, "Lady Wilson, you truly are remarkable." Confused by his words, Lady Wilson managed an awkward smile and asked, "What do you mean by that?" Then she turned to Christopher and said, "It's not every day Mr. White visits us personally. Why don't you invite him in for a seat? He is your future in-law, after all." "I won't be coming in," Zeke replied, waving his hand dismissively. "I'm here primarily to discuss the marriage arrangements between our families." Lady Wilson quickly responded, "Mr. White, please rest assured that we will host a grand wedding banquet and won't embarrass you in any way. Let us know if you have any special requests." Zeke replied coldly, "I'll get straight to the point. The White family has given this matter considerable thought, and we believe there are too many differences between our families. Therefore, I am here to inform you that we wish to annul the engagement between Gerald and Wendy." "What? You mean you want to cancel their engagement?" Lady Wilson and Christopher gasped in shock. Wendy was equally stunned and exclaimed, "Why? Gerald and I have already booked our wedding banquet." Turning to Gerald, she asked, "Gerald, what is happening?" Gerald shrugged, saying, "This decision was made by the White family. There's nothing I can do about it." The Wilson family felt as if the ground was crumbling beneath them. This engagement had been arranged a long time ago, and they had meticulously prepared for the wedding, already informing friends and family since the wedding was scheduled for next month. Now, the White family wanted to annul the engagement. Lady Wilson had been eagerly anticipating this marriage, hoping to leverage the White family connections to bolster the Wilson group. Now that this engagement was in jeopardy, wouldn't all her efforts have been in vain? Although Gerald and Wendy weren't officially married, they had been together for a considerable amount of time. In the past, their carelessness had led to an unexpected pregnancy. To avoid gossip and rumors, the elderly Lady Wilson had urged Wendy to terminate the pregnancy, suggesting they wait until after marriage to start a family. Now, however, the White family was looking to annul their engagement. Did this imply that Gerald had been unfaithful to her granddaughter all along? Moreover, was he really planning to walk away after getting her granddaughter pregnant? Lady Wilson was furious, her voice trembling as she confronted Mr. White. "What do you mean by this? The Wilson family has never wronged you in any way. We've always treated Gerald like our own son, even before he started dating Wendy. Wendy is pregnant with Gerald's child. I asked her to have an abortion solely for the sake of our family's reputations, as it wouldn't look good for her to be expecting before marriage. How could you do this to her now?" Wendy broke down in tears as her grandmother mentioned the child. Zeke let out a sneer before responding, "You only have yourself to blame for this mess. You can't hold anyone else responsible. You should take a long, hard look in the mirror, Lady Wilson." "What?" Lady Wilson was taken aback by Zeke's sudden humiliation. "What have I done?" Zeke replied coldly, "You and your family attempted to steal the villa I gifted to Charlie. How could I ever consider becoming relatives with people as shameless as your family?" Lady Wilson was left speechless. She retorted, "This is a matter between the Wilson family and Charlie. Why are you meddling in our affairs?" Zeke shot back, "You really are shameless, Lady Wilson. I gave that villa to Charlie out of gratitude, yet you tried to take it from him. Have you even looked at yourself?" Lady Wilson felt a sharp pain in her chest. Zeke showed her no mercy. She was well aware of the White family's immense wealth, yet here they were, insulting her without a second thought. Despite this, Lady Wilson couldn't retort. She understood she was on the losing side of this confrontation. What surprised her the most was Zeke's unexpected respect for Charlie, whom she considered worthless. How had things spiraled out of control like this? Meanwhile, Wendy sat on the ground, her mind blank, unsure of what to do next. She looked at Gerald through her tears, pleading, "Gerald, I was pregnant with your child. You can't just leave me like this." Gerald replied, "If you want to assign blame, you should only blame your grandmother, your father, and your brother." Then he added, "I can't forgive the Wilson family for attacking Uncle Barry. He has served the White family for over 40 years, and my father owes his life to him. When I nearly drowned as a child, Uncle Barry was the one who saved me. He's like a grandfather to me, yet the Wilson family attacked him just because you wanted to take Charlie's villa. That's absolutely outrageous. I refuse to be associated with anyone as shameless as your family. I do not want to be the Wilson family's son-in-law, and the White family doesn't want a daughter-in-law like you." Christopher stood by, his face ashen, while Lady Wilson looked terrified. They had assumed Barry was just a subordinate working for the Whites. Who knew he was actually so significant? Lady Wilson was filled with regret. If only she had known this would happen, she would never have attempted to seize Charlie's villa. In the end, she hadn't managed to steal the villa, but she had also destroyed her granddaughter's future. She had dreamed of using the White family to gain power and influence, only to see it vanish into thin air. The old lady felt tears welling up as she contemplated her situation. Just then, Wendy, still sitting on the ground, glared at Lady Wilson and shouted, "This is all your fault, you old woman. You're the one who ruined my happiness.